Hello and welcome to this full course on Next.js 13 and Prismic. In the next 5.5 hours, we're going to cover everything you need to know to build a production-ready marketing website. You'll learn how to build with Next.js 13 and the new app router. We'll use Prismic to manage our content. We'll style our website with Tailwind CSS. And we'll make our code more reliable by using TypeScript. My name is Alex. I'm on the developer experience team at Prismic, and I am really excited to dive into this project with you. This course already assumes you have a grasp of React, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. It's good if you're somewhat familiar with Next.js, but don't worry if you're not. We're going to be covering the new app router, so you'll be up to speed in no time. You don't need to know TypeScript or Tailwind. I'll walk you through both of these in this course. Now here's the question, why are we choosing Next.js to build a website with? Well, Next.js is a React framework that has a ton of features like React server components, file-based routing, and optimizations for things like fonts and images. It's the most popular JavaScript framework and a great choice for quickly shipping high-performance websites and apps. For our content, we're going to use Prismic, which is a lot more than just another headless CMS. It actually lets you ship what's called a headless page builder to your content team. It has best-in-class SDKs and developer tools, and once it's set up, your editors can ship pages without bugging developers each time. So what are we actually going to learn in the next 5.5 hours? So much. So look at this list. Look at this list. All that and more. Seriously, I've packed so much into this course, but let's break it all down real quick. First, we'll look at our Figma file because we are treating this like a real project. You are going from design to development. Then we'll set up Next.js 13 with app router and we'll configure our fonts, TypeScript, and Tailwind. Then we'll add Prismic and its dev tool slice-machine, which integrates deeply with Next.js and makes our development experience so much better. For styling, we're going to use Tailwind CSS. It's what's called a utility-first CSS framework, and it's where everything from text colors and sizes to flexbox and grid are all individual utility classes. If you already know CSS, you'll pick up Tailwind in no time. But don't worry if you're new to it, I'll be walking you through it as we style our components. We'll also be using TypeScript, a superset of JavaScript. TypeScript improves our code quality, it catches errors sooner, and it makes the code more maintainable. On top of that, it offers better tooling with features like autocomplete and type checking. Once again, if you're nervous about using TypeScript in this project, don't worry. Slice-Machine and the Prismic SDKs do most of the heavy lifting for us. We'll only write our own types a couple times, and I'll be guiding you the whole way. The whole time, we'll be following best practices by committing to Git, and once our site is finished, we will deploy it to Vercel, a hosting platform by the company that also creates Next.js. So by the end of this video, you'll have a fast, modular, SEO-friendly website connected to a powerful headless page builder. And the best part? We will be using Prismic and Vercel's generous free plan, so all of this won't cost you a dime. So let's not waste any more time. Let's jump right in and let me show you what it is we're actually going to be building in this course. All right, so I'm going to give you a high-level overview of the website that we are building. As I said, it is a marketing page, so we have some familiar parts like a hero. We have testimonials here. We have image on the left, text on the right. We have a few of those here. And we've got a feature slice here, and we have a CTA at the bottom. So that's our home page. We're only going to be making really the home page and just one other page. You can see we're reusing some of these components because that is what we are all about here. I'll explain in a second. And this is a different hero, but it's still a hero. So this one has, text centered with an image below, and this one has your image on the right with your text on the left. So if we look at our Figma file, we can see that we have a few pages, just like I was showing you. We have a home page, we have features, and we can also build an about page. But you might notice, as I said, we have some of the same components repeating throughout each page and even on the same page. And those page sections are called slices. And those are really what we're focusing on today. We can build any number of pages. I could sit here for a 10-hour video and build 1,000 pages with you. Adding content to a CMS isn't the most fun thing, or at least it's not what this tutorial is about. Really what we want to do is we want to build these page sections that we at Prismic call slices, and that is what is going to make up our page. So here we have two variations on a hero. One is like a big show-stopping hero. It shows the dashboard for the fake app that we are making the site for. And the second one is more kind of traditional, where there's an image on the right and text on the left, and a CTA button in both. Then we have our text with image slices. We have two variations here. So you can either have text on the right, image on the left, or text on the left, image on the right. We have our mobile styles that we can reference as we're building. We have our feature slice like I showed you. We have a testimonial slice, and we have a call to action slice. So we are breaking that entire page down into those pieces. And what this does, by focusing on page sections, it gives our content team the ability to say, actually, you know what? This testimonial slice, I want it up there right after the hero. That's going to be the best order for this to be in. Oh, and you know what? This feature slice, we've got to bring that to the top. This slice, this doesn't make any sense anymore. Or maybe I change the content in there, right? But with the ease that I'm moving things around here in Figma, we'll be able to do the same thing in Prismic. And that allows your content team to use these slices like building blocks to make any number of pages. So really, we could go ahead and like copy this about page over. We could pull in some, right? Like, let's get a feature slice and pull that in. And just like that, like it's that easy to make more pages. So that's kind of the mindset I want you in as we're building out our Prismic Next.js site, is focus more on these page sections and not so much on, oh, I have to design this feature site, this features page as, you know, something where the hero always comes before the test or the feature slice, and then we always have this part. By building with Prismic, you are getting a headless page builder, and it's all about flexibility. It's all about being able to move things around. Your content team can do this on their own, and they don't need to come back to you each time. So that's the concept of slices. This is the site we're going to be building, and I just want to point out that this is going to be using industry best practices. It's using the latest Next.js app router. Like, this is all real high quality building practices so that you can take this course, get out there and start making marketing websites for clients, for your company, for whatever you need. And you have this power of just making unlimited pages once you make just a few slices. So that's our project. Let's get into it. So just like as if you were working with a real designer, working on a real site, we're going to be getting our designs from Figma and referencing a file for our images, for our assets, for everything. So that means you're going to need a Figma account that is free. Go ahead and sign up for one. And we're going to need a file that I've published to the Figma community. So if you go to figma.com/community here, and you can search for something like Prismic or Flowrise, you can do both. And there you go. It should come up there. Or if you hit enter, it should come up here. So something like this will be there. Go ahead and click that. You go ahead and click open in Figma, and that will give you exactly what you're looking for. By clicking open in Figma, you will have your own version of this. You can use this however you want. You can edit the slices. You can do whatever you want with it. It is yours to use. So if you want to kind of use this to launch your next project, go for it. But definitely get this Figma file. We're going to be referencing it a lot. All right, to start out, we're going to create our Next.js project. And first, we're going to head to next.js.org. This is obviously the site for Next.js. We can go ahead and click Get Started, and this brings us to the docs. You're going to want to keep the docs open throughout the entire course. We'll be referencing code here pretty often, so it'll be handy to have them here so you can copy paste rather than having to type everything out. The docs will also be handy when you come back and want to add more features, or if you have to troubleshoot something, or if you just want to add something to your site that is outside the scope of this course. So we're going to go ahead and click installation, and it says system requirements. You have to have Node.js 16.8 or later. If you're not sure, go ahead and click that, or figure that out. You probably have Mac or Windows. Another thing that it doesn't say here, but we're going to need for the course, is that you have Git installed on your machine. So we're going to come here and we're going to grab this code right here. You can either copy it right there, or you can click the little copy button right there, and that's npx create next app at latest. So with that, we want to open up our terminal. I have one right here. I like to put everything in a little repos folder. That's just what I do. Do whatever you like. And I'm going to go ahead and paste that. I'm going to hit enter. It's going to ask me if I want to install the following packages. I just hit yes or Y. Project name. All right, so it asks, what is my project named? This doesn't really matter. This is just what it's going to be called in my file system. But our project, like the name of this fake site that we're building, I called it FlowRise. It's a, a little company kind of thing. You can name yours whatever you want. If you want to name it Prismic Next.js site, whatever. But I'm just going to call it FlowRise Prismic. It's like that, and hit enter. Now, we are going to go with the defaults that the Next.js team recommends as we go ahead and configure Next.js. So they're going to give us a few of these. We are going to use TypeScript for this course, so I click yes, or I hit enter. Do you want to use ESLint? Yes. Would you like to use Tailwind CSS? Yes. And the source directory? Yes. Would you like to use the app router? They even say recommended there. Yes. And would you like to customize the default import alias? We're just going to hit no. And there we go. It's going to install. It tells us the dependencies that it's installing as it does it. And yep, and it even says like app Tailwind. So that's just kind of a, they have a bunch of versions that kind of combines all of these. So we have app router and Tailwind. It's going to install. I'll fast forward to the end there. All right, once that's all set, we have it installed, and we're going to go ahead and open that in VS Code or whatever code editor you are using. All right, once our project is created, let's take a quick look at the files and folders that we have so far. Here we are in VS Code. And I just want to kind of show you real quick that we have this layout TSX and this page TSX. So we're going to touch more on these files as we build. But if you're familiar with Next.js at all, this will look pretty different than what you're used to. But don't worry, you're going to pick up the concepts really quickly. And at the bottom, we have our Tailwind config. And that was all set up for us. We're going to make some changes here in a little bit. But we see that we have Tailwind all set up. We also have our package JSON, and we can see the exact packages that were set up for us. We have exactly what Next.js said that they would install, right? So this is all we have right now. There's no Prismic, there's nothing else, but we do have Tailwind and TypeScript, and we're just missing Prismic for the most part. We also have a couple helper libraries for types and for linting. So nothing too wild here, all what we expect. Now let's get our Next.js dev server up and running. You can either go back and use your standard terminal. You can do that. I personally like to use the terminal inside VS Code. So you can either hit Command and then the little tilde, or Control and that tilde. Like I'm on Windows, so I'm going to do that. And it brings up a terminal here. Use whichever terminal you like. Just make sure that you are in the FlowRise Prismic directory or whatever you named yours. So if I was using this terminal again, I would say cd FlowRise Prismic. And then I'd be in that directory. So, all right, we're gonna get our Next.js server up and running. So we're gonna run npm run dev. And just like that, we have it open on localhost 3000. So you can click this link or type it in manually if you would like. Either way, localhost 3000, and there we go. Nice, slick Next.js landing page there. So it says get started by editing source app page.tsx. And if we look at that page, we'll see exactly that content here. Get started by editing. All of these classes here, this is all Tailwind because we're using the Tailwind version. So all of these styles are done through Tailwind. So yeah, we'll edit this more in a little bit, but I just want to show you that our dev server's running. We have a page already. Everything's running smoothly. So we're going to be using Git to version control our project throughout this course. So now that we've kind of finished one step, we want to version control it. You can either, if you're using VS Code, you can come here to the source control tab here. I like this a lot myself. And you can click initialize repository, or you can go ahead and open your terminal. I'm going to terminate the server by hitting Control C. I'm going to type git init, just like that. And a Git repository was initialized here. It is using the git ignore here, so it's not going to back up things in node modules, in PNP, etc. So you can see the things that aren't going to get backed up here, and that's good. And then the rest of our stuff, everything here will be committed to Git, and That's version control. It's going to make our lives a lot easier if we ever make a mistake, if we need to roll back, and when we want to push this to GitHub and then deploy it to Vercel, our host. Git is the easiest way to handle that. So we've just initialized our Git project. We need to add all these things to our current commit. So I'm going to type git add period. If you get a message like this, don't worry about it. And then I'm going to type git commit -m initial commit. That's a pretty standard first commit message when you are initializing a new project. So close your quotes and hit enter. It committed all of our files, and so now we have our first commit. Congratulations. We're not going to publish it just yet, but we have initialized our Next.js app, and we've committed to Git. All right, so while our site that we get out of the box is pretty cool, it's pretty slick, it doesn't look anything like our Figma file. So we're not going to use a whole lot of styles from this in what we're building. So we're going to take a second and kind of gut what Next.js has given us. So right in the Tailwind config here, we can go ahead and you can go open that up. And in Tailwind config, we can eliminate this background image part. You can keep theme and extend. We'll use that later, but go ahead and remove that. Hit save. We're going to hit a couple other places. So globals.css should be right in source and app. We're going to go there, global CSS. We want to keep lines 1, 2, and 3 because that's how we get Tailwind. If you comment those out or if you remove those entirely, you'll see that our site quickly falls apart. Oh, our dev server isn't running. You're going to want to run your dev server again. So npm run dev. Do that real quick. Keep that error in the video because, hey, everyone makes mistakes. Everyone forgets to run their dev server. Oh, but see, this is not a mistake. That's exactly what we expected because we removed Tailwind. So all of those classes don't really do anything. If you see something like this in your site build as you're building, check to make sure that your Tailwind is working properly. Once we bring that back and save, we'll see that all of our styles come back. So we are going to get rid of everything else though. So going to delete the rest of globals.css. That should change our background image. And then we can also just gut the page. So I'm going to go from, you can either go from the bottom to the top, up to you. I'm a top-down kind of person, I guess a bottom-up, I don't know. But we're going to remove everything inside main, and I'm going to just put an H1 that says hello world. The classic, right? Hit save, and there we go. It's a little bit centered because of these styles here. We can erase those if you'd like. Up to you. So we have a little hello world at the top. It's small because if you're not familiar with Tailwind, those styles, sorry, these right here, this completely wipes out every style so that all text, H1s, paragraphs, you name it, has the same base styling, and that makes it easier to build up. You don't have to worry about other styles coming in and kind of tampering with your design. So we just cleared out some styles. We are in a good position. Now let's set up the fonts for our site. So here's the Next.js docs. We're going to go here to optimizing and fonts. And it says font optimization, and it has a bunch of examples and everything. These docs are fantastic. If you couldn't find it here, just know that you can come up here and search. It'll open this. You can also hit Control K on your keyboard, or even just / on your keyboard, and you can type font, and it'll bring us here. So the Next.js docs, the more you get familiar with them, the more comfortable you are with them, the better you will be as a Next.js developer. So Next.js has a built-in font package that automatically optimizes our fonts, and it works with both local and Google Fonts. So if you want to download a file from Font Squirrel or somewhere, or your designer gives you a font, it can still work with that. The best part of all, honestly, if you're using a Google font, is that no requests are sent to Google by the browser. That means that you're not going to run into any GDPR issues just for using a font, because if you use Google Fonts in the typical way, and we have our fonts here, I'll show those to you in a second. But if you use those in the typical way, you are sending a request to Google every time you load that page, and that can get you into some GDPR issues, but not with Next Font. The other great thing is that it cuts back on your layout shift because it uses some cool CSS trickery because it knows what fonts you're using. So it's just a wonderful package. Definitely use it if you are building a Next.js site. So if we look real quick at our website, we see that, so I'm control clicking or command clicking on individual items, or you can go over here to dev mode and we can start to inspect things. So we see here, we have font family Nunito, or we can click here and see, we have font family Nunito Sans. So we have those fonts that we need to add to our website. You might think, okay, is Nunito and Nunito Sans the same exact font? They're close, but one is built for display. So here I have it here. You can go to fonts.google.com. You won't need to. I just want to show you, where we're kind of pulling it from. You see Nunito has these rounded letters where these have more it feels more like Helvetica or Arial, and this is just a bit softer. So we're using the rounded Nunito for our headings, and then we have our sharper sans serif for our body copy. So that's why we're using two fonts, and we want to see how we do that. So if we go to the example here, we see that we're going to be importing the font. So in this example, they're using Inter, a very popular font, from Next Font Google. So if you see here, the base is Next. We already have that installed in our project, so we don't need to install anything else. It's already ready to go. We are going to be using a variable font, so we won't need to specify the font weight. Luckily, Nunito and Nunito Sans are variable fonts. And then you call this function, so Inter and Nunito, all of these are going to be functions. We pass it an object with our settings, and then we assign it to a variable. And it just seems that the practice is to name it after the font. That makes a lot of sense. And last but not least, you want to pass it on to the HTML element as class name, inter.classname. Pretty simple, but we are using multiple fonts. Luckily, they have us covered. As you can see here, they have Inter and Roboto Mono, but they are using a separate file. And that's one way you could do it, but really they are preparing you for if you're going to use Roboto Mono in just a couple pages here or there, right? So like you're pulling it in to certain elements, but not others. But since we're using Tailwind, we're actually going to scroll down a little bit more. So alternatively, you can create a CSS variable and use it with your preferred CSS solution. You'll see why we're using this way in a second. So we're going to go ahead and import our two fonts just the same way that we did it, or that the first example showed with Inter. We're going to do it with two things. And we are going to add this property where we assign it to a CSS variable, and then we put both of them on our HTML element, just like that. So we're going to reference this code as we add these fonts to our project. So go to Layout TSX, and we can see we already have Inter imported here. We can go ahead and change this to Nunito, N-U-N-I-T-O, and Nunito. It should start to autocomplete for you here, Nunito Sans. And if you like, you can see all the fonts that are available there. Pretty much every Google font is available as far as I know, but go ahead and get both of those. You'll see that Inter starts to break, and we're going to fix that now. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this. Once again, this is in the Next docs. I'm going to go ahead and copy that just for ease of use because I want the subsets, I want the variable, and I want the display. So instead of Inter, I'm going to use a lot of copy and paste here. I'm going to do Nunito, and then I'm going to copy this again and do Nunito _ Sans, just like that. All right, going to continue to rename things, Nunito, and then Nunito Sans, and font Nunito, and Nunito Sans, just like that. All right, so now we have Inter class name. We need to change that out, but we need to add two classes. So they show that we want to use backticks and then with a $sign. So we use these template literals. And that is one way to do it. We can start out by doing it that way. that's fine, that'll work. But since we are using Tailwind, there is a very, very handy package that we might as well start using now, because as we progress, we're going to use it just more and more. So I'm going to actually open my terminal, and I'm going to stop my dev server, and I want you to go ahead and install a package called CLSX. So npm I for install CLSX, just like that. It's a tiny little package. It does something really small. Like it's going to seem trivial, but I promise it's going to make our code a lot easier to read and write in the long term. So added, we can start up our dev server again, npm run dev, or so what you can do is you can start the dev server, and then if you click this button, or if in your terminal, like if I'm using my terminal, I could create a new terminal and have both of them running. You can do that, and anytime we install something or whatever, you can have it in the second terminal. And in fact, we're going to be doing that because we're going to be running a second dev server for Slice Machine in just a minute. But for right now, I'm going to go ahead and import, you can do it anywhere, import CLSX from CLSX, just like that. And now, instead of enter class name, we're going to call CLSX and parentheses, and then we're going to say Nunito dot class name. You see the three things it has on it: class name, style variable, and we're going to say class name, comma, Nunito sans dot class name. So we're referencing these two variables that we created there. And what CLSX is going to do is it's pretty much going to handle what this is doing for us. It's going to combine these class strings into one and handle a few edge cases for us. And over time, as you use styles with things like Tailwind in functional components, it is a really nice package to have. Highly, highly recommend it. So your top should look like this: Nunito and Nunito sans. And then we have on the body, we can actually move that from the body to our HTML element. Shouldn't make a huge difference, but the boilerplate that we installed had it on body. The docs have it on HTML. I'm just going to move it to the HTML. It seems like it won't make much of a difference one way or another. Now we are almost there. The last thing we need to do is we need to set this up with Tailwind. Now, I said there was a reason why we are using CSS variables, and this is why. We're going to go to our Tailwind config.js again, and we kept theme and extend here. I'm going to open up extend, and we're going to type font family. And you see that because of this type, it's going to help us out, and it's going to say, which font thing do you want, right? We're going to be using a lot of TypeScript in this course. It's going to just make your life a lot easier. So font family, we're going to give it an object, just like that. And then we're going to call these fonts kind of whatever we would like to call them. I like to say body for, the font that we're using for most of our body. So just say body, and then it needs to take an array with a string inside. Once again, a little funky. And then we need to say var, because it is a CSS variable, -- font, Nunito, sans. So remember, our body font is going to be Nunito sans, the sharper one. And then our display font, and that's what I like to call it. You can call it heading. You can call it whatever you like. Display, that's going to be an array also. Var, -- font, Nunito. And no sans, just Nunito. So hit save there, and those should be available to us now. So if you were to go to page.tsx, go to your H1, and we can say class name, and I'm going to say font hyphen. We should have a font display right here. And if we hover over that, see how it says font family var font Nunito. And so I'm also going to say text. Let's go. So I'm using the autocomplete a bunch here just to kind of show you if you're trying to figure out what something has, okay, what does text have on it, or what sizes are available to me. It's really handy to have that. So I'm going to save this with font display and text 5XL. That should make it pretty big. And we should be able to see, there we go. So that is Nunito Sans, I believe. Did I mix something up? Display, Nunito Sans, Nunito Sans. Interesting. Is that Nunito Sans? Why did that become Nunito Sans? That's my question. All right, I almost made a mistake there. We don't want to use class name here. We actually are trying to define this CSS custom property or this CSS variable. So instead of class name, we want to change these to be variable, variable. And saving that and heading over to our page, we have this text 5XL, and we can do font display, just like that. We can see that, yes, that is working. We are getting our nice rounded font. We can do font bold. And because it's a variable font, we get all of the weights of our font. So that is working. We have our fonts set up. Let me just make sure. Font body, that should be the same sort of style. Yeah, you see those L's, very distinctive L's on Nunito. And yep, we got very distinctive L's. So our fonts are set up. Let's move on. All right, so our Tailwind config should look like this with theme, extend, font family, and two properties, body and display. Each of those have var font Nunito Sans for the body and font Nunito for the display. Just make sure that this part right here in the middle there matches up perfectly with what you have here for variable. You can put anything here, but just make sure that that matches perfectly. And then make sure it's nunito.variable and nunitosans.variable. And you should be set. All right, but before we're finished with fonts, we did a couple changes. As we can see here, we installed CLSX, and we wiped our styles, and we added fonts to our site. So we can just say here, feet, added fonts, and cleared boilerplate. You could also do this in the terminal, however you want to handle your Git commits, but I like doing this here. It's nice and handy to see everything in a nice little UI. Hit commit, and we are set. It's just that easy. So don't forget to save along the way. All right, now it is time to install Slice Machine and create our Prismic repository where we will create all of our content. We can do all of that by installing Slice Machine. So what we're going to do, go to Prismic.io. I'm going to show you the docs here. It's really important to have, the docs for everything that you're using. You go to Resources, Developer Docs. Then it'll ask you, all right, well, what framework are we using? We're using Next.js, and we want to go to Install Prismic. And we see Create Next App. We already did that. We've set up a bunch of stuff. And now we want to run the setup command for Slice Machine. So npx @slice-machine-init @latest. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to click copy. And we're going to head to our terminal. So open up a new terminal for this one. You can either open it there in VS Code like we've been using, or if you're using a standalone terminal, go ahead and open a new tab. Either way, open that new tab. We're going to paste in that npx @slice-machine-init @latest and hit enter. Same thing, hit Y and enter, and it's going to go through an install process. So we saw quickly, we have our framework detected, Next 11 to 13, somewhere in that ballpark they were able to detect. Began core dependency installation with npm, so that's running in the background while we set this up. I'm logged in, and pick a repository to connect to or create a new one. If you are not logged in, you can create a Prismic account or log in through it. The CLI should walk you through that. Once again, Prismic is a free account. Everything we're using today, from Figma to Vercel to GitHub to Prismic, all have free accounts. We're using all the free stuff, so just make sure you sign up for an account and come back to the CLI when you are logged in and signed up. So we are going to create a new Prismic repository. So go ahead and hit enter. And we have a couple rules here. You can go ahead and name it whatever you like. I'm just going to keep FlowRise Prismic. For you, that will be taken if that's what you're naming it, but you can name it like FlowRise Prismic Alex or FlowRise Prismic your name, whatever you want to call it, or 55, right? But this will be taken as soon as I hit enter. So it is now configuring Slice Machine in our project. It's creating a new repository on Prismic that I'll show you in a little bit. It's pushing some data to Prismic, and it is initializing everything in our package.json scripts. And just like that, we are set up. So we have a command right here called npm run slice machine. So we already have npm run dev running on a separate window. That's our Next.js app. That's our Next.js dev server. And we also want to run a second server where we're going to run slice machine. So npm run slice machine is what we're going to run. All right, we get this message that it's running at localhost 9999. So that does not overlap with, oh, it's really big because I've been zooming in for the font. That doesn't overlap with our Next.js project, as it should not. And here we are in Slice Machine. So we'll get into this in a second, but before we do, let's just save that progress, right? So let's commit our changes before we get into anything more. We see we have a bunch of files that were generated for us. That's super cool. I can explain these in a little bit. And right now I'm just gonna say feat for feature, Prismic slice-machine-init. And we'll hit commit. And we're good there. All right, let's take a look at what running slice-machine-init actually did for us. So first and most notably, we have Slice Machine UI installed. I'm running 1.6.0. You'll probably have something newer. We put out releases for Slice Machine pretty much every week, either bug fixes or new features. We're constantly working on it. So you'll have something newer, but it should be pretty much the same. We also have Slice Machine Adapter Next. And that allows for a deep integration between Slice Machine and Next.js. You'll see what I mean in a little bit, but this makes it really nice working between the two. We also installed a couple Prismic packages up here in our dependencies. So we have Prismic Client, and that is how we are going to be fetching our data from Prismic and pulling it into our Next.js application. We also have Prismic Next and Prismic React, and both of those help integrate your content into your React or Next.js apps. React covers more generic components that can be used across different React projects, and then the Next package allows for a deeper integration. It'll handle things like previews for us, and we'll see some benefits there soon. And last but not least, we have a new script added, and it's just simply slice machine. So if you run npm run dev, it'll do this. npm run build, it'll build your site with Next. But if you run npm run slice machine, it will start slice machine. We also have a configuration file here, and it just lists a few things. So our repository name, yours should be different. Don't use this one because this will point directly to my repository. But also, you shouldn't have to touch this file. This is auto-generated for you, so don't worry about it. But I just want you to know what's in here. Your adapter, right? It just says like what adapter are we using? And we're obviously using the Next.js adapter. It points to our slice libraries, and then we will talk about Slice Simulator in a little bit. Now we also have this file prismicio.ts in our source folder here. And this does a couple things for us. Most notably, this is where we create our client. And the client, once again, is how we're going to be fetching our data. This handles a bunch of boilerplate for us. So it actually imports the config from our slice machine config. And it uses, let me open that up again. It uses our repository name in order to fetch our the data from our actual repository. So if we follow config, we see that we are pulling the repository name off of that. And then we are using that to instantiate our client. And that is how we make requests to the right repository. So that's already set up for us. You don't have to do any of that kind of API work. One of the best parts about Slice Machine is that a lot of the requests made to Prismic are already handled for you, and you just get to kind of like work on the fun stuff. You don't have to worry about like, all right, I need to figure out how to request from the API in the correct way. Oh, I'm passing the wrong arguments. Oh no, like all of that's handled for us. We even have some code out of the gate that is making the caching features of the new Next app router easier for you than they would be if you had to set it up by yourself. We even have some preview features here that we will be using later on, but just want to kind of point out that this file is auto-generated for us, but this is one that we will be editing. And we even have a nice to-do here that says update the routes array to match your project's route structure. And we'll be doing that later on. So that is what running slice-machine-init does for us. It sets up a whole bunch of things that you would have to set up by yourself otherwise. It installs a bunch of packages that you would have to install. It just makes our lives easier. Now that our project is set up, let's get to know Prismic's powerful local development tool, slice-machine. Once again, you should already have it running. If not, run npm run slice-machine, and it's all one word when you run the command. And do that in a new terminal window. So here I have Next.js, and here I have my slice machine. You can, if you're using the terminal inside VS Code, you can even rename these if that helps. So I'm just going to call this one SM, and we'll know that this one is Next. Cool. Now it's easier to tell which one's which. So we're going to head to our local host. I already have it running, but yeah, open it up there. And this is what you should see. You should see something like this. As I said, the version might be different. Let me increase the size here. I'm at version 1.6. You might have a different version that has a different landing page. You should be on something like this. So don't worry too much. All right, but let's talk about what Slice Machine is. Think of Slice Machine as a craftsman's workshop where we can create and shape our data models, all while reaping benefits like Git versioning, component previews, and auto-generated mocks. Within this tool, we create two main types of data models. We have our types, we have page types and custom types, and then we have our slices. So let's start with our page and custom types. When building with Prismic, page types serve as templates to create documents. These documents typically correspond to pages on your website, and when they don't, we'll use custom types. Custom types can represent a multitude of elements such as navigation menus, site-wide settings, blog posts, authors, you name it. This part of Slice Machine helps us build our slices. We have talked about that quite a lot. Those are the page sections that we're going to be focusing on to really deliver value in our website. And here we have our changes area where as we create changes, as we create page types and custom types and slices, and as we edit those, we can push those up to Prismic. This does not deal with Git. This is about what does Prismic know about our slices and our page types and everything. So we push changes to Prismic from this window here. And last but not least, this broad overview of the dashboard. We have Flowrise Prismic. This is the name of our project. And here's the URL for our Prismic dashboard. If we click this button here, it will open up our Prismic repository at prismic.io. It's walking us through kind of the setup because it doesn't see any page types. It doesn't see any custom types or slices that have been pushed because we haven't created any. So you don't need to walk through this. We will be making it happy in just a few minutes. I just want to show you if you need to get to your Prismic dashboard, that button right there will get you there. All right, it's time to create our very first content type. We're going to create a custom type that we will call settings. It'll be where we put site-wide information, like the title of our site, where we define our navigation, and where we put fallback SEO information. So we'll go to the Custom Types tab and click Create New Custom Type. So Custom Types, Create, and it is important here to choose a single type. So with any custom type or page type, you can either have a reusable type. So if this is something that you want to create a lot of, like authors, right? You might have 20 authors across your site. That is something where you want to reuse that. But this is going to be a global navigation or global settings file that we want to have here. So this is a single type. We don't want any repeats of this type. I'm going to call this settings. And we have a custom ID that automatically gets entered for us. You can change that, but that's exactly what we want it to be. Hit create, and there we go. Now inside our settings custom type, we see that we get two options, static zone and slice zone. The slice zone by default starts as off because typically you use slices in pages primarily, but you can still use them here if you need to. We'll get into the difference of static zones and slice zones primarily when we build our homepage, but for now we want to add fields just to the static zone for our settings file. We're going to click Add New Field, and we see that we're giving a bunch of options of different fields that we can create. This is part of what makes Prismic so powerful. You can add text, images, embeds, links, and lots more. You'll be familiar with lots of these content types. First, we want a field for the site or the company's title. It's nice to have this for use in a bunch of different places. For example, it's what will come after the page we're currently on, like features-Prismic, or in our case, features-Flowrise. We see that if we look through all of our options, we pretty much have a choice between rich text and key text. So everything else isn't really a text field, it's kind of something else. Still very useful, but not what we're looking for. The best way to think of the differences here is that key text only allows you to enter a plain string value, while rich text allows for multiple paragraphs, headings, bold, italics, links, lists, and all of that complex text. So for simple short strings, key text. For rich content, rich text. And for the title though, we just want a string. We just want to say Flowrise, right? So we're going to go with key text. And now we have the option to name it and give it a field ID. This is the label that's going to show up in the editor. So we want this to be descriptive enough that our editors know what they're changing here. So we're going to call this site title. And you'll see that the field ID gets filled out for us automatically. You can change this if you would like, but it's easier if you just kind of leave it alone. Just so you know, editors will see this. Editors will not see this. This is just what we're going to reference in our code. And there you've done it. You've created our first field in Slice Machine. Let's keep going, and soon I'll show you how this looks in the Prismic Page Builder. So for SEO and social media, it's a good idea to have fallback content for any page that doesn't have meta descriptions and OG images entered. Not every page needs a unique OG image, right? So let's create fields for fallback, meta description, and OG image. For the meta description, we're going to click Add Field, or add a new field. And once again, we're going to go with key text, mainly because we don't allow any formatting with a meta description. Like in Google, you can't have bold, you can't have any of that. It's just going to be easier if we use a key text here. So I'm going to call this meta description and hit enter, and that gets created. Now we're going to create our first image field. So I'm going to click new field, go to image, and we're going to call this one OG image. Now you'll notice this little pencil here. If we click this, it brings up our edit modal for this field, and every field has this. Some fields have more settings than others, but you can see that we can do things like rename the label, rename the ID, and also set up some responsive views. We can lock in what size this is. We could lock this to the OG image size, but for right now, we're just going to leave it as is. So I'm going to hit cancel or save, doesn't matter, same thing. Excellent, we've created 3 fields. Each of these fields will appear once in the settings document because they're in the static zone. Finally, we'll tackle our navigation menu. So if we check out our Figma file, we see that we have a nav menu up here of just links. So for this, we'll add a group field that will include a link field and a text field inside of it. So if you click add field, we see group here, and it says a group of Prismic fields. That's what we're going for. We're going to name this navigation, click add. There is a little add field button now on that group field, because group fields are a little bit different in that they hold fields inside them. Makes sense, right? You have a group of fields. Now we're going to add a link field. Make sure, I'm going to go back, make sure you're adding it to the group field. Don't click up here, click here. We want to add the link there. So a typical link, a link to a web, media, or Prismic document. Don't choose link to media. This is more for files, documents, and media. We want a link field, right, like that. I'm just going to call it link. I'm going to click add. And now that's going to handle the URL, but we still need a field for the string here. So we can link to the features page, but we also want the editor to be able to put in the word features or whatever they want to call it. So I'm going to add a second field to our group here, and that is called key text, or the type of field is going to be a key text field. And I'm just going to call this label. Hit enter, and we are set. We have our navigation. I'm going to show you how this looks in the Prismic page builder in just a second. This might be a little confusing as to what this will look like for editors, but basically every time they add a new link to the navigation, they will see a link and a label combined. And if they want to add another one, they'll get another 2 fields. So every instance of the group contains every field inside that group. So we're going to click save at the top. Make sure you click that. Otherwise, this does not save. So we hit save, custom type save successfully. Before we push that, let's just check it out real quick. We have custom types. We have index.json, and we can see that in our custom types settings, we have this index file, and that is exactly what we just created. So this, instead of making you write all this JSON out yourself by hand or however you would typically do it, we got to use a nice UI, just got to click a few fields, type in a few boxes, and we get all of this made for us. Now we want to push this to Prismic so that Prismic knows about this custom type. So changes, we see that we have 1. Click on changes and it says, we have this setting. It is new. Would you like to push it? And we can click push changes. That'll take a second and it'll come back to us and say all slices and types have been pushed. So now we can head to our Prismic dashboard to see, is that true? And immediately it is different from what it was before because it's saying, all right, it looks like you've set up your project. What's the main language you will be writing content in? For me, I'm going to click English United States if you couldn't tell. And then we should be set up. So we can start creating content. Your page builder is ready for you. We can click this or this. It's the same, but it takes us right into the settings because we only have one option. Typically, like a bit later on, we will see that it'll ask us, all right, do you want to create a new testimonial or a new page, or like, what do you want to make here? But right now, all we have the option to create is a settings document. So that's what it gives us, right? And if you look, we have, I'll make this a little bit bigger. We have site title, meta description, OG image, and navigation. We have our link and our label. It's exactly what we would expect. So custom types, settings, let's compare those. Site title, meta description, right? It's exactly what we expect. And like I said, with the navigation, we have this option for link and label. And every time we add a new element, it gives us a new link and a new label. So if we were to add a third thing here, like icon or image, that would be link, label, image, link, label, image, link, label, image. So just so you kind of understand how group fields work, they repeat everything inside that group every time you add a new element in our navigation field. So now that we see what it looks like in our page builder, let's actually fill this out so that we can then fetch this data back in Next.js. All right, I'm going to add site title. I'm going to say FlowRise. Meta description, I'm just going to put one in here right now. Just FlowRise is the best tool for finding your focus. We'll add better content later. Now for OG image, in case you're not familiar, that is what shows up on social media sites when someone shares your website, right? It's that image. So we actually have one in our components, styles, and assets. We have an OG image over here that we can come to. You're going to want to open it up in your Figma file because we are going to come down here and we're going to actually use Figma's export feature and export this. We can actually rename it if you'd like. So we can call it OG image, and that should change. There we go. Export OG image. You could have named it, in this flow if you'd like, but either way, you have OG image. I'm going to actually remove the space there, just say OG image and hit enter. Now, if we head back to Prismic, I'm going to click here. We have some default images that just come with your Prismic repository if you want to get up and running quickly and just kind of play around with it. Those are there as just free defaults, but we're going to upload media. We're going to click our OG image that we just exported. I'm going to hit open, and just like that, we have our beautiful OG image, and this will act as a fallback for any page that doesn't put their own forward. So when working with images in Prismic, we always want to add alt text. This is the one exception because OG images don't really use alt text. It's just not part of the way that that's set up. So don't worry about the alt text here, but every other time we're going to add something that describes the image. And now last but not least, we're going to add a link and a label. Let's actually add a couple so that we can actually start to build out our navigation, even though we don't have pages yet. So I'm going to click link. It says, what kind of link do you want to insert? I'm going to put link to the web. And for these two, I'm just going to put Prismic.io just for some kind of a link to be there. And then label, I'm going to say about. And same thing here. I'm going to add a link to Prismic. You can add it to your favorite site, up to you. And this is features. And I'm going to hit save up here. And then I'm going to click publish. And it gives me some options. So I can click either publish it now. I can publish it at a specific date and time. This is great for like, all right, we have a blog post going out tomorrow that we want to schedule for 8 a.m. sharp so that you don't have to come back at 8 a.m. and publish it. Or we can publish it during what's called a release. And a release allows you to make a whole bunch of changes or create a whole bunch of new documents and bundle them together into one release so that if you're not just, pushing out one blog post on Tuesday at 8 a.m., but you're launching an entirely new initiative. You've changed a whole bunch of pages, changed a whole bunch of content, and you want it all to release at the same time in the future. That's a release. So if that's what we wanted, we would choose that. We're not going to be touching on releases in this course, but they are great for content teams. They absolutely love that feature. So publish it now and click publish. And just like that, our top turns green because we don't have any changes to be published. This is a published document. So just to recap, we created our first custom type. We created settings. We modeled out our fields. We created the document in Prismic and we published it. So we did a whole bunch in this part of the video. Now let's add those changes to our repository. We see that we only have 2 files that have changed. One I already showed you, and this is the actual schema for our settings custom type. But this other one, you might be saying, I don't remember changing that, right? And at the top it says code generated by Slice Machine, do not edit. That's good advice. We don't want to touch this. But I said earlier that don't worry about TypeScript too much. Slice Machine and the Prismic SDKs are going to be taking care of the vast majority of our types. And this is what I mean. When we create our settings custom type, this gets generated for us. I personally would not like to have to deal with all the types for all of the fields and the slices and everything that we are building in this course, but Slice Machine does it for us. So don't worry about anything. This is going to continue to come up in our Git changes. This is such a wonderful feature. You will see exactly the benefits when we start to fetch our data. But for now, we're going to add both of these to our staged changes. Once again, you can do it in the terminal if you would like. And now for our message, just going to put feat for feature, create settings custom type. Don't know why I capitalized everything, but hey, you do what you want to do. Hit commit, and we are set. Those changes have been committed. Now let's fetch that data and actually build out our header and our footer. All right, we are ready to dive into customizing our website's layout file. But before we do that, we need to really understand the difference between pages and layouts and how routing works in the new Next.js app router. Because even if you've used Next.js before, it's changed quite a bit. Now, you're definitely familiar with the pattern of having something like /docs/app/building your application/routing. And they show examples here of acme.com/dashboard/settings. Now the difference between the old way that we did it in Next.js pages router and the app router is that the way that we actually name these segments is by using folder names. All right, so we actually name each segment by folders, not by files. All files have to follow a couple naming conventions, but our folders is where we can name it whatever we like. So here in this example of dashboard settings, we see that the root is in our app directory, and that's what we have right here. Our page in the source of our app directory is, in the root of our app directory is going to be our root page. It's going to be our home page. And then if we create a folder like dashboard and then a folder like settings, we can nest those routes and then put a page inside settings and that's what will render if you go to this URL in the example. Now, it is important to know that there are a few file conventions. We see layout and page in our project already. The layout is going to contain any shared UI for this segment. So in other words, for this page, but it's also going to affect any children. So if we create a folder inside this app directory, and we will, that layout, the UI elements that we put in that layout will affect those child pages as well. Now we also see page, and that one's probably pretty self-explanatory. That is an actual page, and that is a publicly accessible thing. You can't go to a layout and visit that, but a layout is used by a page. These others, we're not going to touch on too much in this course. They can be very useful for creating apps and things like that, but we're not going to be running too much of these. We have a couple routes actually. So you see this route file type here. We actually have a couple of those that were put there by the by the slice-machine-init. And if we open up API, we won't touch on these just yet, but we do see a few routes. And these are server-side API endpoints that we can hit, and it's going to run some code for us. We will touch on that in the preview section and when we are deploying to Vercel, but we see that we are following the route naming convention. So just to illustrate how this works, let's head to localhost 3000. This is our Next.js app. In page.tsx, I'm going to move this over a little bit. I have our h1 that's saying hello world. I'll add another exclamation mark there just to show that it's updating. It's working. And then in our layout, what I want to do is start to build out the actual settings that I have. So I'm going to go to the website, or not the settings, but the layout. So I have a heading there and I have a footer there, and I want that to be consistent across all pages. It's going to be there, and yeah, you get the idea. And so this reference to children here is actually anything coming from our page. So I can wrap children in our header and our footer, and they will render above and below whatever we put inside our page. So let's go ahead and do that now. Inside your body, let's do header. So I'm going to do a typical HTML element first. I'm going to say header, and like exclamation marks because they are exciting. Let's do footer at the bottom and footer. Now, if I save this, we can see that we get our header up top and our footer underneath because children is coming from our page. Now, if I were to create another page, then header and footer would appear above whatever content I put in there. So this is a nice way to define the header and footer in one place, and then our pages can be as lightweight as possible and not have to include all of the content, or rather, it doesn't have to include the header and the footer and whatever else you might have. If every page on your website has a sidebar, you're going to want to put that in the layout as well. So just anything that's shared across every page, or at least across pages in this area, in this route or in child routes, you're going to want to put that in a layout file. Layouts can also nest inside other layouts, but that's going to be outside the scope of this course. We're just going to be creating kind of a standard marketing site, and you're not going to be nesting a lot of layouts and doing really complex stuff. That's going to be more for like app dashboards and things like that. So this new app router is really powerful. We're going to be using some of its features, but not all of them. All right, so right now we're going to be working just in the layout file. I can close my page because we just want to work on the header and the footer. So first, let's get our data from Prismic. As you might remember earlier, I showed you the prismic.io.ts file, and we are going to be getting our data using this create client function right here. So we want to import this into our layout file. I'm going to go to the top of the layout file. I'm just going to hit enter here and say import. Now it's going to be a named export, so we need to use the curly brackets, create client. We don't want to use this one because that is the one coming from the Prismic client package. And we see it right here. Now this little @ that we're going to use, that is an alias for the source directory. So we can save a lot of time, and we can avoid any kind of like confusion. Like if you've done the whole thing of like .. / .. and then like trying to figure out like what folder you're in, the way that Next.js sets up their projects now, and that should be in I believe in the TS config, we get this little at sign maps to source. So anytime you use this, you can kind of fill that in for starting in the source directory. So if we had a file, deeply nested, we could go at and then /settings/pages, right? Like so. We could go from source directory, but right now that Prismic IO file is just in our source directory. So we're referencing it there, and this little add is going to save us a lot of time throughout this project. And it makes it so that you can move things around, even like up and out of folders, and you don't need to change your imports. It's a wonderful feature. Now, if you've built Next.js sites with the old page router, you know that you really had one good place to fetch data, and that was at the page level. So if you fetch data outside of a get static props or a get server side props function, you could really hurt your performance because you'll be fetching client side. So you had a lot of fetching done at the page level, and then you had to pass props to child components or through using context. It was limiting. You would benefit from server-side rendering or just from like good performance on your fetching, but you had to fetch in one spot and pass that data around. That problem goes away with the Next.js app router. So with app router, the best practice now is to fetch in each component as far down the tree as you can. So if a component uses some data from Prismic or some data from some source, fetch the data within that component. It keeps the component more independent and more flexible. Each component fetches what it needs. It is a game-changing way to fetching your content and just to building out sites and apps in Next.js. Even better, Next.js is smart enough to deduplicate requests when made in quick succession. So if we make 3 requests for our settings document, only 1 request really gets made. So you can access the same file across your entire site, making what seem like 20 fetch requests, but Next is going to say, this is the same thing. Here's that data already. I already have that data. I've cached it. All right, since we are in the layout file, let's start with the information that we need here, which is our metadata. Now, if we head to the Next.js docs under optimizing, we will see metadata. And there are a couple ways that we handle metadata with the new Next.js app router. We can go config-based metadata or file-based metadata because we want our metadata to come from Prismic, and we want that because then our content teams can edit it, right? So they can change this image, they can change this content without having to come to a developer. We want to make sure that we are not using static metadata. So right now, that's exactly what we have on our page. So if you see this metadata right here, our title is static. So I can go in and it has to be changed in the code. And we see that it gets updated there in the title of our nice little app. So we don't want this, right? Like I don't want to get a phone call saying, hey, can you change the description for this page or whatever? That's what Prismic's for. So we're going to be getting rid of this in just a second. So we don't want to use static metadata. We want to use dynamic. So for that, we need to actually call a function, or we export a function called generate metadata, and that can fetch metadata that requires dynamic values. So here in this example, they're using it on a page, but we can use it on our layout. We export an async function called generate metadata, and everything here in this example happens within that function. Now, they are reading an ID and they are fetching, just an example fetch request based off of that ID, and then they are returning some of that metadata. They're returning a title and an open graph image, and we can get into this. So make sure you are on this page because we're going to be copying some of this stuff over. So I'm going to first grab the import and come over to our layout file. I'm just going to put this at the top. Import metadata, resolving metadata from Next. We already have that import. I'll keep that one. That's fine. Cool. We already have that. And now we want to bring in this export async function, generate metadata. I'm going to copy the whole thing down to here, and I'm going to wipe out the metadata export that we have. So from lines like 19 to 22, if you have the same line numbers as me, you might not. And I'm going to paste in what we just grabbed. So I know there's a lot going on, but just to kind of give you an overview of our file so far, once again, this is layout. We have our 2 font declarations here. We have our generate metadata function that is going to handle that. And then we have our root layout, which includes our header and our footer and all of our children, and just basically, you know, the HTML and body elements. So back to our generate metadata function, we see that it's already yelling at me over props missing and resolving metadata missing because I'm not importing them, right? So here's props, here's metadata, but we don't need any of these parameters. We're not going to be using these arguments for anything, so you can wipe that out. So it just says export async function generate metadata, empty parentheses, and then this is the type. So this is what this function will be returning. So it's going to return a promise that will resolve the type metadata. And this type is really handy because it's going to help us out in this return down here in just a second. And here we have this optionally access and extend rather than replace parent metadata. So that's a really handy way of handling your metadata further down the line. But remember, the layout is like the absolute root for everything. So this is if no metadata is added to the page, it will fall back to this. So there's nothing from, like, there is no parent to get data from. So we can erase all 3 of these from the ID, product, and previous images. We can get rid of those, and we'll just have our return. Now we are going to be using this create client from Prismic that it's yelling at us saying, you're not using this. Yep, we're about to. So we come to our generate metadata function, and we're going to say const client equals create client, just like that. We're going to call it as a function. And you might wonder, how does it know what my repository is? Remember, all of that is already baked in. So it's already configured for us. It's all set up. It's going to handle the Next.js cache for us. It's going to act differently in production. I can talk to these features shortly, but just know that we now have this client that allows us to fetch our data. And it comes with a bunch of handy functions on it. And let me show you some of these. So we're now going to fetch our page. So we're going to say const page equals, and we're going to await, because this is going to return a promise. So we need to wait on that to resolve. So client, and then if you push period or type period, we see that we have a whole bunch of functions that pop up here. So we have get all by every tag, get all by IDs. We have a lot of options for how to query our content in Prismic. So whether you want to get, all of your blog posts or just a single blog post, or get by a specific UID, the client is how we're going to fetch our data from Prismic. But right now we are going to use what is called get single. And this is not a dating website function. This is, I guess, maybe a divorce website function. Anyway, this is for getting single type documents. Now, remember when we created, I'm going to go back to Slice Machine. Remember when we created our custom type, it is a single, right? So if I go to create another one, single type, anytime you create a single type, it's easy for us to then query it and say, hey, I know there's only one settings file. Go ahead and get that settings file. So settings, all right, so that's all we have to do. We just have to say get single settings, and then it will know that we are returning a settings file. So if I come down here to our title, we can go page, and then if we look, I'm going over to Slice Machine. If we look at settings, we'll see that it tells us exactly where all of our data is actually going to be. So it's going to say data.site title. So we know that these are all going to be coming off of data. This one is data.navigation.link, and so on. So we're going to go page dot, and if I hit control space, it shows me my options, and there it is. It's data. We also have a few other options that we could use if we wanted to, like first publication date, but we're focusing on what we're doing. Page.data and then I get my options here. So meta description, navigation, OG image, and site title. Obviously for title, I want to go for site title, but I do want to have a fallback here just in case something isn't entered in Prismic. So I'm going to say Flowrise, but I'm just going to put Flowrise fallback for now. We'll fix that, but I just wanted to show that the data is actually coming from Prismic, right? So if we see Flowrise fallback, we know that we screwed something up here. And now our open graph images. Actually, let's first add a description because we do have that. Now, the nice thing about having this type here for the return type, we can hit Control Space right here, and we see all of the metadata properties that we have available to us. So there's a whole bunch. We're looking for a description. So you could type description, or you can go through and kind of pick and choose whichever you like. Now this is going to take, let's see, string. Exactly. So string, null, or undefined. Once again, this is the beauty of types. So for the description, we can go page.data.meta description. And we'll also have a fallback here, but this will just be something, Flowrise is the relaxing app for you. This is, just good practice as a developer. You don't want it to be that if your content team screws up, forgets to put a description in, that you don't have something there. Obviously put something a little bit better, but never leave it so that, they can ship a broken site. That's kind of the goal. And last but not least, and we need a comma at the end here. Last but not least, our open graph images. So here we don't have previous images because, like I said, we got rid of that one line that would allow for that because this is the root of our project. We're not going to have previous. But for images, we're going to get rid of this, and we're going to go page.data.ogimage. Now here's the thing, ogimage is not the URL, and it's yelling at us for that. So ogimage has on it a couple of attributes. Remember I said we can set the alt attribute. If we had that, we could put that here, but obviously we wouldn't for URL. So we want ogimage.url, and it's still yelling at us. And that's because this could be a string, null, or undefined. And that's if nothing is ever added to the image field, it will return either null or undefined. So we need to give it a fallback. And for this, we're just going to put empty quotes. Just for now. You could go ahead and have a local image added and reference that. That's fine. But for now, we're just going to put an empty string just to make it happy. So I'm going to hit save, and we're going to go look at our page, and we're going to find that we have our first error. Congratulations. We are getting a link resolver error. Declare type homepage, expected one of settings. So basically, the Prismic client is yelling at us saying, hey, you told me that we either have home pages or pages, but you're asking for settings. What's going on? And that is because over here, this big to-do, update the routes array to match your project's route structure. We didn't touch these from the default. So we see that it's expecting either a type of home page or a type of page. And we don't have either of those in our project just yet. We don't need to add settings to this because settings is something that we're not going to route to, right? Like no one has a heading or like a footer navigation page. This is for routing. So we're just going to go ahead and comment out these two objects for now. And we will actually come back and use both of these later. Like these are good defaults to have, but comment out that whole line so that you just have an empty array and hit save. And that should fix you up. And up here, we see Flowrise in our heading. If you want to check that, you can go ahead and say test, hit save, hit publish, and that should make it so that if you reload the page, you get Flowrise test up there. Awesome. I'm going to change that back, but we have our CMS wired up. We barely had to do anything, and we are already wired up to our CMS. That'll update in a little bit. And I'm going to go ahead back to the layout and remove Flowrise fallback. I just wanted to prove that it wasn't coming from right here. Oh, let's also look for our open graph image. So let's see, inspect, or yeah, we'll inspect the page we don't have a whole lot. We have some script, we have our footer, we have our header, we have our main, and in our head, somewhere in here, we should see an open graph image. And right here, we see content images Prismic.io. I'm going to double click it and we can copy it. We can view it over here. And there it is. That is the OG image coming in from Prismic. If they change it in Prismic, that will update. Perfect. That's exactly what we want to see, and also takes care of the Twitter image for us. So well done. We've set up the metadata for our layout. Now, if a page doesn't have any metadata, it'll fall back at least to this. All right, let's make a quick atomic commit. We can go ahead and add both of these and say feat add fallback metadata to layout. Click commit, and there we go. We've saved that bit of work. Now what we want to do is create a proper header and footer component. In React, we'll typically have these as separate components, and that's what we are going to do. So here in our source directory, we have source and app and slices. We haven't built any slices yet, but we're going to create a new folder. I'm going to right click on source, click new folder, and I call this components. All right, we're going to create our header first. So I'm going to right click, new file, header.tsx. So that's TypeScript and JSX. All right, we have our file. All right, now we need to declare a function in here. So I'm going to say export default function header, parentheses and brackets. All right, and we're going to want to return at the end here, return with parentheses. And let's just grab our header for now. Pull that out, put that here so that we have return header. I'm going to hit save on this. It doesn't really do much, but I want to import it into our layout. So import, I'm going to come here and say import header from, and it's going to autocomplete for me at components header. Exactly. And I'm going to swap out our, well, I already got rid of it. So header, and I can put slash just like that. And that will give us the same result if we're lucky. Let's see, header there, it's still there. Cool, and our title changed back just as we expected. Now, if you remember, I said that with the app router, we are using React Server components, so we want to fetch our data as close to where we are displaying it as possible. So if the component is going to use data, we will fetch it there. So what we could, you could fetch it in the layout and pass it down to header, but we're not going to do that. We're going to follow the new best practices. So we're going to copy our create client from @Prismic.io right there. And we're actually going to also copy our const client equals create client and our page for settings. Actually, you know what? Before we go, I just want to change this from page to settings. It's a bit more descriptive because we are not actually fetching a page here, are we? So yeah, go ahead and change that to const settings, and then it'll be settings.data. That's the only thing that should change across your generate metadata export. So just change that. It's a better name for it. I'm going to save that. And all right, so yeah, change that to settings, and then we want to copy client and settings. We're going to import that right here. Const client equals create client, const settings equals await. So it's yelling at us here though. It's saying, hold on, await expressions are only allowed within async functions and the top level modules. Got it. So we need to actually change this to an async function, just like that. And now it is happy. Now it will be returning a promise instead of returning this header straight away. It's going to wait for this to resolve before returning it. Now settings we can use in our header, and we can immediately say settings.data. Let's go site title. And we should see in our header flow rise, because that is, because that is what we have here, right? So we're already using the information that we've fetched. We can even do the description. So meta description, you can put that there, and we'll see flow rise is the best tool, right? So we're getting our data in from Prismic, and we're using it in a second component here in our header component. So what do we want to put in this header element? Let's take a look at our Figma file. We really just need the logo and the navigation. So for right now, we're going to put a placeholder for the logo. We'll just add the word flow rise from our settings file. And then we want to really render out this navigation. So let's focus on that. I'll change this back to the title for now, site title. And we are going to add inside here a nav element, just like that. And your nav element should have inside it an unordered list, so type UL. And the way that I'm creating these brackets like that quickly is I'm just hitting tab. So there's a plugin called Emmet that should ship with your VS Code or whatever code editor you're using. So you don't have to type in, bracket, UL, bracket, anything like that. That auto-completes, and that's nice, but that's how I'm kind of being quick with this. And then like LI, you just hit tab. So in case you're wondering. All right, so inside this unordered list, we want to map over these navigation items. We know that we have an array of these two, and if you're not sure, we can go and see, okay, data.navigation is an array, and on that array, we're going to get link and label. Just know that it's not .link, it's going to be like the array item. All right, now for inside our unordered list, we want to map over the items that we have in our navigation array. So every time someone clicks add a new element in navigation, that is going to create a new item in our array. And in Slice Machine, we see that data.navigation is how we access that array, and then link and label are the two items on the array. All right, now to access that, we want to go settings.data.navigation. And from here, we want to map over that data. So type map, and then in parentheses, we want to put an arrow function in here. So I'm doing a little bit of that. I'm going to remove these squiggly brackets, and I'm just going to return a bit of JSX when we're done. But first, I want to destructure the prop that we're getting in here, because we can get an item, right? So like we can see that that is coming in as a settings document data navigation item, right? It's already typed for us. That's really nice. But I actually want to destructure off of this item. So if I hit Control Space, we see that we have label and link. Not only is that handy, but it also kind of shows us, all right, our code is good so far, right? So we have link, I'm going to grab that, and I'm also going to grab label. So nice. And then it even shows us what it is. Oh, it's a key text field, right? So once again, we see how TypeScript is really, really handy, and we didn't have to type this, right? This was done for us by Slice Machine. All right, so now we're going to be returning a list item inside of our unordered list. So, all right, we need a key for inside this list item. So type key equals, and then curly brackets, and I'm just going to use the label, because that should be unique every time. Now, if we go to Slice Machine and see show code snippets. This is going to be very handy in the future, but I just kind of want to show you that it does say that link should be using Prismic next link. This field isn't going to be accurate for what we have right now. So go ahead and copy this. You can either click copy, or you can copy it right from here up to you. But that code snippet's nice and handy. So we're going to paste it in, and we're getting yelled at a bunch because it's saying, hey, I don't know where this Prismic next link comes from. What's up with that? Also, this isn't like, I don't have a data to reference, but instead we're just going to remove data.navigation and just choose link. And now it's happy there, but it's still saying, I don't know where Prismic next link comes from. If you click quick fix, we should be able to import it right from prismic.io/next, because it finds that in our package. And just like that, we have import Prismic next link from prismic.io/next. Now you might be wondering, what is Prismic next link? Well, Prismic next link is a wrapper around next link that adds some Prismic specific features to it. Prismic next link is going to be really handy for internal linking, especially once we uncomment this route resolver and tell Prismic next link what our routes are. And it will be able to say, oh, okay, I see this document is this certain UID or this certain page. I will link to that URL. So this is essentially all of the benefits of next link, plus some specifics around how to navigate within a Prismic project. So it comes with this default link text in the middle. That's not what we want though, because we have a label. So if we type label, we should have, let's see, we should have about and features. Once again, those are not styled because we are using Tailwind and we haven't added any styles to them yet. But we see we are linking to Prismic. We have features. I'm linking to Prismic with about, and that's exactly what we would expect. You can change those links if you want to see if they're different or something went wrong, but this is exactly what we would expect. Both about and features are showing up, and it acts like a typical link if the JavaScript doesn't hydrate in. So even as a fallback, next link and Prismic next link are just fine for using with links. All right, now we want to have our site title also link to the homepage, but here's the thing, we're going to actually use just regular old next link for this. So if we type import link from, I thought it might autocomplete. Let's try that again. Link from next link. There we go. I typed too fast. So we have link, and the only reason we're using this here is because we know that we're going outside of Prismic for this. And we're doing that because I know I want this to take me to the home page every time. So we're going to type link href equals / and close those with angle brackets. And we're going to move that around. And now we should have a link that just takes us to / which is home. If we inspect this, we see, and I'll make this a little bigger for you, ahref / flowrise. So that's what we want there. That's when you would use just link. If you know, like I'm routing to just a specific page here. All right, we have our header and our content coming in there. It's not styled to match yet, but we're not going to be styling it just yet. We'll get into that a little bit later. Right now, I want to go ahead and make a footer. So same thing in our components folder. We're going to create a new file, footer.tsx. And just like our header, we can go ahead and say export default. And we already know it's going to be async because we're going to be fetching data inside this function footer. And so just like we did for our header, we can go ahead and pull this fetch over here. So we're grabbing the client and the settings, going to paste that in there. It's going to say what's create client. You can either copy it over, or we might be able to use the quick fix in VS Code. Quick fix, add an import from @Prismic.io client. We want this one. Remember, this is the create client function locally. So make sure you are in your components, you're not calling the one that we are pulling in from Prismic client, but we want to import the local version of create client because that already has our config and everything wrapped up in it. So we can start there. We have our client and our settings. And similar to our header, we want to return not a header, but a footer. So we can grab the excellent one that we have over here, footer. You can cut that out and we can say return parentheses footer. And we can just hit save on that. It's not using the settings yet, but we can import it into our layout. So just like we have our header, we're going to import our footer. So I'm going to start typing footer, and we'll see that VS Code has said, hey, do you want this one from components? And we say yes. Close it with a slash and a closed angle bracket. And now we should see no change footer, but let's say new footer. Save that, new footer, cool. So we know it's importing from footer.tsx. So now if we look at our Figma file, just to see, they're pretty similar, right? That's our header, that's our footer. I didn't design them too differently, but the footer does have, the copyright. It's kind of a must-have, right? So we can go ahead and bring over some of the same stuff that we have here. We can use this link again, right? It's pretty typical that footer logos have a link. So I'm just going to copy that line, going to bring that over. I'm going to get rid of new footer, but going to pull up link, going to paste that there. Let's see if we can quick fix it. You can always write the import yourself if you'd like, but yes, import from next link. And we can actually take this nav over as well. So, or actually in a page, you should really only have one nav element. You shouldn't use those over and over again. So we're just going to grab the UL, and the rest of this can pretty much stay as is. So I'm going to, sorry, tab to the wrong thing. So I'm going to paste that there. So we have our UL, and it says, hey, what is this Prismic next link, right? I'll stop explaining that part, but we'll fix that there. And we should see on our page, Flowrise about features. Now we have the same thing above and below. Only thing we need to add is copyright 2023 Flowrise. Now, I don't know how to type this typically. I always have to Google it. So I'm just going to copy the copyright symbol from there. And we're going to go back to our code. I'm going to make a paragraph and I'm going to paste that copyright symbol right there. And then we don't want to have to update this every year. And also we don't want to, put the year in Prismic. That's a little bit silly. So instead we're going to use curly brackets. I'm going to say new date get full year, just like that. So date is a function, we call that. And then on that we call get full year. And that should give us the year. Let's check it out. Copyright 2023. If you're watching this in the future, hope it's going well. And then we want to use the site title again. This part will eventually get swapped out for the logo, but this we will actually keep. So see 2023 Flow Rise. Awesome. And then Flow Rise is a link. These are both links. There you go. That's our header and our footer. It was as easy as that. It's nice when you can copy most of your code over, right? So we have a working header and footer. Let's go ahead and commit this work. Feet, add header and footer components. Commit that and we're good to go. So just to kind of celebrate, you are fetching data from your CMS pretty easily, I would say too, right? Like this isn't a lot of convoluted code that we had to write. And then we are rendering that data out to our page. And we did some basic text, but we also did, in our layout, we have, where is it? In image, right? It's just a URL, but this is a good start. We're going to get into some more complicated, more, like things like rich text and the way that we handle images in Prismic when we're rendering them to the page. We're going to get to those, but this is a fantastic start. Awesome job. All right, we have our layout built, and just to kind of check, make sure that, we actually have that. We have a main, which is right in the middle there. We have our header and we have our footer. So this is exactly what we expect. We have our header, our main, and our footer, and the, as we said, the header and the footer come from the layout, but everything inside the main, that's going to be what we consider our Next.js page. So now that we have our layout, thanks to that settings file, we're going to move on to creating our homepage. Let's check it out in Figma again. Here is the homepage. Now, remember, the homepage by itself isn't really all that interesting. Really what's interesting here is all of the parts that make it up, right? These slices are the real stars of the show. You take those away, there's not much left on that homepage. I'm going to Control Z and put those back, but yeah, just really want to let that sink in where it's really about slices. So let's go ahead. Let's create our very first page type. Open it up, Slice Machine. Let's head to page types. And yeah, we don't have any yet. So we go ahead and click create. We do not want a reusable type here. So typically pages can be a reusable type and we will create a reusable type page, but this one is a little bit special. We want to have just one home page. I'll explain why in a little bit, but for now, go ahead and hit single type, and we're going to call this homepage. I just do all one word, and I hit create, and there we go. Once again, kind of like our custom type, we see a static zone, but this time the slice zone is turned on, and whoa, they are drawing our attention to it because they, as I keep saying, they know these slices are the star of the show. So they're saying like, hey, do you want to make a slice? We will get there because we are going to use the static zone as well. Let's talk about what each one is used for. Static fields always appear in the same structure for every document made with this custom type. They're great for content that every document should have. Now, we represent our page sections with slices, and each slice has its own set of fields, which we'll get into soon. Slices can be added, reordered, or removed from any document for a custom type that they're added to. So I can have a slice that is only available to be added to my home page, or a slice that's only available to be added to a page that isn't my home page. So we'll see that in a little bit. So first we're gonna set up some static fields similar to what we did in our settings, but these will apply just to the home page. So we're gonna add a new field. We're gonna choose key text again, and we're gonna name this title. Going to hit add, and just like that, we have a title. I do want to point out before we go too deep, we have a pre-built SEO and metadata tab here. So over whenever you create a page type, you see that we get a few fields already built for us, and this is going to be really handy For our editors, once we push this to the page builder, I'm going to hit save real quick and show you how back at our custom type for settings, we don't have that. We could add a second tab, and that's just a structural thing that doesn't change the shape of the data really, but it just helps for organization. But for our home page, as soon as we create a page type, Prismic gives us a little bit of help and says, all right, you probably want a meta description, a meta image, and a meta title. I'm actually going to move this meta title up to the top. I like it up there. It makes more sense. So you might be wondering, why do I need a title and a meta title? Isn't that the same thing? It could be, but I think that a production site really needs both. So this title, we're going to use this for what appears in the browser tab. So right here, right? That's what the actual title will be here. This meta title is what's going to come up when you share it on Twitter or in Slack or on LinkedIn. That's what the meta title, the meta description, and the meta image are all going to, that's where they will show up. But this title, this is mainly for just the actual title, what goes between the title tags in our HTML. All right, that's all we're going to put here for now. We will add slices shortly, but right now I want to make sure you save. We're going to head to changes, and we're going to push these changes to Prismic. You can see, once again, just like settings, it says, hey, you have a type to push, and it is a brand new type. All right, great. We pushed that change. Now, those are the docs. Head to your dashboard. Once again, if you can't find it, go ahead and click that little arrow. It'll open up your dashboard. Right now, we just have that settings file. We can go ahead and create new. And once again, it just created a homepage automatically because that's all we had available to create. So it just assumes, all right, I guess you want a homepage, right? And this little X, this is saying, all right, do you want to add a slice? But right now we don't have any slices. It's a very boring document so far, but right now we're just going to say home for our title. SEO and metadata, we can say Flowrise homepage. And meta description, just, we can put in more Flowrise is the app that will help you relax and hit your focus goals. And meta image, we can just use this one again for now. Hit save and publish again. Great. So now we can request this data back in our page component. Now here's the thing. I could either show you the Prismic docs, or I could, tell you how to build this page out or whatever, but Slice Machine makes this even easier on all of us. So if we go back to our homepage, I went back to page types, I went into my homepage. Up here at the top, you see page snippet. If we click that, not only does Slice Machine know that we're using the app router and that we're using Next.js, but it knows it's going to help us query our information. Look, it even helps us with our generate metadata function, and it is giving us our title and our description from that. This is such a shortcut that this is why I get excited about the integration between Slice Machine and Next.js. This is what that adapter does for us. This is one of the many things that adapter does for us. So it says here, add a new route by creating an app/homepage/page.tsx file if the root should be nested in child. So we're not going to follow this exactly because we don't want it to be at /homepage. But if we did, right, that's where we would put it. But instead, we're just going to put it in our home page file. But go ahead and copy this. And we're going to head to our, did we make any changes? We can commit those later. Go ahead and go to your page.tsx file. Should be in source app page.tsx. We can pretty much wipe this out. There's not a whole lot going on here anyway, but you can paste in what we grabbed from this page snippet pop-up, and everything but this is, okay, so it's saying, hey, we don't have any slices, what's going on? Which makes sense, right? We don't have any slices yet. Maybe we can comment that out. Or it's just going to, I'm not sure if that's going to break on us. We will find out, and we'll deal with it in just a second. But we can see that it is going to query that single in both our page and our generate metadata function. So it's going to give us our title, our description, and once we have slices, it will render them in this slice zone here. So we'll talk about this shortly when we have slices. For now, just to play it safe, I'm going to say after our query, I'm going to say return. So I'm going to put a div. I'm going to say it worked. Exclamation mark. We're always excited here. And I'm going to comment out that slices bit because, you know, maybe that's going to throw an error and I just don't want an error right now. So here we go. We get it worked. It's starting to kind of stack up. Well, let me see if I can put a class on this. So class name equals text red 500. Let's go. Just so we can see our text. There we go. It worked. And now we should see FlowRise homepage. Yes, for our title. I'm not sure how small that is for you. There we go. FlowRise homepage. That is coming from our homepage. It's coming from our homepage page type. I know that's a mouthful, but think about how fast this was to set up for us just now. We had some boilerplate code that we were able to copy from Slice Machine. They already built this whole thing out for us. They already wrote the query for us. It already, you know, wired through the metadata for us. And you'll see soon as we have slices, that's going to be taken care of too. I can't stress enough how easy and fast it is to set up a Prismic site now that we have Slice Machine. It just makes so many things faster. You're only seeing kind of like the beginning of this. So let me explain what we just kind of copy pasted, right? So we've already gone over the generate metadata function. That's a very familiar thing that's almost identical to what we have in our other page. The only thing that we're going to add in maybe a minute, actually, yeah, we'll add it in just a minute. The only thing that we'll add soon is the OG image there, but we don't need that just yet. Then we have a page, just exporting our page. We instantiate our client, we fetch the single home page, and right now we're just showing that it worked, but soon this slice zone element, or this slice zone component, is going to take in two things. It's going to take in what it gets back from Prismic. So these are the slices that your content team says they want, and it's going to return an array. So each slice is going to come back in order with the content that they have within them in each field. And then we're also passing in our components, and those are the actual React components that we will soon create that represent each slice. And then Slice Zone maps the data to those React components and renders them in order on our page. And so we don't have to do anything. Like it's just taken care of for us. It is nice and handy. So we've set up our homepage. It only has it only has a little bit that's actually rendering. I'm going to change this to homepage, and I'm going to save that. And I know we've got a few things that commented out and everything, but just to kind of wrap up this mini section, let's go ahead and say feat add homepage page type. Cool. Going to hit commit, and that's saved there. All right, it is the moment that I have been hyping up this entire video. It is the moment that you've all been waiting for. We're going to create a slice. We're going to create our first slice. Now, it's going to feel a lot like what we've just been doing with creating page types and custom types, but don't let that, ruin the enthusiasm that we've had. All right, we're going to click New Slice, and it says, all right, great. What do you want to call your slice? I'm going to call it Hero, and it says Target Library, Source Slices. Yep, that's where we're going to save pretty much all our slices. We're not going to deal with multiple slice libraries here. That's a nice way to organize your slices if you have so many that you want some just for your blog pages and you want some just for your home page, and you just have so many that you need to organize them better, but we're only going to make 5. So we're going to click Create, and there we go. Similar kind of layout, except we do have an interesting, you have no screenshot yet, image over here, and we can update that screenshot. We see simulate slice up at the top. We'll talk about that in a second. We see that we have, it says default and then variation ID default, and it says we have one variation and we can create variations. We will be doing that, not just yet, but we do have a non-repeatable zone and a repeatable zone. And this is similar to what we saw in page types with the static and the slice zone, where everything up here is going to show up just once, hence the non-repeatable. And then down here are things that can repeat. So if you want a field to appear just once in the slice, we put it in the none. And if we have some repeating fields, like for instance, this right here, this is a repeating field where this repeats to that, repeats to that, repeats to that. Those are going to be repeating fields that we will work on. But this, in that same slice, is going to go in the non-repeatable zone. So for that one, we have a heading, and then we have repeatable items. But for right now, we are going to start off with this beauty right here, this hero up at the top. So as you might be able to see, we only have one of each thing, right? So we have a heading, we have some body copy, we have a button with some text, and we have an image. So I am, I know you can see that, but I'm deliberately going through that so we can kind of all get in the mindset of what it's like to build a slice. Because building slices is kind of looking at your slice design, and I might come over just to my slices here, and kind of breaking it down into what fields you need for that slice. So once again, we have a heading, we have like body copy, we have a button, and buttons always need two fields for them. So one is going to be a link, and the other one's going to be a key text for the label. And then we just have an image. That might seem more complicated, but it's just a snapshot of a UI. So this is just an image. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fields that we need to create. All right, so let's get to it. First, we're going to add this heading. So I'm going to click Add New Field in the non-repeatable zone. And I'm going to choose Rich Text. Now, I'm choosing Rich Text because I want to receive back a specific kind of element. And I'll explain why in a second. So heading is what we're going to call this. You can either hit Add or Enter. And then you're going to click the little pencil. And we see, Rich Text is interesting because it comes with a few options. Here we could put a placeholder so that our editors see something, right? So maybe this is like, if you need to explain something about the hero itself, you could put a placeholder there. We're not going to do that right now. But what we are going to do is we're going to change what this field accepts. And so we can say that we want the content team to be able to use anything that they want. So they can make paragraphs and heading 1s and heading 2s, and they can just go wild in this field. But this is not that kind of a field, right? You don't want them to put an image in here. You don't want them to put bold and italics. Like, the designers would kill you. So we're going to go here. We're going to unselect all, and we're just going to choose H1. So we turn everything off and then turn back on the H1 because that's all we want coming back from this field. We're going to click Save, and you can click Save the file system, but we're going to add some more fields. So great, we've got our heading there. And if you did click Save, it would be peek over to our file system. We do see, now we have some slices. So now you can uncomment the import because there's something there, right? We have this index file that it's importing from. You can turn your slice zone back on, and we can remove our homepage shout. So now that it has a slice, the import is happy. I'm actually curious what our homepage looks like. Doesn't really say anything just yet because it's just going to be the header and the footer with nothing in between, right? Because there's no slices coming back from the homepage yet. We will amend that, don't worry. All right, we have our heading. Let's keep moving. Let's move fast. All right, we're going to add another rich text field. We're going to call this one body. And just to remind you, this is matching up to this. I'm just going in order. And you want to keep these in order so that your content team isn't confused. So I'm going to click body and click add, but this is a rich text field. And once again, I don't want them to put an H1 here. So I'm going to unselect all, and I'm going to allow paragraph, bold, and italic there. Let's pretend I talked to the designers and they said, no, links shouldn't go there, images shouldn't go there, right? So I'm just going to allow that, and that's it for that field. Next, we'll add the button text. I'm going to say add a new field, and we're going to just use key text. I'll say button text add. Now, key texts are really simple. They don't allow for any settings, right? No bold, no italics, in case you were wondering. And next, we're going to add the link for that button. Remember, buttons need two things, links and labels. So we already have the text there, and now we need button link. I'm gonna hit enter. Now links don't have many settings, but you can allow target blank on them, and then that's a setting within Prismic. We're just gonna leave that off for now. And last, so we have 4 fields. We need our image field. So last field, we click image. We're just gonna call this image. Click add, and then save to file system. Cool. All right, so now we can actually build out the code portion of our slice, because if we go and look at the file that it auto-generated for us, and yes, it created a React component for us. Isn't that cool? It says placeholder component for hero, and it shows us the variation that we currently have. It's nice, it's handy, it's cool that we didn't have to create a component and write out like, you know, const hero equals blah, 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 and do all this export stuff. And it imports things for us, it exports for us. That's a nice time saver. Right now, it's just a placeholder component. But how can we see this component without going into Prismic and adding the slice and doing all that stuff? Like, I don't want to have to do that, right? I don't want to have to go and add dummy data in here to refresh this page, add that slice and all that. I don't like that workflow. That takes a lot of time. I have to write some lorem ipsum in there. I hate writing lorem ipsum. I don't want to have to do it. So Slice Machine actually gives us a really great way to build our components quickly. First, before we go there, I just want to make sure that your Next server is still running. If it is, then this page should be working for you, right? But in your Slices Hero default, you're going to click Simulate Slice, and that's going to open a new window, and it should say Simulator Hero, something like that. And we'll just wait a second, and here it is. This is what is called Slice Simulator, and this allows us to preview our slice with some mock data. So you can see over here, this is actually matching up with our field. So we have heading, body, button text, etc. Heading, body, button text, button link, and image. So you can see that in body, they added a little bit of lorem ipsum that I don't like writing. In heading, they have a word, right? And we can change these. So I can say, this is my text. And I can save that mock content, and we can actually use this content to build against. If you've ever used something like Storybook, where you're building slices, or sorry, where you're building components in isolation, this is very similar, where we are building slices in isolation, and we get this free mock content to build against, and it's auto-generated, and we can even grab images from Unsplash. We can do all kinds of stuff here. This speeds up our slice creation so much. So not only do we have this simulator to check and see what our current slice is looking like, and I'll show you once again. As always, we get excited and we see, look, it instantly updated. Awesome. So not only do we have this simulator, but if I want to start to pull this data in, I'm going to hit save in case I didn't, we have over here this show code snippets button. And as soon as I click that, each one of these fields reveals its corresponding code snippet that allows us to display that field. So if we see heading here, we got PrismicRichText field equals, and it already maps it. So we don't have to do a console log and find out where is that heading on, right? Like, is it slice.main.heading or what is it? So copy that snippet for heading, and we can head over to our slices hero index.tsx file, and we can just erase this. I'm going right in between the section, and I'm pasting in PrismicRichText. Of course, we need to import it. Just do a quick fix and import that. And I'm going to hit save, and we should see, if we go back to the simulator, this is my text, right? That's exactly what I put here. You can change it. Hello, YouTube. Right? So you can type that there, and you're going to see it update over here. And you might be thinking, I thought we said that was going to be an H1. We did. And once again, it's just that Tailwind is removing those styles. So don't worry, we are getting back exactly what we asked for. Now that we have this mock data to build against, we're going to pull in all of our data. So copy each one and just paste it in. So I'm going to hit enter, I'm going to paste the next one. That's our body. Going to paste the button text. Well, actually for the button link and button text, you could even swap the order, up to you. But because you see here, Prismic next link and then link is in the middle, I'm going to do it just like that. And then button text, I'm going to paste that in the center of that. So I'm going to remove link from the middle there. I'm going to paste that. I'm going to remove those empty brackets and I'm going to hit save and it should format because we have prettier in this project. And last but not least, Prismic next image. I'm going to grab that and put that underneath Prismic next link. Now it's saying, hey, neither of those are here. Quick fix, go ahead and import those from your projects. If you're not using quick fix or if quick fix isn't working for you, here they are right here. Next image and next link come from the next project and PrismicRichText comes from Prismic React. All right, so hit save, and then back in our simulator, we see that we have our image, we have each aspect that we expected. We expect this body text, and then we have our little button that if we mouse over it, we see it is indeed a link and a huge image that is definitely out of control, but that's all right. We don't have any styles or anything on any of these elements, but we are pulling this in, and if we were to go ahead and push this all to Prismic, our data is already piped into our component. Once again, getting data from Prismic is so easy thanks to Slice Machine. We don't have to do anything. We're just pulling the data off of our deconstructed slice, and it tells us exactly where that data is. It gives us the right components. It makes building so simple. I'm not sure if you've used any other CMSs, but in my experience, you pretty much have to start console logging and you'd be looking at the shape of the object and trying to figure out how to get at that data. Notice we haven't really had to console log anything yet, and that's not because I'm so brilliant and I know everything. It's because Slice Machine is handing it to us like this. I'm not saying we're not going to console log at all, but this makes it a lot easier. Well, that and TypeScript, right? Now, here's the thing. In our layout, we got our text in and we just kind of said, all right, just show me the site title, or I guess rather in the header. We just rendered the label without wrapping it in any kind of component, right? For our footer, we just have site title right there. It's just a string in it and it comes out. Now, why do we have to wrap or not wrap, but pass our body into this Prismic rich text component? Why can't we just do this like we're doing for our button text? Well, it's because rich text can't come back as HTML. It actually comes in as a JSON object that you then need to parse in some kind of a way to render the JSX that is required. So I'm on the wrong page looking at this. So heading is going to come back as some JSON from the Prismic API, and PrismicRichText will then parse that and render our H1 for us. So if you're using a rich text field, you need to use PrismicRichText to render that field. If you're using key text, you can just go ahead and render that because that is just a string. It's not complicated. If we were to try to render heading, it would yell at us for rendering a JSON object. All right, and one last thing before we move on, I just want to point out what comes in the template for each slice, this data slice type and this data slice variation. This doesn't actually affect anything, but what it does do is when you're looking at your page, I'm going to inspect, and I see this section, data slice type hero, data slice type variation default. That makes it a lot easier when you're trying to debug something or trying to figure out like, all right, what is this component? It makes it much easier because it's not going to have any kind of signifier or any kind of like marker other than this. So I recommend keeping that there just for yourself for later. It's not going to change anything. Slice Machine doesn't use that to do anything fancy, but it's just a nice to have. All right, so just in this little part, we looked at and we built our first slice. So we matched the fields from Figma, or we matched the elements from Figma to our fields here. We created those fields. We then brought the data into our slice with these handy code snippets, and we rendered out our mock content in the slice simulator. We're going to be using the simulator to style our slice. It's going to make things a lot easier. So now that we're all set with that, let's bring in some styles. All right, so we just built out a very basic hero slice. And there was one thing I kind of glossed over that I do want to touch on. This automatically got built for us. This export type hero props, slice component props, content hero slice. So that is really nice because it tells TypeScript exactly what this slice takes. So it knows what to expect, and that's how it can kind of help us know what is on our objects, right? So slice, primary, heading, it knows what it is. It knows that it's there. If we try to do something like fur, it's going to say, whoa, that's not there. That's not a thing. So it helps us not make mistakes. So I did just want to point out, I am skimming over some of the TypeScript stuff, and I don't mean to. So just want to say that the props for hero here are auto-generated. If you were to control click this hero slice thing, it'll open up Prismic types d.ts. And if we scroll to the top here, we see code generated by slice machine, right? So this is automatically generated. And as we change hero slice, this will also change. So it will update as we change the different fields on our slices and on our page types and our custom types. So this is handled for us, and we just get to import it and reference it as we build out our slices. And as you can see, it's saying this slice is of the type hero props, or rather the props we get in are of that type. All right, so now that we have our slice, we're going to go ahead and style our fields using Tailwind. Then we're going to refactor to components in order to make our styles more reusable. So if you're not familiar with Tailwind, you can head to the website tailwindcss.com. The docs here are fantastic, and you're definitely going to want to reference them. Maybe not throughout this course, but if you continue to use Tailwind, if you get stuck on anything, or if you're just curious, they are, it might seem like a lot, but that's because there is a class for every single thing you can do in CSS, just about. And so if you're not sure how to, do text transform uppercase, it's just the class uppercase. If you're not sure how to do text transform capitalize, it's just capitalize, right? So if you need to find anything, there is probably a Tailwind class for it. If you know CSS, you'll pick up Tailwind pretty quickly, I think. All right, now first we're gonna style that heading. Let's check it out in Figma. We're gonna be styling this. I'm actually gonna go to dev mode, and we see that we get our classes here, and it kind of helps us start to style it. We see it has this certain color, text align center, font family, so on and so on. We see our styles there, and we can head to our hero and see here's our heading. Now, you might be tempted to just pass a class name on this and add your styles. But if we start to type that, we see, oh, it doesn't actually it doesn't take a class name, where if we do that on the next image, there you go, it takes a property class name. So wait, if we can't pass a class name to our rich text, how do we style it? Well, it's not how PrismicRichText works, because PrismicRichText needs to be able to render so many different kinds of elements, like, headings and images and links and paragraphs and lists. We can't just pass styles that apply to all of them. We don't want to, right? We want to handle each of those in a separate way, most likely. We want to handle headings differently from ordered lists and images, right? So instead, PrismicRichText expects us to provide a components prop. And if we start typing, see it says components. So yes, it takes this components prop, and that takes an object. So I'm going to put an object. So 2 sets of curly brackets. And if I hit enter here, and if I hit control space, it gives me my option. So what properties does the object for components take? Well, these are kind of things that we might expect. Our headings 1 through 6, a hyperlink, an image, a list, right? All of these things that our content team could ostensibly use when they are using our PrismicRichText. Now, for this particular PrismicRichText, we only need to handle the heading 1. So we'll click that. Heading 1, that's all this instance of the rich text can return. Now, this takes a function that will return some JSX. So we're going to make an arrow function, And just in case you're not sure, the curly brackets there mean that there is not an implicit return, so we'll have to use the return keyword. But if we use just a paragraph, or yeah, just the curly braces, right? Just yeah, the parentheses, that's what I'm looking for. All right. But if we use just the parentheses, it's called an implicit return, and whatever is inside here will be returned. All right, now for the props, we're going to want to destructure children off of these props, and we are going to just want to make an H1 here. Oh, it's not taking that. Let's go H1, and then we're going to put children inside there. All right, so if what comes back from Prismic is a heading 1, we're going to pass in the children and render them inside of an H1 element. We can put anything we want here. So if you weren't using Tailwind, but you're using Chakra UI or something like that, this can be literally anything that you want it to be. In fact, I'll make this a testing element. Oh wait, it's going to yell at me because that's not a real element. Sure, that's fair. So I'll make this an H5, right? That's the wrong element. That's not what we're actually looking for, but I just want to show you, and you don't have to follow along with this part. I just want to show you what we get back here is what we're rendering there. So see, we have an H5, and it's passing children inside that. So whatever we do to this element that we're returning, that will affect anything coming back from Prismic. So we're going to make it an H1, and we're going to add a class name to it. And we're going to make that, let's say, text 7XL, nice and big. And let's see, trying to get back to the slice simulator, do we see that change? Did I save it? I thought I did. Text 7XL, this is my text. What did I do wrong? Where did I go wrong? Text 7XL. So that should be pretty big. Let's see if refreshing this simulator does anything. Ah, okay. So it's not working. And here is why. Because, so as a debugging step, right? If Tailwind isn't working for some reason, one way to debug it is to go to the Tailwind config and make sure the component that you are writing your styles in is within this content array. This is where Tailwind checks to see, are there any Tailwind classes that we need to add? If not, it doesn't make it into the bundle, so it's not going to show up as a style. You can see here we have pages that will reference the old pages router. We don't really need that, but it doesn't hurt to keep it. We have components, and we are using that, but you'll notice that slices is in a different folder. So we're going to copy this components line, make a copy of it, and I'm going to put slices. And this should fix what we have going on. Let's go ahead and save that. There it is. All right, so that's what it is. We weren't doing anything wrong in writing our Tailwind, but Tailwind didn't know to go and look in the slices folder. I don't think we need anything else, but if we do, if Tailwind isn't working for some reason in the future, come back here and make sure that where you're putting your component is in your content array. Great. Now that that's set, we have our heading. Amazing. So once again, anytime that the content that returns from Prismic on this heading object comes back as a heading 1, it's going to run this function and return what that function returns. It's going to render out what that is. Sometimes you're going to have, maybe heading 1, heading 2. You're going to have multiple things on this components object. Right now, we just have the 1. So now that we know how to style with PrismicRichText, let's finish this heading. I'm going to close this. I didn't mean to make that little error. There we go. So I'm going to leave that text 7XL for a second. I'm going to say font -bold. I'm going to say leading, with 1D, tight. And if we hover over that, it'll show us that that handles the line height or the space vertically between our lines. So we want a tight leading at 1.25, tracking tight, and that is the letter spacing. So that's on the x-axis between each letter. We're going to bring that in a little bit. Font display, and if you remember, that's our font Nunito. That's the rounded one. And we're going to go with text slate 700, and that is like, if we come here, I don't think I can make this any bigger. I would if I could, but I can only zoom in here. But in your Figma file, you can see we have slate 700, and that's what we're going to be using. So we have text slate 700. And last but not least, we're going to make this a little bit responsive. So in Tailwind, the way we do responsive styles, and we'll bring up the Tailwind docs, I think it's right at the top here, responsive design. We have this prefix that we get to use so that everything defaults in Tailwind to mobile. So you have to think mobile first, and everything above mobile you can kind of opt into. So if we want everything from 768 pixels and above to be a certain way, we would say, like MD and then width 32, or MD text red, and then it would only be red on medium screens and above. So that's how that works. And they have some great demos on the site. So you can go ahead and look and say, okay, I see what's going on. This is an actual demo that matches with this content. So what we would like is we would like for on medium screens and above, it's going to be this text 7XL, but I'll show you in the simulator. If we make this, so like if we go to mobile, that's pretty big, especially if I'm going to bring in what FlowRise actually has in their design. I can go ahead and do that now. Productivity that flows with your life, like that's so big, right? And I didn't save my edits, so that's why we're not seeing the right font. So man, that is real big. That looks great on desktop, sure, but on mobile, we're going to want a smaller size. So we're going to say, how about on medium screens and above, we do text 7XL, but on small screens, so just everything under medium, we're going to do text 5XL, just like that. And the order of these doesn't really matter, but now you can see that on mobile, it gets a lot more reasonable, right? Like this isn't so bad. All right, that heading is in a pretty good place. Now we are going to do the same to our body text. So if we head back to our hero component, we have our body text here. We're going to do the same thing. So components, pass that an object, open up that object, and this time we're going to type paragraph and see, we start to type and it says, is that what you want? And it is what we want. So before we get into that, I do just want to show you real quick that in the Prismic docs, we have handy little places that you can go and kind of get this information if you forget about it. So if you're using custom React components, this is the part that you want to grab. You see heading 1, you see paragraph. In case you forget this syntax, that it's an arrow function that goes into the JSX that you want to return. It's all here in the Prismic documentation. So just want to point that out to you in case you're trying to find it later. All right, so let's get to it. I'm going to make another arrow function in there. I'm going to pull off children. I'm going to make that arrow, and we are going to return a paragraph, or I guess a paragraph element. So I'm going to put angle brackets, and there we go. So in there, I'm going to put children, just like that. And the real key here is that we're going to be styling it with the class name on this paragraph element. So class name equals, let's go ahead and just add a, just one thing super quick to let us know that it's working. So text LG, let's go ahead and change the size like we did for the heading itself. It's a little bit bigger, right? Let's just go text XL. I'm just going to change that. There we go. It's a little bit bigger. We see that change taking effect. It is working for us. All right, so now that we saw that it worked, we're actually going to get the real styles for this. So we're going to go and inspect, and we're going to see, we see that font size is actually 1.5 rems. So we can go ahead and remove text LG, text hyphen, and we're going to want to find the one that is 1.5 rems. So you can use the arrow keys and see, it is text 2XL that is 1.5 rems right there. So I'm going to choose that, hit save, and there we go. We're seeing that it's taking the right size. You can also see that it is Nunito Sans, so we can set it to the body and also, the body font, and we can see that font weight is 400. And we also have a bit more line height than we might be used to, and our text align center. So let's add those real quick. So let's start with text align center, since I just said that. Text center, All right. We had, what was it? Font weight, or yeah, so font, and it's like you don't type font weight, but it's font thin, font extra light. You go through, and it's font normal that we're looking for. What else did we have in Figma? We also had a line height of 2.5 rem. So once again, that is leading. It's an old typography term. So looking for 2.5 rem. Leading 10 will work for us. And last but not least, we want font body. And that is Nunito Sans. Perfect. I just want to check that. Yep, that looks good. We're also going to add a little bit of margin, and we're going to add the text color as well. So we're going to go text slate 600. We're going to add some margin below and above. I'm going to use some responsive styles here. So MB, MB4. On small screens, that's margin bottom 4. So anytime you see an M with Tailwind, that's going to be margin. So margin bottom 1 rem or 16 pixels. And then on medium screens and above, we're going to go MB8. So I'm going to save that. Let's see what we've got. Looking pretty good, right? I mean, come on, that's spot on. I'm going to copy the text from here. I'm going to put it in our mocks here. And we see a problem. What's our problem? That looks good. That looks not good. So we need to add a max width onto our element. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to say, I can put it at the end, max W for width. And we're going to go to medium, 448 pixels or 28 rems. That's perfect. Now we will fix the placement in a little bit. Don't worry about that. We're going to be using some CSS grid, but right now that looks good. That's what we want. Now, all of this might seem like a lot of extra steps, especially with the components. Like this feels like a lot of boilerplate, right? Like why can't we just pass this class name? This is a bunch of extra code. Don't worry, we're going to refactor this in a little bit. It's going to be a lot easier going forward. We're doing a lot more work right now, but we will refactor, and creating headings and text and other things in the future will be a lot easier, I promise. All right, now let's style our button, because Prismic next link is always going to return an anchor tag or in a element. I always call those anchor tags. I meant to say in a element. We can go ahead and style that in the usual way. So this also takes a class name right on there, because there's just that one element that it has to return, right? So that's the difference. So for this, we're going to go through a few styles. I'm just going to kind of read these off to you, and we're going to put them in together rather than kind of going back and forth from Figma the whole time. But it is handy to come back and inspect and see what we've got going on. If you ever need to double check, or if you just want to get familiar, the new Figma dev mode is really, really handy. So we're going to first set it to display block just by typing block. W is fit. That's with fit content. So that's going to shrink it down to the text that's inside of it. Our BG, our background, is going to be cyan. That's going to be one of the two colors that we use a lot in this project. So we're going to say cyan-700. On hover, we want this button to change colors a little bit. So we're going to say hover, BG cyan, and then 800. Transition colors. And what this does is this sets it so that anytime a color changes, we're going to animate that a little bit for a bit of a smoother transition. That it's not just snapping. We're going to set that duration to 200. We're going to ease in and out of that animation. We're going to have padding on the y-axis of 0.7 rem. So it's PY3. Going to go PX12. Rounded full. Font display. Text white. Font bold. Text is going to be the base size. So that is a lot of classes that we just added. But the nice thing is we're only going to have to do that one time. We see that, it looks pretty good. It's telling us to get better. We'll work on it. I'm going to change that text to try it for free, or try for free, however you want to put it. So that looks pretty darn good. That matches pretty well. I think we're just missing some letter spacing, actually. Let's see. Letter spacing. Yeah, let's get a little bit of letter spacing. So that is what? Tracking, right? Yep. So we want tracking. We want to go at least normal, maybe tracking wide. Let's see how that looks. That's better. That looks more like our button, right? Maybe a little bit more. wider is the next one up. Cool. Perfect. All right. We even improved upon it. Nicely done. All right. Next, we're going to do the same thing with the image. We're going to style that. Here we have a few things. We have a shadow. And yeah, that's kind of it. We want to set a max width. So maybe we can get something in the ballpark of 60 rem. But for the most part, we just want to add the shadow to this element. So let's do that. If we head to our code, we see Prismic Next Image. Like I said, this also takes a class name. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Class name. And for this, we want to do rounded. Oh, no, sorry. We're not going to round it. We're going to do a drop shadow. And if I see which drop shadows we have available, there are some that are smaller. We're going to go for the XL one. Honestly, it's like, kind of personal preference, or it might be close to what your designer has put there. And we can't really see it yet. I'm going to close the editor right now. We can't really see the effects because it's going all the way to the edge, so there's no shadow to show. But if we add a max width to this element, it'll work a lot better. So max W for XL, and that's going to be as wide as it can possibly go. But other than that, we want the width to actually be just 100%. So W full. All right, so we have, it seems like there's a shadow there. I can't totally tell, but I think it'll be a little bit better once we are on the actual site and working with it. All right, now each individual part is looking good, but we can agree that the layout stinks, right? So on wide screens, we want our content centered, and on smaller screens, we want to have some padding. Let's show mobile. We want some padding between like the edge and our button. We don't want it right up against the edge like that. So let's add some styles to our section element to make that happen. Let's go up to our section right here, and we're going to go ahead and say class name, and I'm going to say PX. Remember, P is for padding. PX4, so that's going to be padding on the x-axis. PY10, so it's padding on the y-axis, or up and down. And then on medium devices and larger, so MD colon PY14, MD colon PX6, and on large devices and above, we want the padding to be much larger, so PY16. So if we do that, now we see that we've got some padding on our slice on both sides here. It looks pretty nice. And then on desktop, it is a little bit bigger padding off to the side. It's looking a little bit better already, right? Adding some padding, always a good call. Now let's add a wrapper div just inside our section. So inside the section, to wrap around everything inside there, I'm just going to create a div. And I'm going to move this part all the way down to the bottom. So you should have section, div, and then all of our Prismic stuff, and then div, section. All right, that's how yours should be set up. And inside there, we're going to add another class name. And we're going to make that MX auto. And what that means is margin left and margin right are both set to auto. So it'll center whatever's inside or it's going to center itself depending on the parent element. It can be width full, so that's width 100%, and then max width 6XL, which is 1,152 pixels. So I hit save there, and okay, doesn't seem to be. All right, doesn't seem to be centering everything, but that's because if we actually, I'm going to give it a quick border, right? So if I go into this inner div here, let's say border, I'm going to save that, and it's just going to give us a little line. And if we see that little line, it might be tough on my screen to see, but if you look at yours, you'll see actually this looks pretty good. It's nice and centered. If we go even wider, so we can change the width here to like 1500. We see that, it is still centered for sure. We have some padding above and below. The only thing that we don't have is that our inner content isn't centered. The rest is looking pretty good. Even if we go to like mobile, that looks pretty nice. We just need to center everything inside. So to center everything, we're going to add one last div. I know this might seem like a little bit of div overload. It'll make sense later. Just trust me. I know we could style it here, but we're going to style it with this one additional div because we're refactoring later. So stick with me just through one more. I'm going to create a div, and I'm going to once again wrap all of our Prismic content. So we'll have section div, and then div section. All right, stay with me. Class name, and we're going to put, and here we're going to put grid cols, and that's grid columns, right? This is all shorthand. Grid columns 1, so we just have one grid column. Then we want to place items center, and then we want to do text center. So if we save that, we should come back and this is looking a little bit different now. Very nice. So productivity that flows with your life. This is looking pretty good. We have a little bit of a spacing issue here. We'll take care of that. But this is already looking a lot better. Don't forget to remove your border from there. But yeah, this is looking pretty good. We've centered everything. We've added this text center, which goes down to our component right here. And we have place item center. That is a nice little grid trick to get everything centered. And we just have the one column. It's nice solid slice. All right, last thing for the styles here. As I said, we need to style that button a little bit more. Where's our button? Prismic next link. We're just going to add some margin bottom here. So MB8 on small screens, and then on medium screens and above, we want MB10. See how that looks? There we go. That looks fantastic, and it looks a whole heck of a lot like what we've got going on here. We could probably make the margin a bit bigger between the button and down there, but for right now, we're going to hang on to that, and that looks really good. All right, this is our first slice, but we've already learned how to style with PrismicRichText, Prismic next link, and yeah, we are slice styling experts just within that one. But here's the thing. I already know that we're going to want to reuse some of this code for other slices. I want all of the slices centered and aligned with each other. So I really want to reuse those slices. See how the designer has it so that these elements are lining up along the sides there? You want to make sure that that all aligns as you go down the page. Maybe that one's not. Maybe I can fix that. That might just be a me thing. But in our code, it's definitely going to be. So we want to make sure we reuse this code and this code. We also don't want to have to put, hey, we want to use the font display for our heading every time, right? Like some of these heading styles will change, but most of them are going to stay the same. That's just the style for our headings. And a lot of our body text will stay the same too. So there are a few things here that we could copy and paste them between our slices, but that's going to leave us with a lot of markup like we're seeing here. We have a lot of these functions in the middle of our JSX, and it gets kind of messy. And also we have to keep reusing this. And if you ever want to change it, it gets sloppy. It's hard to manage, right? Because like, let's be honest, this Prismic rich text for our heading, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 lines of code. I just don't want to have that in my JSX. I like keeping that a bit tidier if possible. So let's refactor these, and this is where that CLSX package is really going to come in handy for us. So we're going to make some more components. And starting at the top, we're going to refactor the wrapper divs, essentially. We're going to refactor this section. So go ahead in your components folder and create a new file called bounded, bounded.tsx. Hit enter, and we're going to go and create our function bounded. We call it bounded because this component creates the outer bounds of for our slices. So anything inside of this function or inside of this component is going to be bounded by nature, right? We're going to create our function. So export default function bounded, parentheses, open those brackets, return, parentheses. There we go. So we are going to be taking props here. That's pretty important for bounded because it needs to, return children and a few other things. So we are going to allow for an override for the parent element with the prop as. We'll see that more in a second. We'll also pull off class name, children. I forgot to put a comma there. And we're just going to, if there are any other props that are passed in there, we're just going to catch them on this one variable called rest props. You can call that whatever you want, but just the rest of the props, right? And now here's the thing, because we're using TypeScript, this is the first time we're really going to have to write our own types because we are creating this component. So at the top here, go ahead and type the word type. We are creating a type called bounded props. And that is going to be equal to an object. Just open that. And we're going to type as with a question mark to say that it is optional. I'm going to say as with a question mark to say that it is optional. We don't have to get this as a prop. And so it's not going to yell at you if you don't pass this. So, but this is going to be a React.element type. And if we look at that, we'll put a semicolon at the end. If we look at that, we can see that that is pretty much any HTML object. So a whole bunch of element types, or I guess I should say a JSX object, but pretty much everything in there is an element type that will yell at you if you try to pass it something that isn't a typical HTML element. All right, then we want class name, and that is also optional. So put a question mark, and then a colon, and then string. It's just a generic string, can be anything there. And then children, and we're going to type this, and notice we don't make that optional. We need children. Type that as a React.React node. All right, now we can come down here to the end of where we are destructuring our props. Put a colon here, and we want to say bounded props. So we've now typed these props with this type that we created. Nicely done. So for this is going to be like, what are we importing this at, or what are we rendering this component as? We're going to set this to comp, so capital C-O-M-P, and then we are going to set a default. So in case there's nothing passed in, we want it to be a default of section, and we can close it. So inside, we are going to add our comp. Just open that up, C-O-M-P, and we can close that, open that up. I'm going to put a div inside here for a little bit more styling because if you remember, we have that nested div inside the section. So we're going to put our div here. Actually, I'm just going to copy it from our hero. Here it is. This is what we want. This one with MX auto, W full, max W6L. Copy that, bring that over here. It should auto complete the div, but if it doesn't, you go ahead and do that. And then inside that div, we want our children. And we're also going to copy off the class from right here. So we're going to, off of this section, grab that class name. I'm just going to cut it out, and we can go ahead and paste it on our comp. The other thing we need to add to our comp is to spread these REST props. And if we don't do that, we won't pass this data slice type through because it's going to say that it's not expecting that, right? So we're going to go ahead and make some curly brackets and type ... REST props. That will spread it in this component for us. So this looks really good. We're going to go ahead and hit save. The only thing we need to do is we need to allow for this class name. Right now, we are just using this only. You won't be able to add anything to this component's styles with the way it's written right now. But by allowing users to pass in class name, or I guess not by users, but you, right, as we're making this, we can use that CLSX function to combine the string of classes that we have here with whatever is passed in. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. Import CLSX from CLSX. We're going to come down here to class name. We're going to have to put some curly brackets around our string, just like that. And then at the beginning, we're going to call the function CLSX, open those parentheses. At the end of the quote, we're going to put a comma. I'm going to type class name and then close that parenthesis, and it all should be good. I'm going to put that on a new line and hit save. And so now, if they pass in any kind of a string here, it'll get merged in with the rest of our styles. And yeah, this allows for easy customization that way. So all we have to do back here is get rid of this outermost div, right? So we can keep the section for now, get rid of that div, keep this one with a grid. We have to remove one of these divs from down here. Going to get rid of that. And now we need to import bounded into this file. So I'm going to say import bounded from @/components/bounded. And I'm just going to copy and change section to bounded. We don't need to make any other changes there. Just make sure it updates here too, so that you don't have a section anymore. You just have bounded. And remember, it defaults to a section. If you wanted to change it in any way, you could say as, and then change that to, I don't know, like it gives us all of the options available to us. So if you wanted an article, you can change it to an article and it would render as that, but we want it to be a section. And so we're going to hit save. And now if we go back to simulator, we shouldn't see any changes. And that's exactly what we're hoping for, right? It still looks good. If you inspect that, which we can do, you'll see that we have a section. It still passes through the data, slice, type, hero, and all that information. So it's still easy to debug. And it has our styles with it. And these two will help to center all our content, help to keep them all in line. So now all we have to do is just type bounded and import that component, and it's going to keep our whole project nice and tidy. We're even going to use it on our header and footer elements. It's a very handy component to have around. So nicely done on that refactor. All right, we are not done refactoring yet. Now let's refactor this button. So you have Prismic Next link right here. We are going to want to use this button in a few places. You can check the Figma design and see, it shows up a bunch. So let's refactor it into its own component. It's essentially going to be like a pre-styled Prismic Next link. So let's go ahead and create a new component. I'm just copying this first, and then components, new file, say button.tsx. And I'm going to create the function export default function button. It's like that. And I'm going to return, I'm going to put what I copied and pasted, what I copied, I'm going to paste it right there. So once again, we're going to pull in CLSX from CLSX because we want to do the same sort of thing. We want to allow for any kind of overrides. In fact, this margin bottom is going to be removed from here, and we can add it back later on the actual button component that we, we'll pass that in because we don't want margin bottom on every single button. So that's something that we can add in a little bit. But first we want to handle our props, and we're going to deconstruct those props. So we're going to take class name off of that. And we're also going to take rest props. Now, why are we stopping so quickly to just take rest props when there's so many things that we could potentially take, including like the slice and everything else, right? Well, we are using rest props to accept any props that Prismic Next link supports. So for example, we could pass a target prop without needing to explicitly add target equals target when we render the button out. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to import some types from Prismic.io Next, the package that we've been using. So import curly brackets, because these are named exports, say Prismic Next link, and that'll get that to stop yelling at us. But we also want to import a type. So Prismic Next link props. Perfect. So now if we use this type right here, and at the end of our destructuring here, we type colon and paste that in. Now we see that, okay, we are saying, hey, whatever Prismic Next link can take, we want to also be able to take that on button. So now instead of field equals slice primary button link, we are actually going to remove both of these. We're going to close this so that it doesn't have anything inside. We're just going to remove that, and it's going to be a self-closing component. And we're just going to spread rest props here. I'll do it after the class name, curly bracket, ... rest props. Hit caps locks. And I'm going to hit save. Now, if we go back to our hero component, we still have our Prismic Next link here. We're not going to wipe out everything because we're actually passing two things to Prismic Next link that we still want to keep there, right? We are only really handling class name, and we'll handle that a bit better with CLSX in just a second. But that's the only thing that isn't going to get passed through. Field, will get passed through because it's part of REST prop. So that'll get added to Prismic next link there. And the children also will too. So if we change this to button and we import it from components button, then field will get passed, children will get passed in the normal way. And we can remove everything from this except for the margin bottom styles. Those will not get passed through just yet, but everything else, if we go back, should be working. Yeah, and see, we just lost our margin bottom again, but we know why. We're about to fix it. But the rest is coming from our refactored button component. So now the same way that we had to do with bounded, where we called CLSX as a function, we combined our baked in styles with whatever styles are passed in, we're going to do the same thing with button. So I'm going to wrap the whole thing in a curly bracket, CLSX, parentheses, and then at the end, I'm going to say comma, class name, and close parentheses. There you go. A key character there. So now let's see, we got it back. We got our margin bottom back, and that's exactly what we're looking for. Perfect. And now, as I was saying, if we try to pass something on button that Prismic Next link doesn't take, so let's just try to say, you know, sports. It's like, what? You can't pass that, dude. That's not a thing. But if we try to pass target, yep, it takes target. So that button is a wonderful little refactor for us. And it works pretty similarly to how we expect. And look how much tidier. Look, that, oh, like just visually compared to what we had there, this gets tucked away. And now look at our JSX already getting so much better. We have a nice bounded section here, and we have our button. This is wonderful. And it's only going to get better. So next, we are going to refactor some of our rich text fields. Now we see that we have a components object we're passing here, and a components object we're passing here, and each of these are pulling different properties off of that. So why don't we combine this into one components object that we reference at the top? So that's what we're going to do. So scroll to the top of your component. I'm going to go just below the props for hero. I'm going to hit enter here. Or you know what? I'll put it above. That makes sense. It doesn't matter where you put it. But we're going to say const components. And we're going to type this. So type colon. And then we're going to call JSX map serializer. And we can see here that we have. We can see right here that we have an auto import from Prismic.io React. So we can import that, and we see that we have this type that has heading 1, heading 2, and so on. So that's what we want. So JSX map serializer equals object. So we are declaring this components object. We're typing it with JSX map serializer, and we're going to add in here our properties from down here. So come on down, and we're going to cut out heading 1 here. I'm going to cut it down to there, and I'm going to come up here into my JSX map serializer and paste it just like that. Going to do the same thing for our paragraph out of components. So cut, and I'm going to come up to here, hit enter, and paste it in. So now we should have 2 properties inside our components object. Now I'm going to change this so it says components equals components, and I'm going to do the same thing here. Components equals components. I'm going to hit save, and we can go over and see that, whoop, nothing changed. And once again, that's refactoring, right? Like we don't want any change, but like, look at how much tidier our JSX is. We can see it all within one window. This is getting better and better. So this already looks fantastic, but there is one last layer of refactoring I want to do, and I promise that all of this work will be worth it. You might not see the benefits just yet, but as we make the rest of our slices, it's going to be so much easier. So we're going to refactor our heading here into an actual heading component, and it's going to make so much of our CSS going forward easier. Let's build it first, and we can explain the benefits that we're going to get. So components, I'm going to say new file. Let's say heading.tsx. We've done this a few times now. You can go ahead and do it yourself if you like. Export default function heading, and we're going to destructure the props. And just like we had in bounded, where we had as comp section, we can actually copy this out if you would like. Yeah, let's grab class name and children as well. We don't need rest props for this one, but yeah, if you want to copy some code from your bounded component, that works great. So as comp, but instead we're going to default to an H1. You could default to an H2. That might make more sense actually, but we'll just keep it as an H1 for now. We are also going to need one more prop here. We're going to say size, and this is going to default to LG. So we have export default function heading, we have our as, we have class name, we have children, and we have size is equal to LG. LG is just going to be the default, same with H1. Now we want to type this, so create a little space and say type heading props equals, and open up some curly braces. We want to type that as first, and that's going to be optional. And that is going to be, we're going to basically allow either an H1, and this is how we allow multiple strings on a type, right? So we are creating a union. So this can either be an H1, an H2, and just to use that pipe operator, H3, and so on. So you kind of get it, right? I'm going to go up to H6. All right. And next. Okay, so actually, before we go on, so this just says that as can be anything as long, or it can be one of these. It can't be anything. If they pass as, it is optional, so it can be undefined. But if it's defined, we have to pass a string that matches one of these exactly. All right, next, size. Same kind of thing. It's optional, and we're going to have a bunch of strings as a union. I'm actually going to copy, just for the sake of faster typing. I'm going to copy this off, and I'm going to change the H1 to XL, LG, MD, and SM. All right, going to semicolon at the end. Children, React node. So that is how you pretty much type children every time when you're writing in React. And then class name, that's optional, and that is a string. So just notice that we only made children the mandatory one. So if someone calls heading and they don't pass in some children, we are going to throw an error. So now we want to come down here, take heading props, and we want to type our props as heading props, just like that. And now TypeScript knows what these are. It's still going to be a little frustrated that we're not using them, but at least it knows what children and everything else is. Just like in our bounded component, we want to return comp. And so here we're going to say return, parentheses, angle bracket comp. And in the middle here, we're going to return children. All right, now we're going to be handling these styles because our H1 and our H2 and our H3 should all be styled slightly differently. And we can use this size prop to help with the size. So let's go grab our heading styles that we have. I'm going to grab this whole class name here. We're not going to use all of these across all of our heading styles, but we're going to use most of these styles, right? So I'm going to say comp, class name equals, we're going to put the curly brackets around because we are using CLSX. Import CLSX from CLSX. So now we're going to call that function CLSX, parentheses. We're going to wrap that in our parentheses just like that. Now, here's the thing. We want to handle these sizes differently. So if we get a certain prop for size, we want to return different text sizes based on what we get there. So one more great thing about CLSX is that it allows us to do some logic in here. So we're going to say size equals, a triple equals, XL. So if size is equal to XL, we're going to say and text hyphen 5XL MD colon text hyphen 7XL. So that's basically what we have here. So I'm going to remove that bit and keep the rest. Now we need to do that for each of the other sizes. So if size is equal to, let's go LG, and text is 4XL, and MD will go text 5XL. So we see this working. We're adding this logic in, and this will combine our styles. So size equals, triple equals MD and text 3XL, MD text 4XL. And last but not least, size triple equals SM and text 2XL, MD text 3XL. So we've covered each of our possible sizes that get passed in. Just notice that we aren't basing it off of the component itself. This allows for some more flexibility, so you can have H2s on a page that are styled slightly differently. That's really handy to have. Sometimes you can get kind of stuck with some systems that force you into using like an H3 when it shouldn't be an H3. So just want to say, don't simplify this. It's good that the style and the semantics are separate. Now, at the very end, we want to still be able to override this heading with a little bit of our own styles if need be, like some margin or something. So just put class name at the end. And now these styles will always be there. We will always have font bold, leading tight, tracking tight, etc. This is logic that will be run. So these, one of these four will run. By default, it's going to be this one, the large one. And then if we pass in any class, any more styles, that will be added. And we'll have one big string. So that is all we need for this heading component. Go ahead and save that. And we are going to go back to our hero slice and come down to this H1. And we're just going to swap this out. So instead of using an H1 here, we're going to say heading. Let me see if we can import it from components heading, gets added to our list. And then we want to say as, because it will default to H1, but let's be as specific as possible. And then size, we're using, and see, it gives us these options. That's why typing is so great. It goes XL. So if you go extra, right, it says, whoa, 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 that's not a thing. That's not a thing that you can do. So it makes everything much, much easier as we're building out our components. Save that, and once again, we should see no change, and we don't see any change. Now, last but not least, we can go ahead and remove this class name, because that was probably getting added on there twice, and there it is. We have a much, much tidier heading here. That's really nice. Now, actually, let's add a couple styles here, class name. Let's go ahead and add some margin, because I don't think we have that on here. Yeah, we don't have any spacing. So on this heading, let's go ahead and add MD, MB 8. So on medium screens and above, we're doing a margin bottom 8, margin bottom 4 on small screens, margin top 12. And if this is the first item, I'll talk about this in a second, but we want to handle first and last items in a group. So first colon MT 0 and last MB 0. So let's look at what these styles do. If this is the first child, we want to remove the margin top. And if this is the last child, we want to remove the margin bottom. That allows us to add some margin, both top and bottom, that if it's next to something, it will have a little bit of space. It's not going to bump up against that. But if it's the very first thing, we don't want a big gap between it and whatever's below. So see how it is the first item. So we don't have any margin top, but it is not the last item. So this doesn't trigger, and we don't have any, and we do have margin bottom. So nice little style here. Go ahead and add that to your heading. And that's all we had to add, is just some styles that are specific to this use of that heading. Everything else is abstracted out, and it's going to make every slice faster from now on. All right, we have done a whole lot. We created a hero slice, and we refactored it and styled it and everything. This is a big, big section, but let's go ahead and commit it. This might not be the most atomic tidy commit, but oh well. So I'm going to say feat, create hero slice and helper components. Cool. I'm going to hit commit. Oh, and I forgot to stage everything. So go ahead and stage those. And yeah, we're going to hit commit. Awesome job. Next, let's learn how to use this slice by shipping it to Prismic. All right, now that we have our slice styled and saved, we're just about ready to push it to Prismic. But we first want to get an image for each of our slices from Figma. So if you noticed, here we have a you have no screenshot yet kind of message. And we want to get a screenshot for the component so that our content team knows what slice they are choosing. So let's go ahead and grab a snapshot for our hero. We're going to go to slices, and we see our hero right here. This is the hero that we are focusing on first. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to hold Alt, and I'm going to drag a version off of it. Now, with this version, we are using an instance of the Figma component. This is really nice because if I change something here, if I add my exclamation marks, it'll update across all of the other instances. So that's really nice if you want to change it in one place and have it update everywhere. I don't want that, so I'm hitting Control Z to go back. But because this is an instance of my component, if I change this, it only changes this one instance. So I'm undoing those exclamation marks again, but I'm going to select this instance. Once again, I hold Alt, click, and drag off. Or if you want, you can go to Assets, and you should see local components. You should see a few things here. Under Slices, we can go Call to Action, Features, Hero. That's the one we want. And we have two options, Hero or Hero Mobile. We're just going to grab Hero, and I'm going to drag that out. So however you want to get it, you can create an instance of the hero in any way that you would like. What I'm going to do is I'm going to click Fill, because right now it is clear in the background. That way we can use it on our website and we get that cool gradient in the background. But right now I need just to give it a background because I don't want to upload a transparent PNG. It might look weird, right? So fill, I'm just going to click the word fill. It should give us a default white. And that's good enough for me. I don't need it any more detailed than that. You could give it a little light green, but we're not going to. Come down to export, open that up. The defaults are fine, so I'm going to export at the size it is as a PNG. Just click Export Hero, and I'm just going to save it in my Pictures folder as Hero. Great, now back in Slice Machine, I'm going to click here and say Update Screenshot, and I'm going to select File and choose Hero. It uploads that. I'm going to click upload. Oh, nope, that's not what I meant to do. And then that should just be good. We can click the X and don't need to save it or anything. Go to our changes. We see now we have a little screenshot there. We have our hero. We still haven't pushed this to Prismic, but we have modified our homepage. Wait a minute. Why did we modify our homepage? Here's why. Because we have the ability to say what slices get added to which page. Now, we didn't add it manually, but because we clicked the new slice button within our home page, Slice Machine went ahead and said, all right, well, you clearly wanted to add this to this page type. We can remove it if we wanted. If we didn't want this hero to show up on the home page, if we didn't want it as an option, we can remove it, but obviously we do want it as an option, and so we're going to leave that checked, and we don't have to save because that's already done. So we are creating this slice within Prismic, and we're also saying, hey, you can use this slice on the home page. So go ahead and push our changes. And I'm putting that out mainly because if you've pushed a slice and you don't see it where you're expecting to see it, that might be why. So now we've pushed our slices and our types, so we can go over to our dashboard. I'm going to refresh this page. I'm on the home page already, but we don't have a slice yet until now, and now we do. We see hero. There it is right there. I'm going to click it. I'm going to choose that slice, and let's go ahead and grab some content from Figma. That's the other great part about Figma. I can delete that component right now. Other great part about Figma is it kind of holds our content for us. So I'm going to click that element. If you hold Control click, it helps you like dig into the element that you're clicking on, or Command click if you're on a Mac. Because if I click once, it chooses the hero itself. If I double click, it drills in. But if I start out here and I hold Control or Command, it lets me click on the actual element that like my mouse is over. So go ahead and click on the heading, hit Control C, and then I'm going to paste it there. And yeah, we actually do want to have this like line break here just for the way that it's styled. Great. I'm going to go to the body, going to copy that. I'm just tabbing back and forth quickly, not explaining too much here because it's just content copying. For button link, for the sake of this course, we're not going to do like a whole sign up thing because that might be like part of your app, or it might be like HubSpot or something, right? So like That's outside of the purview of this course, but I'm just going to, do the thing I've been doing, prismic.io, link to that page. Perfect. And for image, I need to export this image. Luckily, it's over in our assets. Let me find it. It's right here. So if you need any of the images that we're using, we have them here. We've got, some icons here that we will use later. The logos here, we'll grab that in a little bit. But we're going to grab this app screenshot, and I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to click export. It's just called image 1, but I'll rename it as I export it. I'll say app screenshot. Sure. Doesn't really matter, but I'm going to go ahead and click in and upload that app screenshot that we just exported from Figma. And I'm going to choose that. And then for alt text, I'll say the FlowRise dashboard. All right, that looks good to me. Let's go ahead and click save and publish. So if we head to the FlowRise homepage, I'm gonna get rid of this. And if we hit refresh, we should see it load in just like that. So yeah, that's exactly what we are expecting. I have nothing more to say. But yeah, it is automatically coming in because we've added that slice to our homepage, and then that homepage has that slice filled in with content right there. And it's happening exactly how we would think. And that alt text should be on this image. Let's see. We have, where is it? Oh, at the beginning. There we go. FlowRise dashboard. And Prismic Next image brings with it a few benefits in that it wraps around Next image, which is really powerful, and it does things like loading lazy and just makes a couple sizes of our component for us. Sorry, of our image for us. Here's a source set that it created for us, and yeah, it just makes our performance much better as we are using images in our site. So congratulations, you have your first slice showing up on your website. We are in a really good space. Let's just go ahead. It's a really tiny change, but let's go ahead and say feet add snapshot to hero slice. Awesome. All right, now that we have our hero, we want to make a variation of this same component. Prismic's variation feature makes it easy for marketers to select a different style of the same slice. If we look at our Figma file, let's go there, we'll see that here in slices, we have this other version. It has this variation, right? So it has two. That's the main one for like the home page, and then this is a second hero variation that we want to give as an option. It's still technically a hero slice, at least in the way that we will be using it. So we can make things easier for ourselves and our content team by creating a variation of the hero slice rather than a whole other slice. And there's a few reasons why. So to get started, let's head back to Slice Machine and let's open our hero slice. Here it is. And we can see here that this is the default variation, and every slice has a default variation. Most slices you'll create will probably just have one variation, but you can have as many as you want. All right, so I'm going to click Add New Variation, and it asks us for a variation name. We can go ahead with, horizontal. So, because the items stack up horizontally rather than vertically. Up to you, whichever you think will be most descriptive for your team. So I'm going to hit Submit, and I skipped over a thing there. I'm going to just click Add again. It says Duplicate From. So if we had multiple variations a second ago, we can decide if we want to duplicate from, if we want to duplicate the fields from a certain variation, because you might be able to see that the fields carried over. So we still have our heading, we still have our body. We don't have to rebuild those. It duplicates those fields over, and that brings with it some extra benefits. If we have a hero in our page builder like this, if at any point they want to switch over to the horizontal variation, they don't have to re-enter any fields that stayed the same. So if we bring our heading over, which we will, we won't have to swap out that content. I'll show you what I mean in a little bit. But a variation doesn't have to share all the fields or any fields, or it can have more fields than its other variation. So if this variation needed a second image, I can go ahead in here and add a second image of double image, right? I could totally do that. For variations, we'll use them when something is similar enough, but it doesn't have to match identically. You can have some differences there. So I'm going to delete that double image field. Just want to show you that we can do it, and our default wouldn't change at all. But for horizontal, let's go ahead and keep it as is, because these are the fields. As we look at Figma, we have a heading, we have a body, we have a button, and we have an image, just like our other hero. So make sure you click Save to File System. And now we can head over to our code. We see that our types were rebuilt. We have some changes within our mocks and our model. Don't worry about those files. Those get handled automatically for us. But just want to point out that things have happened. In slices, let's go to our hero again. So inside our hero, you might remember this data slice variation. This is handy because it kind of shows us where we can get the information for variation. We also have it here, variation ID horizontal. But if we look at this, we see that there are two options for this now. We have either default or horizontal. So the types have already been updated. We already know that this can only either be default or horizontal. So let's test this in our JSX. Go ahead right after this div, curly brackets, slice.variation equals, triple equals. And then look, as we go to type a string, it says, all right, it's either default or horizontal. So we go, great, horizontal, and double and, parentheses, let's do a paragraph, and this is the horizontal slice, or I'll say variation, because that's the correct term. So now, if we head to our slice simulator for the hero, we see that we don't see that. And that's because up here, you can see that we are on the default. And Slice Simulator doesn't seem to know about our new variation. Let's refresh Slice Simulator. And now it knows about it. It says, all right, oh, I think we might have forgotten to save our mock content, or it might have gotten overwritten. Not sure. But if you go from default to horizontal, this is the horizontal variation, right? So that shows up when it is horizontal. This is default, horizontal. No other changes have happened yet because we didn't code them to. This is all we change. So we can change as much as we want or as little as we want. And it's completely up to you. Prismic is just going to pass you a different string for this property. That's it. We can do something small like making, some text render or a CSS class change, or we can make an entirely different component render. It's totally up to you, up to what you need. So now that we see how it works, let's build the variation for real. Because this is a pretty big change to the layout, I'm going to render a different group of elements for the two variations. There's just a lot that's going to change, and it'll make a little more sense once we are done. So I'm going to move our little conditional statement that we've got. I'm going to move this outside of the main markup. I'm going to copy paste the current hero inside of it. So I'm putting this above bounded. And for that, we're going to have to use a fragment. It's just an empty angle bracket. It's going to auto close it for me. I'm going to bring this other bit to the bottom. So outside of bounded, we want to have slice.variation equals horizontal and then we want to close that at the end of bounded. So not sure if you saw me copy paste that, but yeah, going to move that bit down here. So instead of just returning a paragraph, we are going to wrap the entirety of this in a conditional. So if we go to Slice Simulator, we see it for horizontal, but we don't see anything for default because this returns false. Now I'm going to basically copy this entire thing and make a second version. I'm going to put it above because default being first makes a lot more sense. And save. And so now we have the same, basically the same markup returning, whether or not the variation is default or if it's horizontal. But we just have this code now to work with. So we're not going to have to touch the default, but we will have to style the horizontal version. So to start, we're going to shift the way that our grid works. We're going to add in here MD grid cols 2, just like that. And that way on screens medium and larger, it's going to be a 2-column layout. We can hit save. We can see the results. Let's go ahead and open horizontal. We see that, all right, that's that's kind of working, right? Like it's going into 2 columns, but it's not yet what we want. For one thing, with our 2 columns, we don't want everything kind of loose the way it is right now. So this, these 4 elements are all loose by themselves. We want to kind of stack it like it is in our Figma file. So in Figma, we have everything grouped in here, and then we have the image all on its own. So we want to kind of replicate what we have in Figma. So let's go to our code. So on the horizontal one, I'm going to wrap our PrismicRichText and our button in a div. So div, and I'm going to bring this down just to wrap that button. And so already we should see a change. Yep. Great. So that's a little bit better. We still have some styling differences that we need to address. So let's go ahead and give this div some styles. Class name equals. We're going to give this grid. Oh, that's nice. Well, grid rows. Now here is a fun little Tailwind trick that we haven't covered yet, but I'll touch on it in just a second. So go ahead and make square brackets. So grid -rows square bracket 1FR, no space, just a comma. Then auto, comma, auto. Make sure you don't have spaces in that square bracket. We're going to space, I'll come back to it. We're going to say gap 8 and horizontal fit and height or H fit. All right, we're going to hit save. Let's just see what we have. All right, that's looking a little bit better just in terms of the spacing between our elements. But what is this? Is this a Tailwind class? Like what's going on here? If we hover over it, we see, oh, okay, this seems to be a Tailwind class. But whenever you put these square brackets around something in Tailwind, it's what's called an arbitrary value. So if you need something specific, like top 117 pixels, Tailwind doesn't actually have a class for that. But if you need something very, very unique or just specific, you can use these square brackets and that will return the value that you're expecting. You can do it with pretty much anything. You have hexes, you have content that you can put in there. So anytime you need something like what we're doing here, where there is no Tailwind class for this grid template autos style, we can go ahead and use those arbitrary values. All right, so we now want to remove text center from this div. Remember, we're on the horizontal variation. And if we come back here, we see that that was left aligned now, but I actually made a mistake up above by putting text center here. So remove that from our components object all the way at the top around line 23 or so, depending on your file. But remove that text center because that should just be inherited from the div in default. So let's see it. That's looking better already. Let's go to default just to make sure we didn't screw anything up. And yeah, we have centered text. That's looking pretty good. Let me just copy and paste that a few times just to make sure. Yeah, looking good. Awesome. Back to horizontal, looking very, very good. And so looking at this real quick, I think that's actually a bit too big. It's a bit too spaced out. I think this should be a little bit tighter together. We can see it's more like 1.5 rem, I believe. So this is just a really big gap. So let's actually remove that gap 8. And I think we should be in, yeah, that looks a lot better. So that's it. We have made a variation. And that was made a lot easier because of the refactors that we did just a few minutes ago. So let's just be glad that we refactored all that stuff and only had to, change a few classes here. And we have a whole new component. That's really cool. So let's grab a snapshot of this. I'm going to hold Alt and pull this off. And I'm going to click Fill. I'm going to give me a white background. Click Export. Export Hero. I'm going to say Hero hyphen horizontal. And now in Slice Machine, it says I don't have a screenshot. Make sure you're in the horizontal variation here. And I'm going to say Update Screenshot, Select File, Hero Horizontal, Open. And that should have gone through. Let's see. Yeah, okay, I just had a little flash. But it's there. And now I can go to my changes. And it says that it's been modified. So I'm going to push those changes. I'll just take a second because that needs to upload that image. Everything's been updated. We're going to head over to our Prismic dashboard. And I'm just going to refresh. Make sure you've saved or published all your changes. I'm going to refresh. And now we see, I don't know if you might have not seen it come in, but this now has a switch variations button on it. So if we click that, we see, we have two variation. There's horizontal and there's default. Look how nice this is for your content team to choose between these. They don't have to guess at all, right? They see exactly what they're going to be getting. Your designers are happy because, oh, that looks a lot like my design. That's exactly what I designed, right? So if we switch to horizontal, we see that nothing actually changes here. And that's what we expect because we kept all the fields the same. We didn't lose any of the content. All of that stays right there. But now our editors are able to switch up our homepage a little bit. If we save and we hit publish and publish again, we can go to the FlowRise homepage that we have running locally. And I'm going to refresh. And just like that, we have our hero. Amazing. Obviously, we would remove the line break if this was the way that we were doing it, but I just want to show you how variations work. And it's that easy for your team to change between them, completely change the feel of your website, and not have to re-enter any content. So changing it back, and we should be able to see our main hero once again. So nicely done. You just added your first variation. It's super powerful. And now we get to say add variation to hero slice. I'll say add horizontal variation to hero slice. All right, it's starting to wear on me a little bit. So let's go ahead and style our header and our footer. They're just looking terrible. And we now have our bounded component that we can use in those components. So let's head to our header. Let's do that first. Not heading, that is for our text headings. Header is different, that is our actual header. So first things first, we're going to swap out header for bounded. Hit enter, and we don't want to import it from /bounded, even though that will work. We want to use @/components/bounded. Just that way, if we ever need to move this import around, it will always work. So bounded, you need to say as, because we still want this to be a header. And we want to pass some classes on this. So we want to overwrite some of the padding that bounded already comes with. So we want to say class name equals padding y4 on medium and above. So md : py6, lg py8. We're getting a prettier error. Not sure why. Let's see. It didn't finish at the end. So just make sure yours auto-completes, because if not, it doesn't work, right? There we go. So we already see that it's starting to center itself a little bit. We can then add a div to wrap our elements because we need to make this into a flex row like it is over here. Let's go to our website. Actually, we can go to our components and just see it in isolation. So yeah, we need to see that as flex. So let's add a div inside bounded. Make sure it wraps everything. And then we're going to give it a class name. And inside there, we're going to say flex. Gap is 4. That's going to be 1 rem between each item. So at the very least, we're going to have that gap. Item center, justify between. On small screens, we want this to be, on small screens and above, we want this to be flex row. So you can see that's a flex direction row. And then our fallback, or on tiny screens, we go flex col, C-O-L, for flex direction column. So now if we hit save there, we'll see, good. We see what we want, not perfect, but it's moving in the right direction. And if we open our dev tools, we can do the little slide and we see, boom, just like that, it stacks into flex column and it centers everything. That is what we are looking for. Looking good so far. Just have a couple more styles to add. So on our unordered list, let's go ahead and add class name. And on that, we're going to say flex, and that should be it. Let's see. Yep, that's looking good. We want that to be flex like that. And now on our Prismic Next link, remember this can take a class name. So we'll add class name. Oh, I didn't put a capital N there. Class name, we're going to say padding Y is 3 and padding X is also 3. So really, we can just say padding 3. Let's change it to that. And that'll handle both the X and the Y because it's just padding. We do that because, and if we put border, we can see the size of it now, our links should have a minimum of 42 pixels on either side. So we have to have that padding. It doesn't really change the way that it looks all that much, but it does change its hitbox essentially. When you're using mobile, you want to make sure that if people are trying to tap on something to click it, that they can reach it. So that looks good. I'm going to remove that border. Just want to show you the actual difference that's happening. Now our styles are fine here, but the main difference that you'll notice is we need our logo. So we're going to go over here and grab our logo. And instead of export, we can just go ahead, and I'm actually going to open it up. Yeah, I think group 4 is what I'll grab. It shouldn't really matter. It's just I don't want more nested groups than I need in what I copy out. So I'm going to right click, and I am going to choose copy paste as and copy as SVG. I'll say copy as SVG. Now I could go and paste it into my React component, but there are a few reasons why we do not want to do that. First off, this is not compressed at all, or I should say it's not optimized. We're going to use a tool to optimize it. And then also it is, you don't want to bring SVG directly into React, and we will touch on why in a little bit. So instead of pasting it in here, we are going to create a component for it because we're going to use this logo in a few different places, and I don't want to have to copy and paste that SVG all over the place. But I'll say components new logo.tsx, and we can just leave that empty for now. We're going to head over to Google, and I want you to search Google for SVGOMG, and something like this should come up at the top. So if it says GitHub pages, go ahead and click that. It should look something like this, and you should have that SVG still copied to your clipboard. So you can go ahead and paste markup. Just click there and hit paste, and you'll see just like that, we have our Flow Rise logo. Now, if you've never used SVGOMG, this is a great tool for optimizing your SVGs. We have a number of toggles over here and even a little slider here that allows us to change the precision of what we are working with. We don't want to really hurt the quality, and it's going to change depending on the SVG, but I see like the S is already getting kind of wonky there. So we want to bring that back up to a 2 until we don't really see any loss of quality. But we do see down here that we're going from a 3K to a 1.6K, which is, substantial. What's even more is that it typically makes the markup a lot smaller, right? Like that size is in actual characters in our SVG. So by using SVGOMG, we save some space. It's just always nice. For the most part, we can leave the rest alone. We're not going to really need to touch any of that. If you want to see what it looks like on a dark background, there you go. But we're going to just hit the copy button, and that should add this new compressed SVG to your clipboard. Now we're going to a second tool because we need to convert this SVG, this compressed SVG, to JSX. So if you Google SVG to JSX, you'll find something like svg2jsx.com or SVGR. I prefer the first one, but you'll have success with both. It doesn't really matter. So go ahead and paste that in. We see the paths that it has, and it returns to us a function. Like it turns it into an actual React component for us. We don't need anything. Actually, yeah, we can just copy this whole thing. We'll just remove the React import. So go ahead, paste this in. And the reason we are removing the React import is just because it's unnecessary in Next.js now. They automatically import React into any file that needs it. So if we hit save, we have our logo here. And the only thing I want to do is add a little bit of accessibility here. So just above the path, just above the first path, because there are multiple paths. Above that first path, go ahead and hit enter, and we're going to add a text element. Not text area, text. I'm going to have to do it like that. There we go. We are inside an SVG, so the elements that you have at your disposal are a little bit different. And just write flow rise, because that is what this SVG essentially says. So this gives us a little bit of accessibility. It's a nice touch. And now we can head back to our header, and we can replace this title with our logo. So I'm going to delete that, and I'm going to type logo. It doesn't pick it up as something to import. Maybe the quick fix will work. We'll see. Quick fix, add import from /logo. Once again, we're going to do @components, @/components/logo. All right, saved that. And now let's see. All right, it's looking legit. There we go. We have our logo. We have our links over here. That is a solid header. And if we shrink it down, it stacks. Perfect. All right, nice. Now let's move on to the footer. It should be pretty much the same thing. It's a very similar design, right? So actually going to, we'll just head to the footer. Let's remove this aspect. I'll just do the logo swap first, LOGO. That's self-closing. And then we can either do the quick fix, or we can import logo from @/components/logo. Cool. And now we should see in our footer, good, we have our logo, but we need some styles there. So first we're going to swap this footer element out for our bounded element, BOUNDED. Make sure it comes in at the bottom. It did this time, cool. We are going to say as, oh, I botched that. All right, I'm going to try saying this again. Let's back up. All right, we're going to say as footer. All right, we're going to have an internal div. Actually, no, we don't need that. We should just be able to do this. No, let's go with an internal div. That's how I have it written up. I don't need to deviate from that plan, even if it's not the greatest markup in the world. All right, let's go ahead and add class name equals, and we're going to say flex, then SM flex row, and then flex col, so that on small devices, or I guess extra small devices, it gets stacked vertically. Now justify between, and items center, and gap 6. So that should give us, let's see, oh, bounded is not defined, right? We forgot to import this. I'm going to copy my logo. And so what I just did, in case you want a quick tip, if you are not selecting anything in particular, but you're just on a line, hitting copy and then paste will duplicate that line. And then I want to click logo on the second one, can hit Control or Command D to select the next iteration of logo, and then I'll type bounded. And it's just a nice way to make your life easier, so you're not, selecting, copying, pasting, all that kind of stuff. So now that we've imported bounded, we are seeing a much better result. Still need to make these into a row, but already this is looking much more like our footer. So for our paragraph, we'll say class name equals text. We need to go, let's go small, I believe. Let's go extra small. Much better, cool. You don't want the copyright to be too loud, right? And next we can go ahead and bring over those same styles from our header. So here on our unordered list, we just have flex, and then let's do that first. So unordered list, class name, flex, and then on our actual item, we have padding 3. So on Prismic next link, sorry, not on the item, that's the LI. On Prismic next link, I'm going to copy this class name equals P3, and that should give us the same setup down there. Awesome. Well, there we go. We already have a much better header and footer. Well done. We can go ahead and commit that, and yeah. Well, let's do this in chunks, right? Because I like this version of Git because I can. I should save my work here. I can pick and choose which items I am adding. So feet, add SVG logo. That'll be one commit, and then feet style header and footer. Awesome. All right, we're all set. All right, so while our one slice and its variation are pretty awesome, we did a great job with them, it's not really enough to build out an entire website with, right? So it is time for us to build our next slice. So let's head over to Figma. Let's check out the features slice. This is the next one I would like to build, because we're going to be learning a couple new concepts. I touched on it before, but there are some differences in this component compared to our hero, namely that these elements need to repeat. It'd be bad to hard code 4 icons, 4 subheadings, and 4 descriptions, right? Like you don't want to have to do that, because what if they want 3? What if they want 6? And it's just a pain in the butt to code that. Instead, we want to model this once and let our content team choose how many they add. That's where repeatable fields are going to come in handy. So let's get into it. We're going to head to slice machine, and we're going to, you can either create your slices from your home page, or you can just go to slices and say create a slice. Just know that if you create it from here, they're not attached to anything, but that's fine. We can add them later. In fact, yeah, let's do it from here so I can show you how to attach one to a page type. So go ahead and call it features and hit create. Now let's look again at our Figma design just to see what fields we need. First, there's this heading. Now I don't want to give the content team the ability to create multiple headings, right? That's, once again, the designers would kill me if I gave them that ability. It's only setting them up for failure. So we want to add this field to our non-repeatable zone. That way it'll just show up once. So we choose rich text, we call it heading, hit add, and we want to edit it. And just like we did with our heading in the hero component, we want to unselect all, but now here's the thing. Heroes typically have an H1 because that is, like, this is designed for being the top part of the web page, right? Like that's kind of like the hero's job, right? They don't call it hero for nothing. But every other slice is probably going to be an H2. It really should be. So this is going to be an H2. We're going to lock it in at an H2, and we're going to hit save, just like that. Now, that's really all that we have there besides our repeatable items. So let's create our repeatable field. So we're going to say add a new field. And this might be a little bit confusing at first, but we already kind of saw an instance of this when we were creating our items for navigation. So it's similar to that in that any fields we add here, all of them will repeat in the page builder. All right, so what should we add first? We really have 3 fields that we need to handle. We have this icon, we have this heading, and we have this little bit of body content, right? So you might think, all right, this is going to be an image. And you can go that route, but it creates some potential issues. Our designers only want the content team to be able to choose from a handful of on-brand icons, right? They don't want them to be able to upload like emojis or just something that isn't these hand-picked icons. So this can be an SVG, but if we add it to the image field, it won't be an inline SVG. And I'm not going to get into the technical details of what that means, but basically it's going to make our markup be an image, an IMG element with the source pointing towards an SVG URL. So it still shows up on our page, but when you import SVGs in that way, you lose a lot of their power for things like animation, color changing, etc. You don't have access to it the way that you do when the SVG is actually just in line. So instead of an image field, we're going to choose a select field, and that is right here. So it says a drop-down field of options for content creators. So we're going to choose this, and I'm going to call it icon, and I'm going to hit add. Now we need to edit this. This is not one that we can just leave alone like key text. So we can go ahead and make some options here. Now these options we're going to make correspond to each of the 4 icons that our content team can choose from. If this were a real site, you might have, 10, 15 of these icons, but we're just sticking with these 4, and I'm just going to give them names of calendar, bar graph, clover. I know this is not like actually a clover, but I don't know what else to call it. It's that Mac icon, right? And then hourglass. So option 1, we're going to type calendar. For option 2, we're going to say bar graph. All one word, all lowercase. It just makes it easier in the next step for us. Option 3, clover, CLOVER, and hourglass for the 4th. Leave the first value as default part off. We want to make sure we are selecting one. So go ahead and click save. All right, the next field is the title, I guess we can say, for this feature, right? We don't want to double up on the word heading. Title is pretty good too. So we'll say add field. This should be a rich text. And I'll say title, hit enter, and we are going to unselect all and make this just an H3 because really semantically, that's what this should be. We have title, and now, last but not least, we are going to add another rich text field and call it description. It like describes this feature, right? That's what I'm thinking about it. For this one, we want to just allow paragraphs, bold, and italic, because once again, we don't want them to be able to shove all kinds of stuff in there. It's all about keeping sensible guardrails up. So go ahead and click Save to File System. And now we can template out our slice. So let's navigate in our code to our slices folder and see that we have a new folder, features. There it is. Open up index.tsx, make sure you're in the features folder, and let's get to work. So this is the same boilerplate that we had for our first slice, the hero slice, but from the start, we can import the helper components that we're going to use. So go ahead and we can head to, let's see, we can also open up our hero. It's gonna be a little confusing at the top, but just see one says features, one says hero. Go ahead and copy over, let's see, we don't need button, but we can grab bounded and heading. I'll grab all three and then delete button out. This kind of stuff makes our job so much easier. So remove button, we should have bounded and heading that we will be reusing here. We can start by swapping out our section element here for bounded. Just like that, we hit save, and we can go over and start seeing it in the simulator. If you have hero open in Slice Simulator, go ahead and close that, and you can hit simulate slice again. You have to reopen it. Small thing, but go ahead. Also, we're going to be working more with SVGs, so go ahead and keep these two tabs open as well. Those will come in handy. So we have our placeholder for our feature slice, and we can already see we've got some styles that are taking effect. They are centering it a little bit, even though there's not much going on. On mobile, we'll see a little bit of space on either side, right? So our bounded element is already making our lives easier. So let's start by getting our heading. Let's go show code snippets in the non-repeatable zone, and we get PrismicRichText just like that. Hit copy. Let's go into our code, and we can remove the placeholder. Thank you for holding our place, but we don't need you anymore. We can go ahead and import PrismicRichText from the React package here. So I'm gonna just hit copy and paste that in. So we are now importing that. Let's see that update together. That's a nice message. We can copy over our robust features from Figma. I'll hit save mock content, and there we go. You have robust features, but there's no styles just yet because we aren't passing any components. So at the top, I'm going to create a components object, const components, and I'm going to type that with the JSX map serializer, JSX map serializer. We are importing that from Prismic React, so it gets added to our imports here, and that's going to be an object. Now, we're not going to need to type this out every time. Really, like, I love copying and pasting throughout our project, so we'll do that more, but I just want to do it one more time just to get you in kind of the muscle memory of it. So this one is going to be heading 2, and that is going to be a function that takes children, or sorry, it doesn't take children, but we're going to destructure children off of the props, children, and then we have our arrow, and that, we want to use parentheses, and then that's going to return heading because we want to use our, helper components, and that's going to be as an H2, and that's going to be, let's go size, we want MD, so size, medium, and class name equals text center, and margin bottom 12. We're going to close this heading element, and inside we're going to return the children that we get. So whatever's on this heading, we are going to get it back, and let's see if that worked. Didn't work yet. You know why? Because we're not using components. So now we need to pass components to PrismicRichText. So components equals components. There you go. So we have most of our styles that we didn't even just write. See, like all we had to write here, so this will be the last time that I harp on about this, but look, we just had to write these two styles. How nice is that? and it already looks fantastic. And yeah, it's looking really, really good. So we are done with our heading there. Now let's get to styling those items. So just like we mapped over the links in our navigation, we're going to have to map over the items that we get back from our repeatable zone. So we're going to map over slice.items, and then we'll be able to pull off the icon, the title, and the description from each of those items. So in our code, let's go and let's see right about here. After our PrismicRichText, we're going to say, actually, you know what? Let's first create a div just to kind of contain this. And then we'll say slice, inside of some curly brackets, slice.items.map item. And then we also want index to act as kind of a key. And then outside of that parenthesis, notice we are not destructuring. I just want to point that out. This is not destructured. When you map, you get the item, and then you also get an index. So we're going to use parentheses after that arrow, and we're going to have a div inside here. So div, and we're going to need to give that a key. Key will be index. That's not really a problem because we aren't going to be moving these elements around once they've been rendered to HTML. So no worries on using the index there. Whoops, it's yelling at me because I'm missing a parenthesis there. There we go, and I'll need a parenthesis at the end here. There we go. So now it sees that item, like it knows what the item is, and yeah, we're not going to yell at it anymore. Cool. So now we can go ahead and start pulling our code snippets from the repeatable zone. So we can grab item.icon. Right now it's not going to actually point to an icon, it's just going to be the word, but that's fine. We can go item.icon. I just want to bring them in here. So copy your title. We got item.title and click copy there as well. And we will have a description. So paste all those in. Let's go to our slice simulator. And there we go. We see we have our heading here. This is Clover, right? That's one of our options. We can change it over here. So calendar. This is our title and description. It's all working as expected. Just want to make sure that the path through, that our data flow is working well. The other thing to note is that it gives us one item by default, but we can add more items to this group. If I click another item, hey, and then this is text. We see that it starts to repeat, and we can add as many items as we want, but we have to, add our own mocks for each item that we add. But still, we see that that is pretty cool that we are already seeing that as you add items, we don't just get an icon or just a title. We get all three every time we add a new item to this group. So the icons are going to be a little bit funny, but let's handle those first because we just used some SVG tools, so we're already warmed up. If your icons are from a popular icon pack like Bootstrap or Material Design, I recommend just using the React Icons package. If you just Google for React Icons, you'll find it. It's a wonderful library. It's one of the easier ways to work with icons in Next.js, and it's tree shakeable, so only the icons you use get added to your payload. But however, for our case, our designer has done some customization to our icons with on-brand colors and everything. So these unfortunately aren't available in this sense on React Icons. But for the most part, try to use those kinds of libraries to make your life a lot easier. So instead, we want to handle these like we would a custom illustration. So we're going to follow the same 3 steps that we did with our logo. We're going to copy out our SVG code. We're going to compress that SVG code in SVG OMG, and then we're going to convert from SVG to JSX. So head over to Figma. We can grab the icon from this little icons part in our assets panel. I'm going to go ahead and click the calendar first. Going to say copy as SVG. We're going to get kind of in like a nice flow with this. SVG OMG, click the little hamburger menu, paste the markup, paste, and there we go. We got our little calendar. I'm just going to kind of eyeball it. That looks pretty good. Can I go even lower? I can. Sure. That looks good. And I'm going to hit copy. Now remember, we go from SVG OMG over to this. I'm going to clear this out. And by this, I mean SVG to JSX. You can upload a file, but as you can see, copying and pasting is definitely the faster way to go. Now, earlier, I I didn't really touch on why we are using this SVG to JSX, because it looks like you can just create your own function and paste in the SVG. Why would you use a tool? Here's the kicker. What it actually does is it makes it JSX friendly. So if you look at stroke line cap, stroke width, and there's a whole bunch of these types of properties that don't play well in JSX. They need to get converted to stroke line cap camel case, where here it's kebab case. So there's a couple other changes that a tool like this will do, but make sure you are using something like this, because otherwise you have to go in and do these by hand. It's not fun. So it's just this like one extra step, and it wraps it in a nice little icon for you. So this time I'm not going to copy the export default icon. I'm just going to copy the function itself, leave everything else out, because we are putting this directly into our features component. I'm going to go down here at the bottom and hit enter a couple times, and I'm going to change it from icon to calendar icon. I guess I could have kept the word icon, but we see calendar icon, and that's it. Now we can use this in this component as we wish, but before we do that, let's go ahead and do the same for the other components. I'm not going to talk through these ones as much. We've already done this twice now. Copy as SVG, paste it in here. It looks pretty good. Yep, I'm just eyeballing it. Copy, bring it into SVG to JSX, paste that in, copy out the icon. And I'm going to paste that underneath and say bar graph icon. Next one. All right, we're flowing. Copy as SVG. This one's clover. That's what I called it. Paste. Yeah, a nice little clover. It looks pretty good. Copy that out and paste that in and copy that. We are so close. We have just one more to go. Now, if I had like 15 of these, I might give them their own file, but I only have the one. So I'm just going to put them underneath the features component. And also, I know it's only going to be used here, where if these were used throughout your project, you definitely wouldn't put them just in this one spot. So copy as SVG. Last one. Here we go. Paste markup and paste there. Cool. Copy that. And this one was what? Hourglass icon? Hourglass icon. Cool. So we have our 4 icons all inside our features component. Now, similar to how we have our components object, we're actually going to create an icons object. So const icons equals, we're going to make an object, and we are going to make sure that we are mapping the actual values that we have in that select to the components we just created. So first one's going to be calendar. I'm going to map that to angle bracket, calendar, icon, close those brackets, or self-close that component. Next, we're going to go bar graph to bar graph, clover to clover, and by clover, I mean clover icon. Make sure you put that icon part there, and hourglass to angle bracket, hourglass icon. Perfect. We have this icons object, and anytime we use the calendar property, it will return this calendar icon component. All right, now we can change out item icon. Just delete that, and we'll say icons, because we want to reference that object, brackets item dot icon. It says type null cannot be used as an index type. So to make sure that we don't get an empty value there, we're going to go ahead and say item in curly brackets, item.icon, and so we're checking to see if item icon is truthy. So if this isn't truthy, this will not show up, but if it is, then we can use it. So now TypeScript knows, it can only be one of these 4 values, where if this was outside, it says, hey, this could be one of these 4 values, but it can also return null, because you're not checking to make sure that that actually exists. Once we put it inside that check, TypeScript is smart enough to say, all right, you've done your homework, you've made sure that this will return something. Well done. So now if we head over to Slice Simulator, we can check and see that it's working. It actually works, and we can go in and change it to whatever we like and make sure that they match up right. Bar graph to bar graph, cool. Calendar to calendar, amazing. All right, so we have our SVGs working. All right, next we want to style our text. So we want to actually pass this components object to our other rich text components here. So I'm going to copy this, components equals components, and I'm going to paste it inside the Prismic rich text components here. It's not going to make any difference yet because right now we're only handling the instance that we get a heading to, and neither of these can return a heading to. This is only an H3, and this is only paragraph, bold, or italic. So let's go ahead and add those instances here. For heading, we can copy the heading 2, paste that there, change this to heading 3, and make this as an H3. We want the size to be small, or SM. And for the class name, we're going to wipe out what we have here. And I'm going to say margin bottom 3, or MB3, font medium, SM, and above we want text left, and then text center. If we save that, we go back and there we go. We see that, now that we have some styles for our H3, it is picking that up. And note, we're using our heading again, so we save that time. All right, last but not least, we need to style our paragraph. So we want to destructure our children, off props, arrow function, and parentheses. So we want a paragraph, class name equals to, now, all right, so we start with text base, font medium, font body, text slate, 600, SM, text left, and text center. I didn't close that bracket and I didn't pass children. There we go. So have a paragraph with those styles on it, and we have our children inside. We should look good, and we do. Only thing, we just need to handle the width, but we will do that in a second. We need to style this parent div that holds each item. Right now, this div isn't doing much of anything, and neither is this one. So first, let's style the internal div inside our map. So I'm going to say class name, max width, extra small, grid, SM, place, items, start, place, items, center. So if we save that, should see, yep, it's looking a lot better. We have that kind of like card feel like we have in our Figma file. Let's go back to our slice. There we go. It's looking a lot better. Obviously, we are not repeating the right way. That's going to be on the element we use next. But I do just want to point out real quick what these styles each do. So this sets our max width. This sets it to display grid. This place item start makes it so that on small devices and above, we are having our styles, like everything lines up on the left. But then if you look here at mobile, we want to center everything, and that's where place item center will come into effect once we are on 640, or I guess 639 and below, right? So that's what we're looking for. That's why we are using the classes that we are, because of this centered mobile version. So time to style this parent div. Let's go ahead and say class name, grid, oh, didn't mean to put a hyphen there, grid, SM grid calls 2, LG grid calls 4, max width 5XL, gap X 8, gap Y 12, MX auto, SM, place items, start, and the same thing as before, place items, center. So a couple styles here that I can talk about as to why we're using those. But we are seeing that, hey, it is actually working the way we kind of expected it to. It's looking a lot better. And as we add items, we can see, all right, looking pretty swanky. Nice. But this grid calls aspect, I want to just touch on real quick, where the default for grid is going to be that it just has one column. And if we go to mobile, we should see that. Yep, we see that right there. But as we go from 640 and above, we will see 2 columns. So let's see if our tablet does that for us. Let's go something like 645, 645. Yep, we see 2 columns. That's looking good. And then as we just saw, desktop and above, we want a 4-column layout. So that's what we get here. So I just want to explain what that was. And then this gap X and Y, that just changes the spacing between our elements. And we just wanted a slightly different spacing for columns and rows. All right, the last thing I want to do here is just put a div around our icon and give that a little bit of style. So class name equals margin bottom 5, so MB5, and that should look a little bit better. Nice, this is looking great. We should be set. So you can now make slices with repeatable fields, and they are really useful and they're going to be used often. So this is one that, yeah, you're going to be coming back to. Before we wrap up this section, let's go ahead and say feet, add features. That's appropriate for feet and feet. Features, slice. Going to hit commit, and we're set. Well done. I forgot one thing, and we might as well knock them all out right now, and that is our snapshots. So we took a couple for our hero, but instead of coming back after every slice that we do, let's just go ahead and knock those out right now. So we're going to need one for each variation. Text with image, we have 2 variations there. So drag each one of those off. Remember, we're holding Alt and dragging out. And then for features, we just have that one. Testimonial, go ahead and drag that out. And call to action. We only need the desktop versions of these, so don't worry about the rest. For each of these, you can go ahead and drag and select all of them if you'd like. You can click fill, and they should all get white backgrounds. And then you can click export and export 5 layers. And those should show up in there. It'll export to wherever you exported them before. And we can see that right there, we have our testimonial, our text with image, our text with image 1, our features, right? So those all exported there. So we are set for the rest of the video now. We don't need to keep coming back here every time. I'm going to go ahead and delete those copies that we made. Make sure you don't delete the originals. And now let's head to Slice Machine. Let's make the no screenshot yet sad face happy by updating our screenshot. Let's go select file. And remember, this is our features slice. I'm going to select that, click open, and we should be set. Not sure why it disappears like that, but if we just hang on a second and come back maybe, there it is. There's our screenshot. So we can go ahead, push those changes up to Prismic if you'd like. But we are going to also say add screen to features slice. And now we don't have to copy those screenshots out every time. We have them right here ready to go. So in Prismic, a content relationship is a way to establish connections between different types of content. For example, you could create a blog post custom type and an author custom type, and then use a content relationship to link the blog post to the author, allowing you to retrieve and display the author's information along with the blog post. In our case, we will create a testimonial custom type. Each testimonial will be its own document. So like if I grab this, you can kind of think of it as like that's one document. Ignore the that. But this is going to be one custom type that we can then reference from our slice. And then in the slice, our content team can choose which testimonials they want to display. Now we could accomplish this just the same way we did our features, right? Kind of a similar thing where you might look here and go, oh, that's just more repeatable fields. True. You wouldn't necessarily be wrong in doing that. For this instance, I'll explain why we're not going to do that later. But for the most part, we're just doing it right now so you can learn how to work with content relationships. So before we create our testimonial slice, we actually need to create the testimonial custom type for our slice to reference. So in Prismic, we want to go to custom types. We have our settings custom type. This is going to be a new one, and it is our first reusable type. Well done. You've made it this far. So I'm going to say call this testimonial and hit create. Now for our fields, we are going to start by noticing that we have a UID. All right, let's first notice that right off the jump. We'll talk about what UID is in just a second. I will first add a new field of key text. So this is going to be for the person's name. Let's go look at our actual Figma file. We have the person's name, their avatar, their position or their job, right? And then their quote. Very cool. So we want to first grab a key text and say name. All right, I'm going to add that. All right, now let's talk about the UID real quick, because that is actually very important for any kind of repeatable type. UID stands for unique identifier. Every repeatable custom type or page type needs a UID. So then we're going to grab their job title. So it's another key text. It's just going to be a string. So job title. And last but not least, we're going to grab some rich text because maybe we want some formatting for our quote. So say quote, add, and we're going to go in. We don't want a lot of this. We're going to do paragraph, bold, and italic once again. Click save and save again up here. And the custom type has been successfully saved. Now remember, with custom types, it's different from slices where we don't have specific files that are tied to custom types. If we go and we look, we just have this JSON file that was created and our types get updated. But unlike slices, you don't have to have an actual like TSX file that is linked to a custom type. I almost forgot. We also want their picture, right? To fill out the little avatar there, we're going to want their image. So add new field, image. I'm going to call this avatar, the way of water. So that's it. Click save, and we are now truly set. Now that we have this testimonial custom type, easy for me to say, we can create a slice that references that testimonial. So we're going to call this Testimonials. Might not be the best name, but that's what I'm calling this slice. And now we can see that in our code, we have a lot more that was made. We have an index file like we've seen, our index file has been updated. We can talk about that soon. We have a new slice that was created just like the others. So a bit more gets created with slices than custom types or page types, just to kind of help you figure out the difference over and over again. So let's see what our actual slice requires besides that testimonial. Just a heading, right? So we have a heading, and then we have to reference individual testimonials. So we are going to add a heading to our non-repeatable zone heading, and go ahead and guess what element are we going to choose. If you said H2, you are correct. Well done. Then we are going to add something new to our repeatable zone. We haven't used this yet, but if you see right here, this is content relationship. It says define content relations and internal links. So we're going to choose that, and I'm going to call this testimonial. And remember, we're putting it in the repeatable zone because we want to give our content team the ability to choose as many as they would like. If we put it up here, they would just be able to pick one testimonial. If that's what you're going for, that's great, but that's not what we're going for. If we click the edit button, we can go in and we can change what they are able to access. By not choosing anything, they'll be able to reference the homepage, the settings document, the testimonials. Like any of these would be fair game. We want to narrow it down so they can just reference a testimonial. We don't want them to accidentally point to our settings document and things get weird. So narrowed it down to testimonial. I'm going to go ahead and click save. And now if I go over to changes, we see we have our testimonial, which is new, and we have our testimonial slice, which is missing a screenshot, but not for long. Let's click update screenshot. Go ahead here and choose testimonial. I know it doesn't look like this yet, but it will. Now here's the thing. We are pushing this early, and I'll explain why in just a second. That seems to still be not loading. We will fix that bug shortly, I assure you. So we're going to go ahead and push these changes. We have to push these a little bit early. Normally we'd build this out in the, normally we would build this slice out in the simulator, but right now, as of the time of this recording, simulator doesn't support content relationships. It's a bit tricky because you're doing a reference and it just gets tough, and we don't have the ability to make mocks yet for content relationships. So we can't really build this in the normal way. So we need to add some mock data into our page builder first, and then we can style it on our homepage, kind of like you would have to do with pretty much any other CMS, or like, doing this kind of in olden times. We are working on this problem actively, and hopefully Maybe by the time you use this, content relationships will be able to be mocked, but right now we can't. I did forget to do one thing though. We need to go to our home page, and you see, in our slice zone, we only have access to the hero. We haven't added those other slices like I promised we would. So you have to go in here, say update slices, and we need to check testimonials and features. Click save again up here, and we see that we have a change. We need to push that change, and that should be good in just a second. There we go. So now if we refresh the home page, we can add a hero, a testimonial slice, or a feature slice. Very cool. Right now, just for the sake of building this testimonial slice, I'm going to go ahead and create one of those, and I'm going to reference what we have in Figma. So go to Figma to say what our users say. I'm copying that and pasting it there. What our users say. And I need to create a testimonial actually. So right now I have no testimonials to link to, right? It's like there's nothing there. There's no testimonials, buddy. What do you want me to do? So I can just save this real quick. I don't need to publish it because there's nothing really to publish. We're going to head back to our dashboard, and you can see that our homepage has a little yellow thing there. That's because there's a change. So if you're ever wondering what that yellow thing is, it's because we have saved a change, but we haven't published it. So instead, we're going to say create new, and it automatically gave us a testimonial because that is, once again, the only thing that we can create at this moment. Soon, we will have multiple repeatable types in action, and it'll ask us which we want to do. But right now, it just says, all right, this is all they can do. So it just drops us into a testimonial. So here, we're going to do a little bit of content entry just so it kind of looks decent. I'm going to copy the name first. I'm going to go in order of our fields. We have name, UID, job title, quote, and then avatar. So I'm going to copy Emily W. I'm going to paste that in here. And the reason I put the name first is because of this. If you have something above the UID will auto slugify that text. So if I were, I don't know if it'll work anymore. Yeah, so as I type something, so if I like had a title here and I'm like the coolest thing, it'll auto slugify that for me. So I always like to move the UID underneath like what the title of the page is or what the title of like my content is, so that is handled for me. Only thing I want to do is drop that period off of the UID. So I'll keep it on the name, but I want to drop it off of the UID. It's just not great to have a period there. So Emily W., her job title is UX designer. Emily is awesome, I'm sure. Her quote, remember I'm hitting control and I'm clicking and then copying. Her quote is that Flowrise has revolutionized her workday. For avatar, we need to actually export our avatars from our assets. So let's go over here. Here we go, testimonial avatars. You have these three. Go ahead and select those. Click export, export 3 layers. And you can save it in that same pictures spot. It's going to export all 3. That's why it wasn't showing any from before. And now for avatar, I'm going to go ahead and click upload media. I think I can choose all 3 of these at once. Amazing. And I'm going to import those and then choose Emily W. There we go. So now we now have that avatar. We can put profile picture of Emily W. And just like that, we have our first testimonial. I'm going to grab her name and put that up here in the title. This does not come with you or like this doesn't come back on the API. This is just for when you're looking through your Prismic dashboard. It is a helpful name there, but don't worry about that. Or don't worry about it, but also don't rely on it because anything you put there is not the title or anything. It's just helpful to see it back here in the dashboard, or I guess in the documents list, right? So let's do the other 2 while we're at it. We could move on, but let's go ahead and just knock them out while we're here, shall we? So we have Mark R and Aisha W. Let's go ahead and grab those as well. So name, Mark R. I'm going to remove that period. His job title is nonprofit founder. Thanks for all you do, Mark. I'm going to grab this quote, paste that in before Flow Rise. He was always running against the clock. And now we need to upload Mark's avatar. Or I guess just select it. We already uploaded it. Mark R's picture. And I'm going to save that and publish that. And last but not least, we have Aisha W. So I'm going to copy that, remove that period, job title, digital marketing specialist, quote. So the last quote we're pasting in. Oh, we lost the actual quote. So add those quotes in. I'll add those maybe before you, I'll do this before you do this tutorial. So don't even worry about it. And then avatar, we're choosing Aisha, and cool. Go ahead and hit save and publish. So now, the moment you have definitely, undoubtedly been waiting for, we're going to go back to our home page. We have our testimonials here. Now, when we select a link, it says, all right, I see some testimonials here. Which one do you want to go with? Let's just go with Aisha first. I guess it doesn't really matter, right? Like this order is not set in stone. And if your content team wanted to change it, they always could. Let's just choose 3 different ones. And then let's go with Emily to round it out at the end. We can go back and rename these, right? See how those got auto-named from that first field. That doesn't matter as long as you know what you're looking at. So publish it now. Go ahead and publish. So now we have that data coming back, but we're not going to see it yet because we just have our placeholder content. We haven't yet imported or we're not rendering any of that content. We are still going to get some help. So let's go into Slice Machine. Let's go to Testimonials. We're still going to be able to get some help from our code snippets, but not as much as you might think. So first, let's render that heading. Go ahead and copy that. And we have our testimonials element. We can paste that in. And then let's go ahead and do what we do best, and that's copy and paste, right? Let's go ahead and grab bounded and heading from our features component or from wherever else, right? From any other slice we've built. And then we also want to copy out our JSX map serializer components object. So grab that. I'm going to paste that up there. It's going to yell at us for a few things. It's going to say, whoa, I don't know what this is. I'm going to copy that and import the JSX map serializer, I think from Prismic React. Now it's very happy, but I still need to import PrismicRichText. So I'll do that as well from Prismic React. And now we're looking a little better. It's a little bit happier. We need to, I think, get rid of the heading 3. We can keep the paragraph. Let me just check my Figma file. So this is going to be a heading 3. This will be a paragraph of sorts, and we might just be styling these as they are because those are key texts. But yeah, we're going to have a paragraph and an H2, no need for an H3. So remove that, and then we can pass this components object to our PrismicRichText. So we have components equals components, just like that. It's not going to be the styles we want. Let's actually go ahead and remove these styles just because they're not going to be what we're looking for. We can just fall back to the defaults. And let's see our homepage. Remember, we can't go to the Slice Simulator. I'm actually going to close it because it just won't work with any kind of content relationships just yet. But we do see here what our users say. That's what we're expecting. We need to add our bounded component. Let's go ahead and do that. Bounded. And this is going to be as a section, so we don't need to touch that at all. That's looking good. So if we check out how that looks, that's looking pretty good. And now we want to kind of have that stand on its own, and then we need to handle looping through our testimonials and displaying one of these cards for each testimonial. All right, but before we get into our testimonials, let's actually console log, I think, for the first time in this course. It's quite the accomplishment. So console.log, and we're going to go ahead and log out our slice. We can do slice.items. So go ahead and console log that. Now here's the thing. It's not going to log in our actual console here because this is getting server rendered. And so we need to look here to see what is getting logged out. You need to check your terminal. So we see this is what's getting logged. Here is our testimonial object, but you might notice something. A lot of the content that we added in there is not there. All right, we had all that content and all we really got out of it is mark R. So what's going on here? It's because when we query for this slice, we only get a little bit of the connected or the content relationship. So we're going to need to actually query for these testimonials individually based on the information we get back here. So we're going to need to make a query for each of these IDs that we have. So we need to import our create client. So import, open brackets, create client from @/prismic.io. Then down here in our testimonials page, we are going to instantiate that client, and we can remove our console log. It's going to go const client equals create client. Oh, I didn't mean to do what I just did. I think I imported something. Great, there we go. Create client, and then we're going to say const testimonials equals await. And now here's the thing, because we aren't just making one query here, we need to query a few different documents. And we want to wait for each of those documents to resolve before we render our component. So this is a classic time for promise.all, promise.all. And then we're going to use the slice itself up here that we are getting from our props. We're going to say slice.items.map. I'm going to double parenthesis item and then arrow function. And we need to use a little bit of logic here because we need to make sure that this doesn't happen where someone adds a testimonial and then just click save. So we need to make sure that our testimonial is filled before we go and try to query for this testimonial, right? So we're going to use a little bit of, we're going to use a Prismic helper called isFilled. So up here, we're going to import isFilled, just like that, off of Prismic client. This is a handy helper that is specific to each field type. So like I said, we need to check to make sure it's filled. So we're going to say if parentheses is filled. And now we need to tell it what type of field this is. And this is a content relationship. You see it right there. If is filled content relationship, we're going to pass it the actual field. So it's item.testimonial. So if that field is filled and that item has a UID, because there's a chance that it doesn't, and we're going to need this UID. So say and item.testimonial.uid. See how it's optional? We need to make sure it's there. Then, so if that is true, then we need to go and fetch that ID, or sorry, that document by UID. So we're going to return client.getByUID. And we're going to first tell this function what type it is, and see it says here, all right, it could be homepage, settings, testimonial. So we're going to say testimonial, and we can click there. See, it's so handy when you have types. And then item, testimonial, UID. We're going to pass it the UID, and it's happy. So everything looks good, except it is yelling at us because await needs to be inside of async. So we're going to put it right here in front of the arrow function, async. And then we get yelled at again. This says, hey, this is not what it's returning, right? It's now returning a promise. So we say promise, and then we put angle brackets saying that this promise is going to resolve into a JSX element. Now, TypeScript is once again happy. So now that we should have our testimonials, we can go ahead and underneath PrismicRichText, let's create a div. So we're going to kind of separate that out from the heading. And inside that, we're going to map over testimonials. So curly braces, testimonials, dot map, and then double parentheses. We're going to say item and index. Try that typing again. All right. I'm going to try this again. Sorry, I'm freezing. We have an arrow, and we are going to go ahead and put a div inside that. And that's going to need a key. Key is index. So first we want to show our quote. So we're going to say PrismicRichText, and then the field is going to be item.data.quote, just like that. And I don't remember putting this. So here it's yelling at me saying it's possibly undefined. The fact that item might not exist, that's a bit of a problem. So let's check and make sure it exists. Item and. There we go. Now that complaint goes away. So this only renders if we definitely have an item. So our field is item.data.quote, and our components is components. And then we just close that component, and there we go. Let's see if we have any progress so far. Ignore the errors. That shouldn't be a problem. But we are seeing that we're getting our 3 different elements, or not our 3 different elements, but our 3 testimonial quotes. Those are coming through. So our fetch to get our testimonials has worked, and we are able to see that content coming in through our content relationship. Let's keep going. This is awesome. Now, structurally, we want to separate out this part from this part, right? Like we can clearly see that this is going to be a different div, just like a different section. And then even here, we're going to have avatar, and then that's going to be next to 2 elements. So we're going to set up a new div right here. So inside there, we can import Prismic next image, and we're going to be using this in some cool ways. So Prismic next image, you can go ahead and click that right there. And on that, we can pass some properties that say, hey, this is what I want the size to be. So we want to go width equals, and we're going to do curly braces, 56, height equals 56, and I'm getting that, I believe, from the actual Figma file if you want to go check it out yourself. So that's 56 pixels by 56 pixels. The field is item.data.avatar, and let's add a little class to it, and let's class it up. Class is rounded, full, that's going to make it a circle, and margin right 4, so MR4. And now we get to use a great feature that just comes with Prismic Next Image. You won't get this on your actual just next image. So we're going to use what's called imagix params. You can see that that's a accepted prop on Prismic Next Image. Now, what imagix is, it's an image CDN that all images uploaded to Prismic have access to. So you can do cool transforms with imagix params. For us, we're just going to make sure that if you upload an image that happens to be, a rectangle of any kind, if it's not square, we don't want it to get smushed. We don't want it to get weird or anything. So we want to make sure our aspect ratio, or AR, is, we're going to put quotes. This is a string 1:1. So that gives us a square aspect ratio. And then we'll say fit is crop. Now there's a lot more you can do with imagix parameters, but here, this is just a nice way that even if they upload a rectangle, we're going to get a square out the other end. Close that object, and then we're just going to close our component, just like that. And when I save, it'll format to that. And now let's go see our masterpiece. This is coming out great. We have our image now. Let's keep going. As I said, we are going to be putting this image next to another div, essentially. And inside here, we're going to have our kind of stacked text. So here we're going to just use 2 paragraph elements, because remember, these are key text. We don't need to use PrismicRichText for these. So I'm going to go ahead and just say P, and I'm going to put in here, let's see what we have left. Item.data. We have name, right? See how TypeScript helps? Just makes it so that when I forget stuff, we can just ask TypeScript, what do I have there? Right, job title. And so we can display those 2. I'll see how that looks. Here we go, IHW, Digital Marketing Specialist, looking good. It's not next to that, but we don't expect it to be because we didn't style it yet. But yeah, we have all of our testimonials coming through and rendering as we would expect right now. So now we can get into styling a little bit more. So this is what it looks like. It's like a little card with a little drop shadow. It's got a white background. So let's focus on that aspect of it first. That's going to be right inside testimonials map. It's this first item, div key index. So let's go class name. Oh, and actually, hold on, this key is wrong. If you followed my example and did quotes, that's not right. That's just gonna make every single element have the same key. It's probably yelling at us in the console. Probably saying, hey, those all have the same key. Don't do that. Yeah, 2 children with the same key. That's not good. So instead of just the string index, you actually need to have brackets so it's index. So it actually changes for each name. So class name equals, we're going to go border. So I'm going to give it a light gray. We've already seen that as we were like testing things, but we're actually going to use that there. BG white, shadow, LG, rounded, LG, PX8, MD, PX14, PY10, MD, PY16, grid, and content between. So if we go ahead and save that, let's see the difference. So here, this is funny, because it's updated without like really reloading everything. We're seeing duplicates, right? React is like, all right, well, these are different items than these, so I'm going to continue to render the things that were marked as indexed with the key. But I'm going to render these new things because I now have things with key 0, 1, and 2. But if we refresh, don't worry, it's not a bug. That is exactly what we would expect to happen with the error that I made. So, but look at this. It's looking good. Only thing I would say is that it doesn't look like rounded is working. Did I? Oh, that's because that's not how you spell rounded. So PY16 is also wrong on mine. Hopefully you did better than me. I'm sure you did. All right, that's looking a lot better. Cool. Now on to our paragraph text. So we need to style this paragraph up here that we are passing into our Prismic rich text, right? We are passing that. Maybe we're not yet. Yeah, we are. So we're passing that, but it is giving the wrong kinds of styles. All right, so I'm going to wipe out these styles. We might repeat some of them, but I'm going to erase them for the sake of getting it right. So text XL, MD, text to XL, font normal, that's the weight, font body, that's the font family, and text slate 600, margin bottom 8, or MB8. All right, that's looking perfect, looking really good. We actually have to add some styles to our heading as well. So we have text center, we have margin bottom 9, and font semi-bold. That's looking better too. Now let's style the div that wraps around all of this. We're going to give this a little grid to make it, a little more gritty. So class name, grid, MD grid calls 3, grid calls 1, and gap 8. Looking better. All right, now it's come down to the div that wraps around our image and our name and everything. Let's just give this flex. So class name flex. And then here, we're going to leave this div alone. It's fine the way it is. We're going to add some styles to each paragraph. So class name, we're going to say for the name one, we're going to say text space, font medium, and text slate 700. And for the title, we're going to say text space, text slate 600. It's a little bit lighter. And there we go. So this messed up something over here. And that's because this is going to try to stretch and fill the entire div if this happens to go into 2 lines. So if we go back and we have flex here, let's put items center so that if it happens to go into 2 lines, we don't get that effect happening. And we can see that if we make Mark go into 2 lines too, he's fine. She's now into 4 lines. It looks good still. All right, and last we can kind of see how it looks on different sizes. I don't like the way that this is looking here, right? Like that's way too thin. I would rather that have already broken to a single column by now. So I'm gonna go ahead and change this MD grid calls 3 towards the top to an LG grid calls 3. And it's gonna break a little bit sooner. It's gonna, go to 1 column a bit sooner. But I think of the 2 options we have, this is the better one. So Yeah, I think that's a lot nicer. And yeah, there we go. We have our testimonial slice. We are referencing a different custom type with content relationships. Well done. Now, as promised, when do you choose the content relationship over repeatable fields? Like, why didn't we just use repeatable fields the same way we did with our feature slice? Well, you want to ask yourself, are you going to use the content anywhere else? The content inside a repeatable field, and I'll add one real quick. All right, I just added one. This content doesn't exist anywhere outside of this slice. So if I wanted to put one of these items from the feature slice on a different page, you would have to re-enter this content. But with content relationships, we are linking to separate documents. I could reuse those testimonials across my site without re-entering the content. So later I could create a featured testimonial slice that shows one testimonial really huge on the page, and it could link to one of the same testimonial documents that we already have. If I update that document, it updates everywhere. Like if I got Aisha's last name wrong and it's actually a J, that would update everywhere. I wouldn't have to track that down across every place that I used it. So we are done our testimonial slice. Let's go ahead, add this to our Git stage changes, and we'll say feat add testimonial slice. Commit, and we're set. All right, so far we have built 3 out of our 5 slices. We built the hero, we built our feature slice, and our testimonial. Last, we have text with image and call to action. We're going to try to bang these out real quick. We don't have a whole lot that's new in these, so let's start off with the text with image slice, because this is one that you can't ship any kind of website without a text and image slice. This is a classic. So we see here that we have our heading, we have a body, and we have an image. And then we have a variation where all that happens is we swap where the image and the text is. So let's get into Slice Machine and let's build this. So if we go to slices, we're going to hit create a slice. I'm going to say text with image, and this needs to be Pascal case. So click create, and just like that, we have our new slice. Like I said, we are going to start off with a heading. This is going to be an H2. So rich text, heading, and we're going to see how fast we can build this. So H2, we're going to click save. Next, we have some more rich text. It's going to be a nice little body. We're going to say rich text body, hit enter, and we're going to go unselect all, paragraph, bold, italic, and click save. And last but not least, add a new field. We're going to call this one, we're first going to find the image and call it image. So we have our 3 fields. Click save to file system. We can go ahead and update our screenshot, select file, and we're going to use the one with the image on the left to start with. So text with image 1. Go ahead and click open. That'll do the little thing where it disappears for a second. No worries. We'll refresh the page, and there it is. We've got it. While we're here in Slice Machine, let's go ahead and create our variation. Add new variation. I'm going to say this is image right, and click submit. We're going to duplicate the fields from default, click submit, and we're going to keep everything pretty much except for our screenshot. We're going to first have to save it. It says first save. Now we click update, select file, and we're going to click the text with image with the image on the right. Go ahead and open. We know what happens. It disappears. We hit refresh. It comes right back. Maybe that's fixed by the time you're using this. Who knows? But we have our 2 variations, our default and our image right. So let's get into templating out this slice, and we can really see just how fast we are moving. So text with image, we're going to open this up. We are very familiar with this by now. I'm going to grab those couple of components, our bounded and our heading, from one of our other slices. I'm going to paste those there. I know I need to swap out my section for bounded. I'm going to click save. I'm going to head to my hero and actually copy over this JSX map serializer, or rather our components object. I think our hero probably has the most similar components, or I guess the most similar styles to what we are using. So text with image, I'm going to paste that in up above. It's going to yell at me a little bit. It's going to say, hey, I don't know what this is. Remember, we pull that in, I think, from React, from Prismic React. Go ahead, Paste that there. And yes, we are now in better shape. So we can come down here. We can wipe out our placeholder text. We can go to slice machine, say show code snippets, grab all three of these one after another. And I'm going to paste that in there, copy this one, paste, and copy my image and paste. Now we're getting yelled at saying, hey, what's going on? We don't know what these are. Going to quick fix and quick fix. Perfect. Now we should see at the top, we have Prismic Next. I'm going to move that up a little bit. We have our components that are getting imported, and it's looking pretty good. Remember, we can open this up in Slice Simulator because we're not using a content relationship, so we can simulate this slice again. All right, so far so good. We are not seeing our components because, first off, we need to change this to heading 2. And second, we need to pass that component into our PrismicRichText field. So components equals components. And I'm going to copy and paste that into my other rich text field and hit save. We should see, there we go. We see some styles change, even though those aren't the styles we want just yet. So I'm going to go up to the definition for heading 2. I'm going to say as in H2. I almost missed that part. And then LG is going to be our size. And class name, we can actually get rid of, I think, all of this. So we're just going to leave that blank for now. And then down here for our paragraph, we're going to wipe this out. We're going to say max width medium, text LG, font body, text slate 600. And just like that, we save. We can go back and we see, all right, changed to what we're looking for. Looking a lot more like what this slice looks like. Let's keep moving. So if you look back at Figma, we can see that the text is going to get grouped together and the image is going to be on the opposite side. So we want to first wrap everything in a div. And then, so we have our rich text together. Let's put those together and wrap just those two in a separate div. So now on that outer div, we are going to add some styles. So you go class name, and we're going to say grid, gap 8, MD grid calls 2, place items center. All right, let's see how that's looking so far. All right, already we're seeing like, yeah, that's pretty much what we're looking for, right? We have some more styles to add though. So on this inner div that just wraps our two text fields, we are going to say class name. And we're going to bring in our old friend. We haven't seen him in a little while, CLSX. And if I click this, that'll import it automatically. If it didn't import, go ahead and import CLSX from CLSX. I'm going to move that up a little bit. And we're going to open that function. I'm going to pass it a string first, and that string is going to be grid and gap 4. Now I'm going to say comma, and I'm going to add a little return here, and I'm going to say if the slice variation is equal to, and we'll see how this goes. So slice.variation is equal to, and it's going to, or it should provide us with our options, but it doesn't. All right. Maybe we're missing a type or something. We'll figure it out. So if the slice variation is just the default, and for that we are saying that this one's the default where the image is on the left, then we are going to say, so if this is true, then also give us this, MD order 2. So that means that if we're looking with the default, if this is the default slice, or sorry, if this is the default variation, then we are going to assign the order of 2 to the text. So it's going to come after everything else. But otherwise, it will come first. And did I save it? I don't think I saved it. So hit save, and we're not seeing it move. Just refresh the page to check. Let me see. Image, oh, because I was on image right. That makes sense. Let's go to default. There we go. All right. I was getting a little worried for a second. But yeah, there we go. So we see that image is on the left and text is on the right. And if you go to image right, it switches. And just like that, we have our slice. We can check it out on mobile. Now notice on mobile, I only have this taking effect on medium screens and up, because really we don't want to change the order, and that's even reflected in our Figma file, where it's always image, heading, text, image, heading, text, no matter which variation it is. That's just the way that you kind of want to handle these things. But actually I have it reversed. Look, I have text, text, image. All right, I'm glad I caught that. So let's go ahead and fix that. So we're going to move this Prismic Next image all the way up above our div that holds our text. So that's going to fix that part, but now we have a different problem, because you can see image right doesn't actually change to become image right. So we're actually going to copy this class name, and we're going to paste it on Prismic Next image, but we're going to remove the grid and the gap before. I actually do want to add some rounding. So rounded, let's go, I think LG is a good one to do, right? Border radius, cool. And then here, instead, we're going to have our slice variation, and we'll see if we can make that work real quick. We can actually get rid of the CLSX on this div. I'm going to just remove that. It's unnecessary since we just have that string there. So now let's see, default, we have it kind of reversed, right? Where we want the opposite to happen. So instead of slice variation default, we can say slice variation image right. So if that's the case, then we will have the image on the right. Otherwise, have that image on the left. Looking really good now. Glad we caught that. And now on mobile, it should still be image, text, text. Great. So just like that, within a couple of minutes, we have another slice with two variations. So let's go ahead, commit that, feed, add image and text slice. All right, we're one slice away. Let's keep going. All right, last but not least, we have our call to action slice. We see that we have 4 fields. So we have a heading, we have a body, and remember, buttons always need 2 fields. So let's go ahead and create this in Slice Machine. We're going to head to slices and create a slice. And we're going to say call to action, or CTA for short. So we are going to put all of these in our non-repeatable field. We're going to start off with heading, rich text, heading, reduce that to just H2, save, add a new field, rich text. This will be body, and reduce that to just a paragraph, bold and italic, save, and now we want our button link and button text. So we can do our button link first, and button text will be key text. And just like that, we can save that to file system. We can update our screenshot, select our file, choose call to action, open, it disappears. I refresh. And there is our snapshot, and we can start templating. So head to call to action, open your index.tsx slice. And I think you know what to do by now. If you want to skip ahead a little bit, that's fine. But we're going to import both bounded and heading, but also I'm going to make a copy of bounded because we need button as well. Button has joined the party. So I'm also going to copy over my components object. So const components, I'm copying that from text with image. It should be pretty similar. Adding that, remember JSX map serializer comes from Prismic IO React. So now that's happy. Only change we need to make here is SM for the size. It's going to be an H2. Our class name is going to be font semi-bold, text center, and MB4, margin bottom 4. So that's for the heading. And then for our paragraph, we can wipe out this, go text center, and text slate 600, margin bottom, 8, MB8. All right, we're set there. Let's grab our code snippets and start pasting. So we can go inside here. I can remove that. PrismicRichText, PrismicRichText. I'm going to copy our button link in. We'll do that first, and then our slice primary button text can go on the inside here and swap that out for link. PrismicRichText we get from Prismic.io React. So I'm going to import that there. And then I'll just use the quick fix on this one so I don't have to do any typing. I love it. We are going to swap out our section for bounded. We know how much we love that component. But now if we look at Figma, we notice that, whoa, this is actually a lot smaller than most of our other components, right? CTAs typically have some kind of like special styling to them, and that's exactly what this has. This is not going to be the typical full width that our other components go to, or at least not for this element. So we're going to create a div inside bounded that's going to hold everything. All right, going to wrap everything inside that class name for this div. We've got a few styles here. So we're going to say max width for XL, M auto, shadow, XL, MD PX12, PX4, PY12. Now we're going to say grid, place items center, rounded, LG. And now we're going to do some gradients in Tailwind. So we're going to say BG gradient to TR, or top right. So this says that we're going to be starting at the bottom left and going to the top right. Now we set our color. So we're going to go from cyan 50, which is a very light color. See, it shows almost as like a white, via white. So that means halfway through, it's going to transition to white, and then it's going to end, so to emerald 50. So this is Tailwind's way of creating gradients. Pretty cool. So we're going to start at cyan at the bottom left. In the middle-ish, it's going to turn white, and then it's going to go all the way to emerald 50. Let's actually change these to 500 just so you can kind of like see the effect. Oh, that's not how you write 500. It'll be a lot clearer if we go from cyan 500 to emerald 500 just for a quick like example, and then we'll change it out. Let's go ahead and open this in Slice Simulator. So go back to call to action, click simulate slice, open it up, and you'll see, yep, doesn't look good there, but you see what's happening. It's very clear that we're going from cyan to white to emerald. Now, if we drop those values down to 50 each, it should fix a lot of the unsightliness. There we go. Now we see kind of the effect that we're really going for. Now we need to pass our components to our PrismicRichText. So components equals components. And I'm going to copy and paste the same for our body. Just like that, we should see a pretty big change. There we go. Snake and lorem ipsum. Great combination. Now remember, all we need to do to improve the Prismic next link is just swap it out for button. And because of that, actually, I can remove this unused import here. We're no longer using that. So we immediately get our button right there, and it's looking good. And that's it. We just speed ran a call to action slice. We have our image component there. All we need to do is commit our changes. So feat add call to action slice. Going to go ahead and commit that. And last but not least, we need to make sure that these are all available on our homepage because we haven't done that for the last two slices that we've created. So go ahead, add those two, click save, and then save your homepage. And then we see changes. We see a few changes, right? So homepage has been modified, and we have these two new slices that are only available locally. So we need to push those up to Prismic. All right, that's all set. All right, we have created all 5 of our slices. Now we would just like to add our content to our homepage. So this is a part that maybe might not be super interesting to you, but we can do it quickly thanks to copy and paste from Figma and just adding these slices in. If you want to kind of skip to the next section, that's totally fine, but it might be good just to put this content in at your own discretion, on your time. So I'm going to go through it quickly. I'm not going to talk too much. Oh, I might need to refresh this page. Actually, yeah. So I'll refresh because I haven't refreshed it since we pushed those slices. So now we should be able to see, yes, here's our 5 slices. So we're looking for a feature slice next. We have hero, testimonials, features, image text, image text, image text, CTA. That's the way that our homepage looks. So scheduling, analytics, integrations, focus timer. Those are the headings across here. Let's go calendar. This is scheduling. Let's grab this description. And I'm going to create my next group. So analytics, we're using a bar chart, bar graph, analytics, and description. Cool. Next, I'm going to go Clover. That one's integrations and our description. And last but not least, we have the little hourglass with focus timer and use the built-in Pomodoro timer. Cool. And we need the heading. I skipped that one, of course. So robust features. Now we have our feature slice. I guess I didn't need to publish it yet, but I wanted to. We have our testimonials, our feature slice. Next, let's add our content here. Now we haven't exported these images just yet, so let's go ahead and do that quickly. We have assets over here that we can export. I'm going to grab all 4 of these. Now here's a key thing. We're going to want to do something to these because otherwise Figma is going to be weird about the export. Right here is the corner radius. If we drop that down to 0, it will export nice and normally. It's not going to export a transparent image, but if we export it right now, it's going to export with this corner radius kind of baked in, and it's going to be a transparent image. It's going to be weird. So make sure before you export these images, drop that down to 0, click export, save, and then we can go back here and type 16 for our corner radius. And we should see those images showing up wherever you exported them. So there they are. Now we can use them in Prismic. So I'm going to click new. I'm going to choose the text with image, and I'm just going to use these images really quick. So upload media. Let's grab those 4 we just used. It's this one. It's basically 16, 17, 20, and 21. Not sure if they'll be called that for you, but those are the ones we want. Website, we're going to choose her first. All right, great. Her heading is harmonize your schedule. Going to grab that body text. I'll come back for alt text in a second. And then we have these 2 people smiling, and that's going to be image right. So just swap that variation. We have mindful task tracking. For our body, we have blend productivity with mindfulness. And we have those 2 folks. Awesome. And the third one is going to be her with productivity and self-care. So text with image. Yep, we're keeping the default one. Productivity and self-care. We're grabbing this woman and grabbing that body text. All right, so we can write some alt text for this. A woman meditating. M-E-D-I-T-A-T-I-N-G. Peacefully. Not that you can meditate any other way, but 2 workers laughing in front of laptops. And a smiling woman in glasses painting. All right. So we have those text with image slices. Last but not least, we need this CTA. It says unleash your inner productivity. Let's go ahead and add that. And I just want you to kind of see like how easy it is to build a page out for your content team. They might not be as fast on the keyboard as you or me, but still, you see the power of slices and being able to just kind of like fly through and add this content in. So for this link, once again, just going to do prismic.iop, .io. And now if we hit save, and we should, and if we hit published, and we should, we are going to be in for a treat. As we refresh this page, we can see that we have our site built out. Look at this. This is the page. This is our home page. We built it. There's only one thing missing, and that's the background color, but we can fix that in just a second. But I just want to show you, like, look how fast we flew through and essentially cloned our Figma site. Like, how cool was that? Well done for getting here. We've done a whole heck of a lot to get to this point. You should be really proud of yourself. This is looking awesome. So congrats. All right, so let's now create a little bit of a background gradient. So we're going to go to our layout. I'm going to click this to close everything because you have a lot of folders open. I'm going to go to app, and I'm going to open our layout. And here we see we have header, children, footer. So just under footer, I'm going to create a div. The class name, oh, I keep doing that, name equal to fixed BG gradient to top right, or TR, from emerald 50 to cyan 50. We're going to drop this underneath everything else, so we need to give it a z index of -1. So I'm actually going to use one of those special attributes for this. So z minus square brackets -1. I think that's an arbitrary value. And we're going to say inset, oh, not inside the square bracket. We're going to say inset 0, and I can talk about what inset 0 means in just a sec, and opacity 50. So it's going to be pretty light, but I want it even lighter than it already is. It's going to be half opacity. Inset is a handy shorthand, or like I guess a shortcut. I don't know. Basically, it's the same as saying top 0, bottom 0, right 0, left 0. It does all of them in just one property. So we can say that we want it to kind of cover everything. Oh, we got an error. What is wrong? Let's see what we did wrong. We created a div and then we didn't close it. That's not good. All right, so we're not seeing it just yet. There we go. So it's very subtle. Not sure if you can, fully see it, but it's just a little bit green in the background. I'll get rid of this opacity 0 so you can definitely see it. Yep, it gets to be a lot more green, but it's a little too green for my tastes. And so opacity 50 it's just subtle enough that it's not white, it's not green, it's right in the middle. So before we wrap up this, let's just say that we've added the slices to our homepage. So add, I don't know if you saw, but I pulled those out. I'm staging just those changes, not the layout change just yet. So feet, add layout, add slices to homepage, type. All right, and then with this, just going to add feet, add gradient, background. All right, so we are all set there. All right, now we're going to set up the fantastic Prismic Preview feature that lets you and your content team preview your page before publishing it to the world. Editors need to be able to preview their work. It is a terrible experience if they're just hitting publish, hoping the page looks the way that they want. With Prismic Previews, they get to see their changes live on the site without your visitors seeing it yet. Plus, if you're on a big team, your editors can create as many previews on different documents as they need. They can group their edit across multiple docs into a release and preview everything at once. Best of all, Prismic even has a preview link feature where you can send a specific URL to anyone and they'll see the preview that you are seeing. So let's go ahead and add it to our site. It's just a couple of small steps from where we are at right now. We're going to handle the code portion first. We're going to import Prismic Preview from the Prismic.io next package. So import Prismic Preview from Prismic.io/next. Perfect. Then we're going to import the repository name from this file right here, Prismic.io, so repository name, and we're going to use that in our Prismic Preview. So down here underneath the div we just created, we're going to use the Prismic Preview component, just like that, and then we need to pass it repository name. See, it's not optional, we have to pass that. So repository name, we're going to use the variable above repository name. That can be self-closing, just like that. All right, you can go ahead and save that, and that's going to handle a little bit of magic for us. We also have 3 files that were created for us automatically when we slice-machine-inited. I'm not sure if that's the verb, but back when we ran slice-machine-init, that created these 3 files. These 2 in particular we are using with preview. So as you can see, preview, this is what gets us into a preview. And this is what, well, you think you can guess it, will help us exit a preview. So there really should be no other code changes that we need, and we'll talk about revalidate in a second, but we can go ahead and just save this and say feat add Prismic Preview. Now we need to head to our Prismic repository dashboard. So here we're going to go back to our dashboard, and you should see this little gear down here that says settings. Click on that. Now we're going to see this previews tab. Go ahead and click that. You can ignore this first part because this is already done for you by Prismic Preview. That's what we just did. That little component there handles what this script would do. So this is kind of like in older style. Ignore that. Now down here it says create a new preview. These are preview endpoints. We're going to create one for development. We'll create one later for production after we deploy our site. So here we're just going to say development, and our domain is localhost 3000. So go ahead and copy that if you'd like, or you can type it out. But make sure you remove that slash. That's important for this field. So HTTP, not S, localhost 3000, no slash at the end, and then our preview route is /API/preview. And that corresponds to what I just showed you with /API/preview. I'm going to say create my preview, and just like that, we have a preview route. So let's play with this for a second. If we go to our home page, we can see productivity that flows with your life. Let's, do what I love to do. Let's exclamation mark that. We're going to hit save, but we're not going to hit publish. All right, that's key to previews. You can't hit publish. So this is the preview button, and that is going to open this, and we should see down here this little bar that tells us what document we are previewing. It says get a shareable link right there, but we can tell that this is our preview content, right? If we open up localhost 3000 in an incognito window, we will see that, those exclamation marks aren't there. It's only happening in our preview instance. So this is exactly what we're talking about. You can change your content, preview what it looks like. You can add slices, you can remove slices, you can preview all kinds of things, and you can even click this shareable link. I could email this to my friend, and they could see how excited I am about this heading. I can copy that link and send it over to them, and they will see exactly this. To exit this preview, because right now we're kind of in this state where I'm only seeing the preview, I'm not seeing the content that everyone sees. I need to hit this little X, and that should reload the page, or just, it didn't even do that. It just exited me out of the preview mode, and I am back to normal. I'm gonna also reset this back and just hit save and publish just to make it happy. And yeah, that is how previews work. They're very, very powerful. That is, once again, just a local host. So I guess I really couldn't send my friend that link, but soon we will be able to send all of our friends some preview links because we will have deployed to Vercel. All right, but before we deploy, I want to show you our Prismic and Next.js get really powerful as kind of a combination here. because it is time for us to finally build our repeatable page. We only have one page right now. It's a nice page, but about and features don't actually link off to anything. So we're going to combine the reusability of Prismic slices with Next.js's dynamic routing. And this is going to let content teams build new pages on their own in minutes. So let's head to Slice Machine, and we're going to create a new page type. Click Create, and this one is going to be a reusable type, and we're just going to call it Page. It's generic enough. I know it gets a little confusing of the page type page or the page type, but don't worry about it. As I said before, anything that is repeated gets a UID, so we automatically start off with one. And because it's a page type, we start off with our SEO and metadata. I'm going to shift that meta title up, and we are ready. The best part is we don't even have to build a whole bunch of new slices. We can just go ahead and say, yeah, remember those slices we built for our homepage? I want them to be available here too. So I'm going to click Save, and just like that, I can save this page type. All right, so just as a reminder, this one page type is going to be able to handle pretty much anything we want to throw at it, from the About page to the Features page to really anything. So we are going to grab the code for this by hitting Page Snippet. So inside our page type, go to Page Snippet, and I'm going to make this a little bigger for us so we can see it. Create your pages page component. Like I said, it's going to be a bit of a mouthful, but it's all good. So it says, add a new route by creating an app/UID page.tsx file. This time it's spot on. So we're going to go ahead and do that. So in app, close API, and in app, we're going to say brackets UID, close brackets, and then in there, we're going to say page.tsx. Remember, that's the special file name that we want to use. UID is going to be the route that we have here, and that's just going to catch whatever we throw at it, and it's going to add it to the UID variable. So let's get that page snippet code. Just going to go ahead and copy this, and we can talk about it once it's in our file. So we have a few things going on here. First, let's look at generate static params down here at the bottom. This is going to run at build time when your site is deployed. If you're familiar with the old Next.js page router, this is just like get static paths. We need to return an array of objects with a property that matches our dynamic segment, which is UID. So we instantiate our client, and we fetch all pages that match our type page. Then we're going to map over them, returning just the UID from each of those pages. So when your site builds, Next.js will have an array of all the pages it needs to build for this route. Now let's look at the actual page function. So in our page, we are going to destructure our props and pull params off of it. We instantiate our client, and we use getByUID to fetch the specific document that matches the UID that we got from before. So we have our UID from the list that we built here, and now this is building out this specific page for one UID. If we don't find anything, so if something goes wrong, we use Next.js's, essentially its 404 function. And it says right here, when used in a React server component, this will set the status code to 404. Not only does this throw a 404, but it also injects a meta robots no index tag for us so that Google doesn't try to pick this up and hurt our search rankings. But if all goes according to plan, and it should, we are going to pass the slices that we get back from Prismic to the slice zone, and that will render our slices just like we've been seeing on our homepage. Now this might look really sparse, like how is this going to be a website? But remember, this is going to inherit our layout.tsx. So this is just going to be what goes in here. We're still going to have our background and all the other things that we have in our layout file. Now Next.js is going to handle that part of the routing for us, but we finally need to come back to our prismicio.ts file and uncomment these lines here. So this tells Prismic that what our routes are so that it can get those accurate URLs when linking internally. You'll see here that we have :UID, and that tells Prismic in the route resolver that the value for UID should be what you are linking to. Like the colon says that's a variable, right? Where path, you could make it so that all pages go to just, type page or something. But that is going to be literally the string page, where this says this is a variable and the UID is going to be that value. So if your content team creates a link to the about document with the type of page, and that has a UID of a ABOUT of about, then Prismic knows to create a link to /about. Prismic can handle nested routes and even catch-all paths. So if you have any different use cases or anything like that, go check out the Prismic docs. They are fantastic, and they will show you all these different complex use cases. But for us, we are set with just how this is. We can remove our to-do because it just so happens to match up to the structure that we're building with. Go ahead and save both those pages. And now let's check it out in, I think we pushed it with, no, we haven't pushed it yet. So we have it saved, but we need to push this change. It is a new page type, push that change, and we will be able to go into Prismic, go back, and now it should ask us, well, what do you want to make? Because you can make as many testimonials as you would like, or you can make as many pages as you would like. And I say, I want to make my first page. So UID, let's see what we have in Figma. We have a features page and an about page. So I'm going to say features. Go ahead and call this features. Our features page has a hero, but it is our alternate. Let's go ahead and, our variation. So we're going to switch variations from the default to the horizontal. I'm going to click horizontal, and we have features for finding focus. That's fun. We have harness our innovative feature for the body. Button text is try for free. And then last but not least, we have just a generic link. This, hold on, I'll actually show you. So this could be a link to a document, and we see, oh, I can actually link just to the homepage if I would like. And that will create a link back to just /. So we can do that. It's a little bit confusing because it's not going to take you anywhere. But at least you see how these links work, where I can say a different document, right? I could, well, none of these are pages in that same kind of way. So the link actually wouldn't resolve in the proper way, but we can link to the homepage just like that. Instead, I'm just going to say link to the web. We're going to go prismic.io. And image, do we have an image? I don't think we exported that one yet, did we? I don't think so, no. So you can go ahead and export image 15, and we're going to save that right there. I'm going to upload, and there's my image. All right, great. And I'm just going to say a camera lens held in front of mountains, demonstrating focus. All right, save and publish. And oh, I do want to come over here and change my SEO metadata. So meta title will say, what is this? Is this the features page? Yeah, features. So the incredible features of Flowrise. Flowrise has the best features in its class. Makes it sound like a car, but oh well. Meta image, I'm going to keep it the same as what it was, but we could fall back to that original OG image, but I'm going to use this one. Now in our settings, we can actually go in and add some real content. So here in the navigation, we have this about linking to Prismic.io, and we have features linking to Prismic.io. I'm going to get rid of that link. And I am instead going to link to a document, and I'm going to choose the features. So save, publish that, and click publish again. And now we should see, we're getting an error. So expected one of settings testimonial homepage, declared type page. That might fix. No, it didn't fix. Why not? All right, I just had a hard refresh, and it's all set now. So, don't know if you can see, but now at the bottom, as I hover over about, that's still Prismic. But if I hover over features, it's routing me to /features. So if I click on that, we should, fingers crossed, see our new page. There we go. Took a second, but here it is. So features for finding focus. Here is our new page. We only added the one slice. That is fine. Let's go ahead and create quickly our about page just with another single slice. I'll export that fun little image while we're at it with the yoga. I think it's yoga. It's not dancing, right? That's yoga. Yeah, that's tree pose, I think. I'm no yogi or expert or whatever, but pretty sure that they call that tree pose. So back in Prismic, I'm going to build yet another page quickly. Create a new page. This one's going to be called About. And we're going to add our hero with the variation horizontal. And what is our content? Let's check it out. About the FlowRise team. We've been seeking our own inner focus for over 8 years. Let's add some button text, even though we don't have it here. Join us, right? It's more fun if people come and join the party. Prismic.io. You can put whatever link you want there. And last but not least, this image. Let's have, oh, right, I need to upload it. And where are those? There we go. There's our tree posers. And just like that, we can say this is about. And SEO metadata about FlowRise and learn about the team behind your favorite app. Meta image, last but not least, there we go. Save, publish, and publish. So now we can also add that to our settings, and now we have a completely legitimate settings file. Pretty cool. I mean, legitimate in the sense that it is pointing to, you know, not the most robust pages, but at least it's pointing to real, actual pages, and that part's pretty cool. Gonna hard refresh this, and we have about and features. So there we go, about, features, and we have home. There we are. So just like that, we are able to ship these pages super quickly. I hope you're starting to see like the power that slices and these dynamic pages unlocks for us, where we can continue to ship page after page after page. And if we were already deployed to Vercel, these pages could be up within a matter of seconds. So it really changes the way that your content team can think about like, all right, we have a deadline to ship tomorrow. That's no problem. I can put together this page in a matter of seconds. It's just a matter of creating a new page document, adding some slices, and we're set. That's all you got to do. So we are really flying now that we have our slices set up. Let's continue and actually push this project to GitHub, which is the step just before we deploy it to Vercel, which is getting it up on the web. All right, just the last thing to do, we want to commit our work here. So go ahead, stage those changes, and we're going to say feat add repeatable page. Page type, let's say. All right, commit, and we are set. All right, throughout this whole project, we've been great about committing our work to Git. So now let's push that code up to GitHub. This is good practice that our work is saved somewhere other than just our local machine. Because like right now, if our hard drive dies, we lose all of that work. But if we're pushing it up to GitHub, then it is safe and sound. Plus, it lets us work on our site with other people, access it from different devices, and deploy our site to places like Vercel or Netlify. So go ahead to github.com. If you don't have an account or if you're not signed in, it'll look something like this. Go ahead and either sign up or sign in. And when you do have an account and you're signed in, it'll look something more like this. Once again, it's free. We want to create a new repository, so you can click the new button here or find it somewhere else. New repository, up to you. Now we get some options. We don't need a template because we already have an existing project. You can call your repository whatever you want. I'm going to call mine FlowRise Prismic And that doesn't need to be unique. It just needs to be unique for you. So you can call yours Flowrise Prismic as well, up to you. No need for a description, and you can make yours public or private. I'm going to keep mine public for now. And the project already has a README, a git ignore, and a license. So we're going to just hit create. Then we get a few options here. We want to push an existing repository from the command line because we already have a repo and we've been committing to it. So we're going to copy this code. And we're going to head back to our terminal. And I'm going to actually start just a new terminal process here. And I'm going to paste that code in. Hit enter. And just like that, we have branch main has been set up to track. And we should, if we head back here to the screen, if you hit refresh, it should show your project right here. So we see our custom types, public, source, all of the files that we've been working on. And yeah, it should look something like this. All right, now that our project is on GitHub, we can deploy it to Vercel. Again, if you don't have an account, go ahead and make one. It's free. If you don't have an account or you're not logged in, it will look something like this. And as soon as you go to vercel.com and you have an account, it should look something more like this. You can click create new project or add new project, up to you. Now I've already connected GitHub and Vercel, but if not, it will show you a screen that says continue with GitHub, continue with GitLab, and you can make your choice. You're going to choose GitHub and you're going to go through the connection process. Once you're done there, come on back and we're going to choose the one that we just pushed to GitHub. So I'm going to click import. We'll get a list of configuration options, but all of our defaults here should be fine. Remember, Next.js is made by the Vercel team, so it's a really smooth deployment process. I'm going to click deploy, and we're going to wait a little bit. All right, so then we'll get a list of configuration options, but all of our defaults should be fine. Remember, Next.js is made by the Vercel team, so it is a super smooth deployment. All right, click deploy, wait a little bit, and our site should be deployed by the time we're done. I'm going to fast forward through this part because it's going to take about a minute. All right, and just like that, we have our site deployed. Vercel even gives us a nice little congratulations page. It shows us our page nice and live. You can continue to dashboard, and we'll see some information here. All right, so if we go through our deploy log, we can see exactly what we just did. So click on building, and we are going to scroll down a little bit, and we see the routes that were actually built. So from our UID, we built two pages. We built features and about. We have a few of these serverless functions, right? So the little lambda icon there shows that these are serverless functions. We have the exit preview, preview, and revalidate, just as we expect. And then we also have our home route. And I want to point out that we also shipped Slice Simulator, which in the future is going to come in handy when Prismic brings out its new page builder. So now, if we head back to Flowrise Prismic, we can go to project, and your domain will be different than mine, obviously, but whatever your domain is, it should be right here. And if we click that, we can open up our page. Fantastic. About and features, looking great. So remember, our site is using Next.js. It's getting its content from Prismic, and it's using all of the awesome tech that we've covered. Whenever we push any code changes to GitHub, Vercel is going to pick up on that, and it's going to rebuild our site automatically. But now we want to set up Prismic to do the same whenever content inside Prismic gets updated. If someone ships a new page or changes some content, we want to tell Vercel to rebuild the parts that feature Prismic content. So if we head back in our code, I'm going to close out these tabs. If we head back in our code and go to the API folder, that is where this revalidate route comes in. So it's a very simple bit of code. But we see here, when we hit this revalidate route with a post, it's going to revalidate anything tagged Prismic. And if we go to our Prismic IO file and look at our fetch options, we see that, yes, we are passing Next.js the tag Prismic. So anytime that we hit this revalidate route, it's going to request our data again from Prismic. Just a reminder that this revalidate route should have been auto-generated for you when you ran slice-machine-init. So to finish wiring this up, head to your Prismic dashboard, and we are going to go to Settings, and then we're going to click Webhooks, and we're going to be getting the URL from our project. This is going to be specific to you, but go to your live Vercel deployed site. Mine is flowrise-prismic.vercel.app. Yours will be something along those lines, .vercel.app, or if you've gone ahead and made a fancy domain, like, yourthing.com, use that instead. But for me, I'm going to use this domain, so I'm going to copy that from right here. I'm going to bring that back. I'm going to bring that back into our webhooks here. I'm going to say, and so I'm going to put the name of the webhook as our URL, just so it's nice and obvious at a glance what this webhook does. And if you're not familiar with webhooks, basically, well, first off, you can click the documentation there, but basically this is just going to fire off an alert anytime one of these triggers gets triggered. So we have our URL there. I'm going to also add API/revalidate. And then here, we're going to add the same thing. So just copy what you just typed and paste it there. So once again, this should be your URL.vercel.app/API/revalidate, just like that. Don't worry about the secret. Don't worry about any custom headers. But here we're going to remove releases and tags. We're just going to have it so that when a document is published or a document is unpublished, this route will be hit. So I'm going to add that webhook, and there we go. Now it says pending because this webhook has never been run, so it doesn't have any feedback on it. But whenever we publish a document, it will run and it will tell Vercel to update. Now the last thing we want to do now that we have a live site is set up previews for our production site. These are helpful because you won't always have your dev server running to use your developer preview, and content teams definitely won't be using that, so you need to be able to preview on your live site. So let's head to the preview section. We still have our development preview there. We'll click create a preview, and we'll call this one production. And I'm going to paste in again my Flowrise Prismic Vercel app. I'm going to remove the API revalidate. That's still my clipboard. And make sure you don't have a / there, just as a reminder. I am going to type /API/preview. Again, the preview route's going to be the same. It's just the domain that's different in our production preview. So create our preview, and yours should look like this. We have localhost for development, and on production, you have your vercel.app route. These should be identical, and we're set there. Now head back to a document. Let's go to our home page. There it is right there. Let's, make it exciting, or we can say productivity that flows with your wonderful, there we go, wonderful life. Up to you, right? Change it in some way that you'll be able to notice it. Go ahead and hit save. Don't publish. Instead, hit the I, and you'll see now, instead of just opening a preview, it asks us, do you want to do development or production? We can choose production, and it's going to open a new window, a new tab. It's going to take a second, and then we'll see that, but hold on. It's going to reload the page and query that new data and update. So this is our preview deployed to our production site. Right, and if we look down here in the corner, we see homepage, one document, so it can tell what doc we are looking at. And here with the shareable link, you can actually grab this link, send this to a friend, and this should let them see that they're going to have a wonderful life, right? It'll let them preview the changes that you have as well. So I'm going to close all that. And remember, to exit a preview, you want to hit this X, and that's going to clear the cookie and reset you back to seeing what all of your visitors are going to see. Because if you keep this, you're just going to see what this one preview has for you. Hit that X, it should refresh the page. And there you go. We have productivity that flows with your life. So that is a preview, right? We just saw the preview feature. Last but not least, I want to show you what it actually looks like when we rebuild the page. So right now, we don't have a preview live. So right now, this is what the live content is, and this is unpublished content. I'm actually going to change this to excellent, just to prove my point. Productivity that flows with your excellent life. So I'm going to hit save. This time, I'm not going to preview it. I'm just going to go ahead and straight up publish it. And I'm going to publish. Now, remember, when I hit this button, that is going to trigger our webhook to hit our revalidate route. So we'll see how quickly that happens. It's going to hit a route on Vercel, and it's going to say, all right, request all that information again. So I just went ahead and did that. I'm going to refresh. It might not be ready yet. Oh, it's already ready. Took like less than 5 seconds. So with revalidation, it is so fast. It doesn't have to rebuild or anything. It just immediately says, all right, I now know to bust the cache on that content. I'm going to go and request it again and use that content. Seriously, try that out for yourself. That there was no editing here. It really happened that fast. I'm going to do another change just to really send this point home. This is incredibly cool. Publish. It's published. Let's refresh. There, like that was all real time. I don't know how else to say it. I'm sure you're experiencing it right now. It is really fast. So your content team is going to be thrilled that they don't have to wait, a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, however long for these pages to rebuild. It is crazy fast with the way that the app router works. We didn't have to rebuild our whole page or anything. We didn't do a new deployment. It's super fast. We are done. In this course, you built a full-featured Next.js website using Prismic for your website builder. You saw exactly how easy it was to use Slice Machine to build out our slices super fast, and now you see just how great of an experience your content team is going to have. You see how quick it is to create pages, to then add slices to those pages, and you see how fast it is for a production website to update when content changes. You now have the skills to create performant websites where content editors can easily create on-brand pages. We went from Figma to Slice Machine, and you learned how to turn any design into slices in Next.js. The development experience was smooth thanks to awesome features like code snippets, mock data, and Slice Simulator. By the end, we had a production-ready Next.js site that's deployed on Vercel, has Tailwind, TypeScript, and industry best practices. It's seriously something you should be proud of. Now take what you've learned here and go ahead and make it your own. Try adding more slices, adding more custom types for blog posts or case studies, or connect your site to some other services. The world's your oyster. And remember, if you get stuck anywhere, Tailwind, TypeScript, Prismic, and Vercel all have fantastic documentation, so make sure you check those out. And whatever you build, please share it in the Prismic community forum for feedback and inspiration. I would love to see it. Please tag me. Thank you once again. My name is Alex Trost. Please leave a comment below. Let me know what you want to see in the next tutorial. I really appreciate you making it this far. And yeah, let me know what you have built. I would love to see it. And don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so much. Have a great day.